Hey, good Sunday afternoon, morning. I can't tell which one you're in. Hello, beautiful sunny day here. Out with the dog. Ruby, say hi to everybody. Hey, say hi, please. She's so focused on deer. Yeah, Sunday deer. She loves to go out to the park and yell at deer. In fact, I'm on the other side of the park where there's not many deer because she gets so loud you can't even hear what we're saying. Hello, how you doing, everybody? I'm on a frisbee or disc golf course, so I have to kind of keep careful where I'm walking so I don't block people's stuff. Hey, Sheila, how you doing? Happy Sunday to everybody. Yeah, we did a good bit of lives yesterday, but I thought I always like to do an impromptu once in a while just to change things up. Hold on. See, there's the dog. I promised you. Ruby is 4 years old. She's what they call a coonhound, and she came from another state. She came from West Virginia, and I think she was raised to be a hunting dog, I guess, because she goes absolutely berserk when she smells or hears deer, fox, whatever. And I always know when because she starts to get on the ground like this and just absolutely like try to track the scent. And she pulls me like I'm a rag doll. And I'm not a rag doll. Sorry about that, fellas. Let me try. Well, now you can hear the dog doing her thing. I told you berserk. That's berserk mode. Ruby, try to keep the sound down a little bit. There were these guys getting ready to just throw their disc, like tee off. And right before the guy threw his disc, so he looked over like, what the hell, dude? Anyway, how's everybody today? Happy Sunday. You know, I rewatched the documentary Occupation of the American Mind. I hadn't seen it in a while. And man, it just reminds me of how pervasive the Hasbara program is from Israel. It's just unbelievable the lengths they go to try to confuse the American public. And they know that that's their bread and butter because that's where the money comes from for Congress. And the last thing they want is the public up in arms complaining that the Americans are being unfair. And what Israel does over the years, and this is the other thing, they do it at home too. So I don't think most people are bad people. I really believe that most people have decency in their heart, but they're completely coached and indoctrinated into thinking things one way. A great example would be Ben Shapiro. I don't know what goes on in that guy's head. I know he's sort of more orthodox, but I can't imagine he's that bad. He's obviously very smart, but some of the arguments he makes are just absolutely conditioned by one-sided thinking. And I talked about the I talked about the fact that some people can't separate their identity from their allegiance to Israel. And I think Ben is a good example of that. And then I don't think there's any talking to someone who's in that mode. So I don't know what it takes to break somebody out of that mode. I guess they have to kind of experience something more emotional. It's kind of like an addict. If you think about an addict, what makes addicts change their behavior? Usually some sort of really strong psychological, wake up call. And I don't know what that would be for a guy like Ben Shapiro. But one thing I enjoy the most on the internet, I don't know if you've seen this, are people who do rebuttal videos to Ben Shapiro, like, response videos. I absolutely love those because most of the crap that guy says is absolute absurdity. And he talks about, the fact that he said once, this is what he said. He said, Israel likes to blow stuff. Arabs like to blow stuff up and play in raw sewage. That's what this guy said. He said that for real. I'm not kidding. I couldn't believe it. He's also made other statements about the life of one IDF soldier being worth more than any number of civilians. But that's going back a ways. That's going back to like 2017 or 2018. So I don't know if he is Mossad or not. Your connection. Let me see if am I still on? Trying to get the dog. Trying to get the dog. Ruby, hey, relax. God damn, she's going berserk. Sorry about the noise. Oh man, the people playing disc golf are pissed. Ruby, hey. I guess I should let you see here. Ruby. Maybe not a good idea to have her out here. Sorry about this, everybody. No, I'm not riding a horse. It looks like it though. No, I'm riding a dog. Hey. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I got to put her close. If I hold on to her, she wants to keep doing that. Relax. It's okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, she's a really cute dog. She just gets a little excited when it comes to deer. Yeah, somebody says, "Are you riding a horse?" I love that question. No, I'm not riding a horse. I've never ridden a horse before. Quite frankly, unless I had to, I wouldn't. I don't really like riding animals. I don't believe in that. Anyway, happy Sunday. I was just talking about the fact that I rewatched The Occupation of the American Mind, which I think is a very interesting documentary where Roger Waters is the person speaking. And look what happens to people that speak out against Israel. You know, all he's doing is speaking in favor of people not being exploited, like Palestinians. And what happens? They absolutely, completely try to marginalize the guy. They call him anti-Semitic, that he hates Jewish people. You know, the whole goddamn 9 yards. I'm so sick of that shit. I get called the same thing. So it's really unfair to those of us who are so critical of any oppressive regime. It's just that the Israelis go so far out of their way to try to reframe what they do. Go back and look at what they did in Lebanon in the early 1980s. Just go see what they did. They just impromptu decided to invade southern Lebanon and occupy it. It's unbelievable. And then they say that they're defending themselves. How the fuck do you defend yourself by invading another country? They weren't being harmed. They just want to take over more shit. Hey! Quiet down, please. Sit down. Sit down. Relax. I have to do this to sit down next to her so she stays all calm. Anyway, thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, please, if you don't mind doing a big favor, I know this is a little tedious, but because of people like me who speak out so vociferously against Israel, they're really limiting our reach as pro-Palestinian content creators. That's, again, it's all part of the only way they can stop the argument is by having us talk to less people. So if you don't mind, if you hold down the center of the screen where my face is, a list of your mutual friends will pop up. They're not broadcasting my live to everybody. So if you could just add people to the people who get notified, I'd really appreciate that. Somebody says they have a question. Yeah, just 1 second, Paula. Be happy to answer it. So yeah, the other thing you can do, of course, is tap on the hearts. We know that. Sorry about the whining. That's my dog, Ruby, who's smelling deer in this park, which she just freaks the hell out. There was a fox the other day. I was walking her just in a regular, built-out neighborhood, and she smelled a fox from like 8 blocks away. It was unbelievable how good her sense of smell is. And then she started whining and whimpering, and then she went berserk, just like she's doing now. So I don't know what it is about deer or fox. She just goes absolutely bonkers. But she's got to get out and do this. It's like her doing her exercise like you and I would do. Thank you for sharing the love, Ahmed. Okay, so somebody said they had a question, so feel free to ask away if you have a question, because I like to answer people's questions. It said Paula the Paula. And in fact, Paula, if you do, I don't know if you're nervous or not, but if you want to come up and speak your question, you're welcome to do that. There's a little blue and red guest request in the lower. Hey, relax, please. In the bottom of the screen, you can press, and then I can bring you up as a guest. Let me see if she's coming in. Just a sec. Because I like to. Here we go, Paula the Paula. Okay, Paula, let's come on up and talk. So, what do you want to talk about today? Again, sorry about the background noise.
That's wonderful. I love dogs, so it doesn't bother me.
I'm good. So, what's on your mind today?
I watched you a couple of times, and I'm following you, but I have a question about. I'm kind of trying to completely understand what's the picture looks like in reality. It looks like you are really knowledgeable and honest, and you protect the truth as opposed to sides. And thank you for being that way. And once Israel went back to being a state or whatever is going on right now, I'm talking about 1947. Yeah,
Yeah.
is that when it
Okay.
happened? Yeah,
It was 1948.
48. Okay. Uh, do you know and remember exact events? Who first started oppressing whom? Did Israel start doing acts towards others, or did the surrounding neighbors oppress Israel and start doing T acts?
The answer to that is it's a little bit murky, but let me explain why. The
Yeah, but
majority
it's
of the
very
things that were
important
done,
for me to know so I understand where it's starting from and why
yeah,
all these things
yeah, I'm
start.
happy
Yeah,
to answer you
thank
that.
you.
That's a good question. Okay, so the history is sort of like this, and I'm not going to give you every last detail because it's just going to take longer than we need to have. But basically, what happened was if you study the demographic history of the region, it was considered historic Palestine, in which a very small Jewish population, indigenous Jewish, lived. You look at the numbers; it was something like around maybe 2 or 4% Jewish, and like 85% Arab, and then like 7% other, whatever those numbers add up to. Over since about 1905 until about 1940, those numbers changed dramatically because of immigration from other places of Jewish people where they were being persecuted. And understandably so. The good news is they found a safe or relatively safe home to land in historic Palestine. But obviously, when there's a huge influx of people that are not part of the indigenous culture, which was mostly Palestinian Arabs, what they called Arabs at that time, it causes a rub, just like it does here in the Southwest when we have thousands and thousands of people come into border cities. It's just disruptive, and people they're used to being around their own folks, and when a bunch of people who are different than them come in, there's some rub. But here's what happened over time because of the ideology of what's called Zionism, which was formulated in Europe in the late 1800s. There was a sort of a momentum to try to establish this Jewish homeland, and a lot of times it conflicted with the desires of the indigenous culture. Obviously, if somebody is plotting to basically take away a bunch of land, it doesn't make you feel great if you're the person living there, right? And these were going on in the background in many cases. So you asked who was at fault, right? So there were some actions as the population density changes from Arab villages against Jewish people. It's indisputable. There were some pretty horrible things that went on, but it wasn't with the quantity and frequency as was done by those who were Jewish in the aims of establishing a Jewish state. There are groups like the Irgun, which was run by the first prime minister, was this David Ben Gurion? If you look that up, you can find that. And multiple villages in the beginning of this, both before 1947, 48, and during and after, were done by these quote unquote terror groups that were run by people like Menachem Begin and David Ben Gurion. Look it up, you'll see the history. It doesn't get talked about much on the Israeli side. So also now what happened was the UN came up with a partition plan, which was based on the idea of a Jewish state being created. Now the Arab population was about 65, 55 or 65. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 60, 40. It was about 65, 35 or 60, 40 in terms of the population split, Arab versus Jewish, with those changes I talked about. They were offered. Sorry, guys. They were offered. They were offered about 40% of the land. So they had 2/3 of the population. They were offered a little more than 1/3 of the land. Now, if you were in that deal, and your people had 2/3 of the population but were offered 1/3 of the land, how would you feel about that? Not so great, right? Not a square deal. So what was decided was no. And the Arab countries decided that they were going to push this down the throats of the local indigenous Arabs. So they basically said no. And when it was declared a state, they attacked. They didn't want to have this be the outcome in the region because they thought it wasn't fair and it was going to change forever the region, right? It just wasn't a good deal for everybody. It was very disruptive. So the state of Israel was very strong militarily, and they fought back and they won the conflict. And they expanded their territory up to about 65 or 70% of historical Palestine at the end of the war in 1948. So now those who are Arabs, instead of having 35% of the land, 40%, now they have about 30, which is less than they would have had if they would have accepted the partition plan. So people always blame them for that. And then subsequently to that, over the years, more and more land has been taken by Israel. So that's where the grudge comes from. And all the people who got forced out as a part of all that chaos is considered the Nakba, including the terrorism, both before and after, and all the massacres that took place, as well as just the forcible dispossession at the end of a gun or having seen adjacent, villages or communities massacred. I don't know about you, but if I saw just one sec, if I saw the group of people down the way get completely unalived or completely, destroyed, I wouldn't stick around and wait for them to come to my doorstep, right? So people categorize that as them leaving voluntarily. I don't agree with that. So that's my understanding of it. Do you think it's the same as I said it, or do you see it differently?
Well, I'm not Israeli and or Jewish. I'm not Palestinian, but I try deliberately not to stick my nose into get involved with any political or other kind of events. But at this point, it looks like everyone is being affected, and I learn about this type of things. I don't want to, but it's like I have to in a way. I don't want to be ignorant and uneducated in this, but in a way, I don't want to dig into the available uh, uh, passages that is given by even by internet or Google Earth. That I have to find the original documents, but even then I don't know whom to trust, because a lot of them are not valid. A lot of the information we find from some sources, like, what I'm trying to say is, if you ask each side, they say we're right, and then they complain about their side of, they tell their side of the story. But
Sure.
I feel like whomever started attacking the other ones, even though yes, they were settlers, but and when they complain that they have multiple, like there are posts, checkpoints everywhere, it's probably because they're afraid that they will be attacked. That's why they have checkpoints. If
Paula,
everything,
I'm going to make it easy for
What?
you to understand.
Hold on. I don't want to let people jump. Let me finish the interchange, and we'll happily get other people to come
all
in.
I know as a non-Israeli, non-Palestinian, I was trying to not pay attention to what's happening there, and I only pray for world peace. But when it came to what happened on the 7th of October, the whole entire world saw that, and we were horrified, terrified to see. And that's the reason why I started to sometimes listen to these live streams. But then, like I said, some people are for Israel, some people are for
Okay.
Palestine, and
Yeah, I
it's very
understand your point.
confusing.
Let me just answer your point, okay? I think we understand your point of view. You're trying to stay neutral as you can, but you also see the need for somebody to defend themselves. I sort of understand you, and you're not clear on who would tell the truth about the origins because you
Yeah,
think each side
yeah.
gives their own.
I don't want
So let me let me
anyone to
let, so let, I need to be able to answer for the sake of the audience, and also others want to come in and share their thoughts. So let me just quickly share my feedback on that. So here's my question to you in terms of just a rhetorical question. If somebody came to your home right now, today, and said, "Hey, Paula, I know you've lived here for, your parents and grandparents and great grandparents have lived here for the last 1.5 centuries. But you know what? There's this arbitrary decision made by a third party. You got to go. You got to leave right now, or you're going to be unalived." I'm imagining you wouldn't be too keen on that, nor would most people. So that is collectively referred to all the families that happened to in all the villages as the Nakba. So if you want to understand the history of the Nakba, there's a great book written by an Israeli Jewish scholar and historian named Ilyan Pape. So it's called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, which in painstaking detail it talks about everything that I've just shared with you. It's one of the books from which I base most of my understanding of what's going on here. Now, he has no reason to talk badly about his own country. He has no reason to come out and criticize the country that did all this stuff in the formation, but he does because it's historically accurate. So I always like to say biophysical reality versus interpretation. You're smart to point that out. What actually happened at that time was people came in with weapons. They came in with the intent to take property and force people out, and they did. People had to leave. So 700,000 plus people moved off of the land they'd been living on. That's what happened. So you can interpret it how you want. Now, the important part about what you just said about security is what's happened subsequent to that. So imagine if I told you you had to leave your home, you found a new home down the way, let's say 20, 30 miles, you found a way to kind of rebuild your life. And 2 generations later, your grandkids, they come in again and they want to take it again from you. And you're like, what the hell? Sorry. You're like, what the hell, dude? Why am I, first I was knocked off my land initially out of no fault of my grandparents or me. And now my grandkids are being told you got to leave again, and they're unaliving people who refuse. And they're making your life as miserable as possible. Yes, along the way, some people in your group fought back, perhaps using tactics that we don't find very pleasant. But what else did they have to work with? They didn't have weapons, they weren't armed. And the other side had the largest military in the region, backed by the most largest superpower with money and weapons and political cover at the UN and all that stuff. I'm imagining you wouldn't like that. You'd be pretty damn pissed that you were being marginalized for the most of your life and you saw no hope because every time a deal was offered, quote unquote, it wasn't excluding the control of the same people who had dispossessed you of your land. That's the only way they're offering you a way out is we control you forever. I don't think you'd want that. I wouldn't want that. So that's what drives the motivation. It's not about religion. It's not about ethnicity. It's about what has happened to a group by another, and it's the attempt to resist what has been happening that seems, that there's no light at the end of the tunnel, so we have to do something different. Unfortunately, I would imagine that most people, even in the H group, even those that may be ideologically, really angry about it to the point where they're willing to take up arms and be violent, would much rather have a state of their own and do their own thing and leave everybody alone. Now that's the understanding that most people have of this. And what we're watching right now is a wholesale slaughter of people who had no fault of their own, weren't even involved in, or maybe even supported what happened on the 7th, and yet they're being collectively punished by having water, fuel, food, electricity, medical supplies taken away from them. The whole north of Gaza has been completely destroyed. You have 1.3 million or 1.4 million people that have been made homeless, if not more, that are now living in dire conditions and dying from otherwise health issues that would easily be remedied if the hospitals weren't destroyed and disabled by the power that we're talking about. Now, with all that in play, how else can you view this as which side is the aggressor, even though they're claiming they have every right to respond to this thing, which I understand their point of going after militants if that's what they think they need to do for their security, but not collectively punishing the entire society for what was done. Now, you can make the claim that they voted for them, but remember, most of the people who voted for them in 2006 weren't even born. Half the people are younger than the age of 18. They weren't born at the time that election was done. Why should a 3-year-old pay the price for something that was maybe dubious at best? It wasn't a 95-5 election. And people support resistance, not the tactics used to resist. So having said all that, do you think any differently based on what I just shared, or do you still think I'm being one-sided?
Oh no, I totally understand what you're saying. And to begin with, you're right. Like, if that was the case, and I take your word for it, that's why I asked you. um, and like, for example, back then when they moved, they were given the land, the right to come back to Israel, right? It should have been done totally differently. They should have built houses and stuff for them on a different ground, and not kick the people who were living there out of their homes. That's a very bad thing to do. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's never a good idea. Of course, they're gonna only build enemies like that and no friends. Yeah, it's not a good thing. And I understand that because I'm coming from a culture that was treated the same way by another country. And nobody, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No one group has the right to oppress another group. But when it comes to now, let's say, knowing that Israel has all this power, militarily and whatever, I think it was very wrong, no matter how hateful you might be towards them, to go and poke the lion and expect that it's not going to devour you. I feel like that's not the way. The war is never the way to solve any issue, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
It's never, even if some group, even if one group will become afraid and oppressed enough to stop attacking the other group, there will always be hatred, generation, generation after generation, hating the other group of people. Even if they cease fire now, they will never stop hating. You know what I'm saying? It's only getting worse and worse.
Can we talk about that for 1 second? I want to address that really quickly. So again, let's go back to the example that I gave you. You as the grandparent lost your home. Your grandchildren now are losing their homes. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this. Most people in Israel, or those who support the Israeli position, aren't aware of this. And I think most people aren't bad people. You have shown some sympathy for their plight. So let me say this: I don't know if why in Palestine had to go. Sorry about that.
I love
But here's the thing:
anybody who
people on the side of the Palestinians have made a sincere effort over many decades to try to resolve this peacefully. So let
Mhm.
me explain why it's not been peaceful. So if there's a ceasefire, for example, that both sides are abiding by, that they're maintaining a status quo of nonviolence to try to work something out nonviolently, the Israelis have broken the ceasefires. And here's what they do. This is the part that I don't think you understand. And not to sound like a condescending way, but that many people don't understand, including yourself. And that is this. If you understood the extent to which the Palestinian people are unalived on a regular basis for no reason other than the fact that the Israelis can with snipers, and other incursions into their villages. It's been happening at record rates in the West Bank, which was not involved in the incursion on 10/7. So the question I have for you, this is a couple questions. You asked about resources. Let me just share with you some resources. You can choose to plug in or not. These are very valuable for people to understand the context. You said that it's knowing the fact that this is a more powerful force. Why would you poke the lion? So here's why they would poke the lion. Because they, as the mouse, have been getting stepped on, kicked around, unalived, brutalized for the last 55 years.
I
So the
didn't know
question
that.
for you, yeah, so if you watch, there's a great documentary. Again, I try to give sources that aren't Palestinian because you can always question the motivations. So there's a great one by a young Jewish woman who happened to be American who traveled to the occupied territories because she thought her friends were lying to her about the very things I'm laying out for you. Her name was Anna Balzer. She was so shocked at the difference between what she thought she understood about the territories based on what her family had raised her to believe versus what she saw on the ground that she came back and decided to tell what she saw to the world through a documentary and other talks. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine, and it's free to watch on YouTube. So I invite anybody who has lack of clarity or who may think they not know the whole story, just watch that. And then as you see the hardship, brutality, and suffering, and also sort of the no light at the end of the tunnel with respect to that same suffering, and people doing the things to you that have nothing to do with security and have everything to do with a power dynamic that they can brutalize you for no reason because they want to keep you scared, miserable, and make you leave your land. You'll see that's why people are so angry and frustrated. That's what leads to behavior that is considered atrocious on the international stage. Now, let's look at why they did this. The initial discussion from the leadership of the H group that was put out right after this happened, they call it the Al-Aqsa flood. The Israeli army and police have been going into sacred religious places, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, wearing their boots, which is haram. You're not allowed, you have to take your shoes off when you go into a mosque and pray. They've been desecrating it, firing tear gas at people trying to be religious, beating them with batons, breaking stuff inside the Al-Aqsa Mosque, basically completely humiliating them and disregarding their whole basis for living, which is their religion and their belief, that their faith is what keeps them going through this intense oppression that they've been experiencing for many decades. I'm not for the attacks and the actual tactics of the attacks. I'm like you, I want peace. But I also understand that if somebody's kicking you in the teeth nonstop and beating you and gouging out your eyes and cutting your ears off, whatever else they're doing, and kind of unaliving your cousin, neighbor, regularly for decades with no stop, no line in sight, you've tried to negotiate peacefully, they've always offered you shit deals. And then they claim that you're the bad person for not accepting a shit sandwich. What are you to do eventually? Every time you try to do a ceasefire and work through this, the other side breaks it. And then when you respond, they blame it on you through the media. It makes you look like the bad guy in a bunch of T words. They don't tell the world the broader context of how this all began, which was the Nakba, 700,000 plus people having to leave forcibly, like we talked about. And then all the subsequent resistance that has taken place as these people are mistreated, marginalized, more of their territory is taken from them, they're humiliated and mistreated. That's the history of this. And yes, I feel horrible for any civilians that were caught up in 10/7 because I'm against that wholeheartedly. It sounds like you are. I agree. And to the extent that any atrocities occurred, which we don't have proof of, but they've been alleged and people have given testimony to, I'm against that as well. But I don't know for sure who was done by the military response or what happened in terms of the militants. I just don't know for sure. I don't think anybody will. Maybe we'll never know that. However, you asked why would they kick, well, even with all that, why would they kick the lion? Why would they poke the lion? Here's why. And here's what's changed. One, it was just too much to take as far as what was happening. As far as the one thing they treasure most is their faith. And Israel was basically crapping down their throats, telling them, we're just going to brutalize you. You're not going to have any chance to even, you're totally disrespect the one holiest place and third holiest place in Islam and the holiest place in the region for people who go there to pray. That's the first thing. The second thing is that they needed to get some change in the dynamic. Now, when you do an act like this, it's not just striking the blow as far as physically on the territory. We've seen a major thing that shifted. I've been watching this for 34 years. This is the only time in the majority of the time I've watched this, other than what happened in Lebanon in the early 80s, where the awareness of the public has shifted. And in this case, it's shifted dramatically. So one of the aims of doing something like this, as bad as it may be for it to actually happen, is to shift the narrative so that people see through somebody else's narrative that has kept this thing protected for so long, and they've been able to continue to do what they've been doing to another people pretty much with impunity. That has changed through apps like TikTok and other social media. The barbarity of the Israeli regime, you can call it the Zionist, however you want to phrase it, has been shown to the world. It's been revealed to be what it really is. And now people are learning more and they're digging into some of these resources that I'm sharing with you because now they're like, wait a second, I'd always heard that Israel's the good guys and these other people are barbaric, savages that want to just commit acts of terror against Jewish people. What am I learning about this now? And people are waking up not just in that political realm, but they're starting to question a lot of other things they've been told domestically for foreign policy. That is a good thing. They're waking the hell up and they're doing the digging they never did because they were busy watching Netflix or, whatever the hell they do in their spare time. Now people are like, hey, what's up? How did I not know this stuff? Why was I so shielded from this my whole life? And this is good because I got this wake up call in 1989 and I'm 56 years old. I was just lucky to have heard about it. And I've been studying it ever since because it fascinated me. I felt badly for Palestinians, albeit I feel horrible for Israeli civilians that are hurt or harmed or unalived in any of these barbaric attacks that I don't agree with. But I understand them within their broader context because I can't speak for them and how they should resist. And international law provides for people that are occupied or blockaded, which they've been for some time in both parts of the territory, that they have the legal right to resist. And it doesn't say by using sticks and stones. It doesn't say by having a direct armed conflict with the aggressor. It says by any means available. Now, I don't justify those means, but it is allowed within the context of international law and within the realm of human, just human experience. What would you do if this kept happening to you over and over and over, and someone just treats you like a piece of trash? They talk publicly saying you're not even human. You're a piece of garbage. You're a cockroach. How would you feel about that? You'd be like, what the hell? Who are these people to say that they're better than me and keep taking shit from me and keep mistreating my friends, family, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister? Why is this happening to us? What the hell did we do to deserve this? So that's how I see it. And if you want to have one more resource, there's one called Gaza Fights for Freedom. It's a documentary done by independent journalist Abby Martin. Now, one more thing, if you go to my video feed, I've been accused of everything, being an anti-Semite, a Jew hater. I love the H group. I'm for the raping of women, all this other horrendous bullshit. Now, I've said very clearly, if the script were flipped, meaning that you switched the parties identically and you had a Palestinian Arab majority fueled by the largest, or actually a minority of people that got more of the land, backed up by the superpower in the UN with the weapons, military money, and they were further marginalizing Jewish people that were scattered to the wind in 1948 because of the independent declaration of this artificial entity that we call the state of Palestinia, or whatever you'd call it. And they further incurred and oppressed the people. Periodically, the more militant members of the Jewish group fought back, but it was condemned by the international community. They were called T-words because a few of their people decided to fight back. And then all these subsequent actions had taken place, the further dispossession of land by the Arab government against Jewish people. I would condemn it the same way I'm doing now. It just so happens that Israelis and Zionists have to be the driving force behind the behavior. That's it. That's fair and down the middle as far as I can tell, because I don't care who's doing it. I care about who it's being done to and their ability to get out from under what's being done to them.
I am always against any kind of violence or war because a couple of idiots get together and decide for the innocent.
You've been saying the same thing over and over. Can you address anything of what I just said? Do you at all understand the context, or you just disregard that and say that peace
No,
is the
no,
only
no.
answer?
I completely understand and support what you're saying, and I'm saying that I'm against that because they force the innocent people to go to war, and they sit at home, watch how they unalive each other. Uh,
Who's they? Who's they forcing they? What do you mean by the they? Who's forcing whom?
Like you said that Zionists have nothing to do. Like I've heard this that Zionists have nothing to do with Jewish. Like this
That's
is
correct.
group. That's what I'm talking about. That and then I've learned that they're not even religious. They don't even believe in God. The father who was the father of the
Theodore Herzl. He's
yes,
an atheist
Herzl.
from
Yeah,
Europe.
he was atheist from Europe and he started that movement. And I thought
Yeah.
Zionist is a good thing, but then I've learned that it's not has nothing to do with my Mount Zion worshiping God. It has nothing to do with that. Yeah, I was ignorant, and then I've learned by watching and reading uh, but again, I should probably dedicate more time to learning all these things. It's just it gives me anxiety.
Yeah, I understand. It's unpleasant. I get it.
It's
It's
very
unpleasant.
unpleasant. That's why I wanted to hear from someone like you who is for the right of the for the truth and knows a lot more than
I'm gonna
others.
tell you what, can you just start with life in occupied Palestine? The woman who does it is very measured and calm, and she's a kind-hearted person, and I think you won't find it unpleasant in terms of how it's presented. It's not inflammatory; it's just descriptive.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
come on, but once you've seen that, Paula, please come back and let us know your thoughts. I'd love to hear back from you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I
Thanks, Paula.
appreciate it.
Have a nice day. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You know, I love the fact that Paula is in favor of peace and that she's open-minded enough to kind of just take a look around, which is wonderful. I agree with her. It's no fun to have to delve into these sort of sensitive topics. And I got to tell you, I'm not exactly excited about the fact that I've gotten death threats and I've been marginalized and people have tried to destroy me recently and all this stuff. And it's expected. You know, I have thick skin. I'm a big boy. But it's no fun when you put your neck out there and you say something that you know is going to be controversial and then people want to chop it off. That's no fun. So I understand, Paula. I'm not asking you to speak out publicly, but if you can at least arm yourself with information and maybe just share it with others in whatever way it can be done, I think that's the step to changing hearts and minds. Like I said, the one good thing that's come out of this, even with all the carnage we've seen and all the just disgusting civilians being harmed, and you mentioned the thing that why would they send the rest of people to war? They haven't. They've put people in the position of being ruthlessly slaughtered by an air force that has indiscriminately been dropping munitions on civilian targets, claiming that they're being used as human shields and going after militants, which is, of course, not the truth. And they frame it that way so it seems justifiable. But as I said before, and I'll hold by this till the day that I die, it appears based on their behavior, the Zionist slash, Israeli hard right movement, and even those who support the long-term goals of property and dispossession of land from Palestinians, which they now believe is theirs, as far as the Israeli point of view, that those behaviors are not consistent with international law or any sense of common decency. That's just it. And if it were happening to Jewish people, I want to make this point very clear. I said this yesterday. If 20 or 30,000 Jewish people, Israeli civilians or citizens, had been harmed or even unalive, God forbid, that it wouldn't just be called a G-side, it would be called the second coming of the H-cost. But when it happens to young and women and children in Palestine who happen to have a little bit of darker skin color, somehow they're considered less than, and therefore it's not valid if only 20 or 30,000 of them go away. And that's not consistent. And we need to be fair, and we need to use the same language. And if the definition of G-side is that it's the attempt by a group of people to eliminate in part or in whole another group, that meets the standard. And 20 or 30,000 people is certainly in part. I think that's fair, just as it would be in part if it was happening in Israel. By the way, Israel has about 7 or 8 million people, maybe as many as 9. I don't know the exact stats. Some have been leaving. But that would be a much smaller percentage of people vis-a-vis the Israeli population than it is the Palestinian population, which in Gaza is about 2.3 million. So therefore, they'd use the numbers as far as comparing what happened on 10/7 to 9/11. They say it's about 40,000 Americans is the equivalent based on the American population. Well, what is it percentage-wise? What are the numbers in Palestine? America is 339 million people. Divide 2.2 into 339, you get about 170 some, 164. Well, what is that percentage? 2% of 164 million people. I'm not a genius, but that's about 1.8 million people having died on an equivalent. So much bigger and broader than any of the equivalencies. So therefore, I don't think these comparisons have to be done in an equivalent fashion. You have to be consistent. And that's what I find so troubling, is that it's just not consistent, and it's usually painted in a way that it's the Palestinians' fault for responding to Israeli aggression. And if you watch The Occupation of the American Mind, which is a great documentary narrated by Roger Waters, I just rewatched it last night, and it's hard to listen to because it shows you just the absolute depravity and the intent of the Israeli machine to somehow reframe and repicture things that cannot be justified. And therefore, you have to come up with a different way of explaining it, call it defending yourself, call it going against T, or whatever else it may be, to make it sound like you're just doing the right thing and these people are the bad people. In reality, the whole time you're the bad guy doing harmful things to the others, just like the American empire does. We couch our behavior, clandestine behavior and not so clandestine behavior around the globe, as defense and liberty and justice and spreading democracy around the world. And meanwhile, we're subverting governments, we're taking over territory, we're using bullshit excuses to invade other countries, we're unaliving millions and millions of innocent people along the way. But we're the good guys because we're for freedom and democracy, and everyone else is the bad guy. Come on, give me an effing break. Okay, that's where my analysis comes from, not because I have a duty to any particular nation state. I happen to be from the United States, which is just the lottery that was drawn when I was born. But if you're going to be fair as an analyst, I think you have to be fair as fair. You can't take sides and claim certain things because of your one-sidedness. And I hope that's fair. And it would be great if everyone took that approach, right? Then we would have at least an honest dialogue. But everybody tries to vie for their side. And by the way, don't trust a damn word that I say. I'm just a guy trying to look at something and make sense of it. But I've had a lot of time to try to make sense of it. I've done a lot of research and reading. And again, you can question the sources, read some other sources. Read Alan Dershowitz's The Case for Israel, which I've done. I went to the pro-Israel march in D.C. just to understand people's mindset and try to get a better framing and understanding of the situation. But all I see, unfortunately, is hate and vitriol vis-a-vis protecting one's interests. And I don't see the same thing when I talk to people from Palestine. I don't feel that same vibe. The vibe I feel is we feel sad, we feel frustrated, we feel an anger, but we have faith that if we persevere, eventually something through our God as we understand Him will provide for us. That's what I understand. Not we need to take what we can. We're defending ourselves. Those people can go to hell. Not that kind of attitude, that vitriol, that mean spiritedness that I sense when I interact with people who happen to be pro-Israel. And not everybody, but that's the overall sentiment that I've gotten. And I have to share that for what it is. So, and by the way, please don't disparage guests in the comments. If they have a different point of view, that's great, actually, because it gives us a chance to have good dialogue. I don't like to say people, W Chip or L Paul or whatever that stuff is. That doesn't help the dialogue. Sharing resources, encouraging someone along their journey, that helps the dialogue, right? How about Paula? Congratulations for having the courage to come up here and ask questions you may not know enough about. That takes courage to put out your vulnerability of not knowing the full thing. I respect somebody who does that. So let's be nice to each other. And listen, I argue as vociferously and critically against Israel as anybody on TikTok, I believe, or maybe even in the world. However, I'm not going to denigrate the people or the motives, because a lot of them have motives based on misinformation. And that's really not their fault. I just wish they were nicer about the way they carry themselves. On the lives that I do, you notice I treat people with respect. I let them talk at length. And I only really jump in when someone's repeating something or they've made their point, or they're going on a lengthy soliloquy like I do, because it's my life. But in terms of decorum, I really try to listen to people. And when I go on someone else's live and all they do is crap on you, call you names, they question my military service, for gosh sakes. They say I'm being paid by somebody in Qatar to do this. I'm doing this for money. It's my full-time job, which it isn't. It's like a hobby of mine. And yes, people have been kind enough to make some donations, but I'm very transparent about why I ask. It's not because I'm trying to build this big pile of money up. It's because, like anybody else, if you spend 30 hours or 50 hours or 100 hours a month doing something and you don't get paid eventually, you're on a street on the corner begging for money. So I ask nicely here so I don't have to reach that point. That's all. It says Cotter wouldn't pay you. I'm probably not that good of a spokesperson anyway. Maybe I don't know, the dog making noise wouldn't go over. Whatever. I try to be respectful, but sometimes the emotions carry over, like with everybody. That's okay. This is a passionate situation. People feel very strongly about it. The thing is, I'm not even Palestinian. This does not affect me personally or my family. And it still angers me to the point where I speak this way. You know why? Because it's not fair. And a lot of things in life aren't fair. I know what was done to the people who were the indigenous population on North America, where I now live, was definitely not fair. It was horrific. It was inexcusable. It was barbaric. It was everything that you can condemn. The only thing is, it happened 8 generations ago, and I have no ability to influence it other than maybe trying to make some sort of, reparations to those who have been harmed, the descendants of all those generations. And I think that's a fair thing to do. However, this is happening in real time. The Israelis continue to dispossess Palestinians of their land in real time. This didn't happen 8 generations ago, although things did happen 3 generations ago that were horrible, and I think still should be remedied. But who knows if they will, based on what happened with my country. So anyway, that's how I feel. And again, don't believe me. Go follow somebody else and believe them, or read their information and double check everybody who says stuff like I'm saying, because nobody has a monopoly on truth. Everyone has their take. My take is based on trying to be objective and trying to read as much as I can and trying to understand what I can. And if I get something wrong, I'm open to changing it, because my ego and my identity is not tied to being right about anything. I really could give a shit. So, and by the way, when you're being disparaged by somebody, person after person on a live, and you're just sitting there quietly and taking it, it's not the funnest thing to do, but it does show that people sometimes just don't have the ability to be decent with each other, and that's their choice. But I don't think it's a good choice. In fact, I think it makes them look bad. So anyway, I got plenty of flaws. I could make a laundry list. They're there, but I try to be nice despite them as best I can. Anyway, if anybody else wants to come up and talk, I think I Am Palestinian was here, and I don't know if they are still here. But if anybody else is here and wants to talk, funny, I was listening to somebody right before I came live who was saying some very interesting things, not about this issue, but was talking about the bigger, broader situation in terms of the United States and also the world. And for those of you who don't know or don't study this as much, we, meaning the people of the world, are in a very precarious situation right now, especially those of us who live in the United States. This could very easily pop off into something that's can't be controlled. And that's very dangerous. And if you don't know this, the United States and Russia, who used to have a sort of a backdoor connection, that's gone now. The U.S. has completely severed ties with respect to communicating with one of the most heavily armed nuclear nations on the planet, who has, by the way, missile delivery systems that we do not have the ability to deter. I think that's really stupid. And there should be a way, if there's a perceived launch, which could be systems that are not accurately perceiving that there's a way to communicate around that before something catastrophic that can never be reversed can happen. I think it's very irresponsible. People like Anthony Blinken, he is a rookie. He's a chump. He's a political creature that has risen through the ranks because of his relationships with people like Robert Maxwell and the whole crew at the Epstein crowd. If you don't know about that, do some research on that. But this is a dangerous time. And I think the U.S. leadership is just completely cavalier about it with an arrogance and a hubris that is just, it's really short-sighted and inappropriate given the nature of the stakes of the game that we're in. And I feel sad that the United States has leadership, quote unquote, that behaves this way. And even, people, if you talk to other diplomats around the world, they just shake their head like, what in the hell are these people thinking? It's the same attitude the Israeli leadership has. They know best. They're the ones that are chosen. We're the greatest in the world. You guys can just fall in line with us or, deal with it. It's the old rules-based international order where we make the rules, being the Americans and our allies, and everyone else got to follow them. That's the rules-based order. You hear the rules and here are the orders we're going to give you to follow them. That's bullshit. The United States, if it could just fit in somehow and work with people instead of trying to dominate them, the world would be much better. And this has happened throughout history. Obviously, this is nothing new. Empires trying to dominate others. But it doesn't make it right, and it certainly doesn't make it smart. The American public is not a bad group of people. They're not like horrible. But most have no clue, unfortunately, what's going on in our name. And they continue to wave the flag being a patriot, and they think that if Donald Trump just gets elected, that everything's going to be hunky fucking dory. And the permanent establishment, the quote unquote deep state, is not going away. And the behavior of American empire and the way it sort of controls things economically in countries that get under the thumb of the U.S. and the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, et cetera, that's not going to change under Donald Trump. Nor is much of how the American empire functions. Yeah, there may be a few less regulations. There might be a tax break and a gas tax holiday or whatever the hell it is that people seem to think is so great. But and you may have a little less of the bullshit as far as wars go, which will be wonderful. But the band is going to play on, whether it's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, or fill in your blank. And that's unfortunate. Go to YouTube and type in George Carlin, The Big Club. George Carlin was a genius. He was able to, in an entertaining way, explain the dynamics that we're in. And I think that by understanding those dynamics, you'll have a much better chance of kind of framing what you think. And once you see through those glasses, especially about propaganda, that is sort of the Pepto-Bismol that coats all this bullshit. If you know what Pepto-Bismol is, it's an anti-diarrheal medicine that sort of coats your stomach. Relax, dog. Shut up, please. Sorry about the noise. George says George Carlin was just a joker. I disagree. I think he was one of the most knowledgeable, insightful human beings in the modern era who just happened to be a comedian. And he got it. He knew exactly what was going on. He talked about environmentalism in a way that I thought was smart, even though I'm somebody who cares deeply about the earth. He talked about the biosphere and the differentiation between the sustainability of the planet itself and, of course, what's happening on the surface, which is this intricate web of systems that interrelate and maintain stasis, and the fact that humans are disturbing that. And he said maybe the purpose of human beings before we are extinct is to create what he called the earth plus plastic, because plastic doesn't tend to go away for a long time. He said maybe that was our reason for being here. But he said the planet will be fine. It's been through way worse, which I agree. It's just unfortunate that the little small band of time that we occupy, we're going through it at such a rapid rate that we're going to destroy ourselves and a lot of other beings before we get a chance to really find our fulfillment, because we're looking at it as a resource to strip and pollute rather than something that we should take better care of. And that's unfortunate. And it's driven by the same power dynamics we're talking about right now. That's it. By the way, if you want to come up into the queue, please get into the guest queue and I'll bring you up. Please don't, I'm getting these random requests from other places. And so again, it all flows from the same style of thinking. And it always gets back to the same thing. And this is what made me really discouraged when I learned all this stuff. And that is this: it's never going to change. And I know that sounds like a sort of a Debbie Downer way of looking at the world. It's not because I don't want them to change or we couldn't work hard to try to force the change. The mindset has to change that fundamentally drives this. Until that changes, the behavior is going to flow from the mindset. And that is, I know this may sound quacky to some of you all, the idea of human superiority. Just like there are those in the cabinet of Israel who believe they're superior to all non-Jewish people, especially people who are of Arab descent, that same mindset pervades most human culture. And it's sort of invisible. It's all assumed, like, of course we're bad. We're the apex predator. Of course, we can build buildings. We can build bridges. That's a bullshit mindset. Same as it is for Israelis, or same as it is for any other group that has a supremacy mindset. Because what does it do? It's arrogant. It's incorrect, and it's going to lead to our demise. And what's happening in Israel right now, I believe, is the worst thing they can do for their survival. The least safe place to be on the planet for a Jewish person is in Israel right now. It's supposed to be a safe homeland for people. And the problem is where it was designated. That's the problem. It's not land that's given to them by God. They're not the chosen people. That's all some, piece of paper that somebody wrote down and just happens to believe it, so therefore they think it is so. Not to crap on anybody's religion, but anybody can make such claims, right? Oh, my God says your house is mine. I got to go. Give me your keys right now. Well, who's your God that said that? I believe in the flying spaghetti monster, and the spaghetti monster says, because you make a lot of pasta, I'm going to take your house. Like, dude, F you. F your spaghetti monster. So anyway, these claims that are made based on 3,000 years ago, I believe are just absolute absurdity. Somebody says, how dare you? Hey, listen, I'm not trying to disparage people's religions. If you have a faith that you rely on, just like the Palestinians, I respect anybody's way of life and their ability to get through the day and live a life that's based on the tenets they believe in. I just can't get my head around it. It's not because I don't want to. I would love to. I see a certain peace and calm among people who have faith, and I would love to have a slice of that because it seems great. But I'm an evidentiary thinker, and I'm kind of a skeptic. And as soon as somebody comes across with some evidence that supports what the thing is that they believe in, I'm all for believing in it. But I've yet to be able to get my hands around that. And I'm confused, is what I would say. Confused. And many people believe very firmly that their belief system is accurate, as most people do. So you have conservative Christians that believe that Jesus Christ is the only path to salvation. And if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you're going to hell. And you have people that believe in Allah, and you believe in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I think we're supposed to say. So, I don't know. I just don't know. I have a hard time. And for those of you who do, I give you all the credit in the world. I just don't get it. Anyway, so we have a guest in the queue. Let's bring them up. Thanks for asking to come up. It's, sorry, my eyesight sucks. Close up. Bishoy Awadla, 595. And yeah, if you disagree with me about what I just said, please, share your point of view. I want to hear it.
Hi, Chef.
Hi.
I'm very happy to be talking to you, actually. Actually, I try to learn a lot from you and listen to you as much as I could when I got the time. And a lot of points that you talk about are very reasonable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bishoy. I'm from Egypt, actually. And I know in the past 10 or 15 years, we go through a lot of phases here in the Middle East or in the region in general. A lot of revolution, a lot of street people walking around and everything about this. And actually, I think it got us to learn something from all these events that happened along this year. That actually, you validate this point as well with me that TikTok, Facebook, or at this time was YouTube and Facebook is very actually giving a favor to the people that they let people communicate to each other. They let people, I think, know what is in their hearts and what they feel, how injustice can be unfair, and let people go to the street or talk and know about each other. I think sometimes when people are in the same situation, they need to know about each other. Like, I think a lot of American or US or maybe Western are trying to know more after this event in Palestine and in Israel that happening. They need to know much about the other half of Earth. So I think it's good. I hear you a lot. I just want to point this what's in my mind to point it out, and of course you can comment. Just want to say hi to you as well.
Yeah, thank you for saying hi and welcome from Egypt. I know that Quinn the Eskimo is down in Cairo right now trying to help get some aid ready for once the border opens up to Gaza. So I don't know if you know who Quinn is, but he's also a
I know him.
TikToker.
I follow him from the beginning, everything.
Good, yeah.
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah, hang tight
I'm
for a
very
second. I did
happy
want to
that you
address
do it.
one question. Well, I wanted to ask you this question because someone in the comments said, let me try to read it. says judging, discriminating against people based on who they pray to is ridiculous. I hope people don't misunderstand my point of view. I'm not at all criticizing. What I'm saying is that unfortunately I've been able to get my head around whatever it is that people talk about, and that's not because I don't want to try to. And like I said, I admire the fact that people who do have their faith have this amazing common peace about them because of their faith. And I
Yeah.
would love to have that quality. So do you think that, I mean, I don't know which religion, if any, you follow, but do you think that if Christianity says what they believe is right, and Buddhism feels what they believe is right, and Judaism believes that what they feel is right, and Islam believes, so how do you figure that out? How do you make sense of all that?
Well, actually, let me tell you, I'm Christian actually,
Okay.
and I'm an Orthodox Christian from Egypt. So basically, you will get me to the point that most of Jewish book is part of our يعني of part what I learned in the church, all the Old Testament, all the Jewish struggle around the world. So I know people could believe. I mean, you born to this belief. You just get feeded to it a lot, and at some point, I myself, at some point, I want to question myself and question. But okay, anyone could have any belief that he was fed on. I think if you get to this point from early stages that you get fed up from this and this and this, and I think the heart of the problem is when they feed you the religion, they just don't stop at this point, but you have to I mean يعني believe that everyone else is wrong or everyone believe else is wrong, and that's where I think this could be a problem, because people can believe and can see what they can believe openly on in anything they have or they believe to, but they need to understand, as long as this belief does not step on the edge of anyone else, then you are free to do whatever you want. It is as simple for me as this, actually.
Okay, well, yeah, interesting. Here, I have a couple questions also, and I think Tony's trying to get on. Tony, if you can hear me, what happens periodically when people, oh, there you go, it finally came through. Just one sec, Tony. I want to pose one question, and I want Tony to answer this if he wants to, or share whatever else Tony wants to say. So I've heard a lot of people say this, and I don't know if it's true or not. I've heard people say that, I'll try to phrase this. They think that there's an equivalence between those who are ardent Zionists and those who follow the person that's down below the earth, whatever you want to call that. And then the other question I have is, do you think that certain groups have more respect or tolerance for other religions than others? Tony, welcome. What's on your mind?
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. So, Trip, let's start with this. And I've been watching your lives here since I've been on TikTok, and you're actually my favorite creator because,
Oh, thanks.
well, you come from intelligence, and rarely do I hear you get emotional, and I think that's indicative that you are a critical thinker. So, first of all, let me ask you one question, Chip, just so I can know how to answer your question. Do you believe that critical thinking only happens in the mind? Do you believe that the heart is also capable of doing its own critical thinking?
Uh, my understanding is this way. I think humans and other beings have this thing called consciousness. And I don't know to what respect what other beings have in terms of their ability to self-reflect and other things like this. Think about the past, worry about the future, deal in the present. But I don't understand the concept of, let's say, a soul or spirituality or any of those types of things, because it escapes me. But I don't deny its existence because others tend to lean towards it and embrace it in a way that seems real to them. So I don't question it.
Okay. Well, no, I understand exactly. I hate to ever, in discussing something with people, to use the phrase, I know what your problem is. I mean, that just sounds condescending in itself, but I can see what the issue that you're having is. So, as an example, if you were to enter a room, let's say, and you were verbally attacked by somebody in that room, well, your mind, the critical thinking that would happen in your mind is you would obviously try to diffuse the situation. Think to yourself, this person is a negative person. This person's a toxic person, and they are a person that I just much would rather to stay away from, just so that we don't have any future problems. Where that somebody else whose critical thinking may happen in their heart may ask themselves, well, why is this person lashing out? There must be a reason, because it's abnormal, obviously, to lash out at somebody for no reason. And then at the end of the day, you find out that this person has suffered their share of trauma, whether it be somebody with their spouse or something financially or whatever the reason may be. This person has their own issues. And then in speaking with that person, you get to understand them, and you get to actually help them to work past their problems and their issues to become a little bit more functional rather than dysfunctional. And I think most people of faith, Chip, that's where the critical thinking occurs. It's within the heart. And the way that most intelligent and intellectual people, the approach that they take to life is, like you just said, it's evidentiary. Well, you're not going to see God. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think any of us are destined to see God, nor are we destined to hear God. We may have signs through other means. He may communicate to us by either saving us from something, and then later on, in hindsight, we say, oh my God, yeah, that could have been catastrophic. And I know in my heart of hearts, there was nothing less than divine intervention that occurred there. So I think, the first step for any person who is incapable of as you state, feeling God or wrapping their mind around God, first needs to establish in their heart that, that God does exist. And I think the point that I'm trying to make is that for people such as yourself, intellectual people, you really, my suggestion would be to allow the heart, because it goes against your entire paradigm of thought and process. So, I'm not gonna wrap this conversation up and get you to, I would just say the first step is to have that reflection within yourself. And then I think, that would set the stage for further conversation to, to produce further evidence of God's existence. And there's just so much of that I don't want to take up too much time on your live here. So, and I'd be more than happy if you follow me, whatever, I'll leave you my number and we could have these conversations. This is actually a passion that I do have in life. So I think, hopefully, we can help work through some things. So I just wanted to put that out there for you, just to consider.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I guess, first of all, I would love to have an extended conversation, because obviously it takes a lot of fleshing out to get into those, all that thinking and all the different vantage points. Here's a question I like to raise. And again, I always make the differentiation. I'm just going to, for the background noise, I always make the differentiation between what I call biophysical reality and, of course, interpretation or narrative. So for those of you who haven't heard me talk about that before, real quick, for example, right now where I'm standing, I can see stones, I see grass, I see trees, I see sky, I see a road with cars driving by, and I hear my dog yelping. So that's the physical reality that is around me. Now, as a thinker or anybody else on any side of this experience, they can interpret that from a different way. First of all, I could ask myself, how did all this stuff come to be? Like, where the hell am I? What is this thing I'm on? And start to ask questions to try to figure out what it is. And I know there's a part of us that has this sort of other way of interpreting that's not necessarily verbal or analytical. I think that's what Tony was referring to, that one has to tap into in order to then perceive other avenues to explain things that isn't just based on biophysical reality. So the challenge that I get into is I'm always questioning narratives. And it's one of the questions I have, and I don't know the answer to this because that's why I say I'm confused, is the explanation of the biophysical reality as people have understood it at different times based on whatever the scientific progression has been. Is that a narrative? Is it a way of making sense of how things began, whatever that may be? If there is a beginning, I don't even know if that dimension is one that we can get our heads around. And then what would happen after we perish from our physical body? And our body goes back to the earth because we're all from this thing. We all came from it. And so I think that if I had to guess, there's three, if it is narrative driven, I don't say that it is, but if it were, I think it serves three purposes. One is to explain to people the unexplainable as far as existence. Two is to create an idea in people's minds that there's something else to look forward to in the afterlife or the next existence, whatever you call it. Please relax, Don. And the third thing is that if you're someone who's maintaining a societal order and you have a pervasive thought process that's legalistic, meaning there's certain steps that people have to follow, or other beliefs that you want to keep on a common plane and not have chaos, for lack of a better term, and maintain hierarchy, it's an awfully good way of discussing the narrative that keeps that together. Now, like I said, I'm just surmising around that. I have no certainty around any of this stuff. So I don't know whether, and I've heard other people make these points that there is, Richard Dawkins is a good example. He says he's an avowed atheist, and he says there is no God, there's no evidence of God, and maybe he's a thinker like me, and he doesn't have the ability to tap into what Tony referred to. I always remain open because I have to, because that's the same approach I give to everything. Maybe what Tony's saying is that a cerebral approach, an analytical approach, is never going to get one to that point. And therefore, I don't know how someone like me or maybe Richard Dawkins drops that part of our thinking to allow in other ways of perception. So I don't know. My guess is that the Big Bang Theory, the scientific explanation for the universe, is not accurate. It just seems too odd. And my question is, what the hell happened before that? If there was a Big Bang, what was there the day before the Big Bang, if there was a day before, or whatever you want to refer to the unit of time? It's all beyond my way of thinking. I've never heard anybody else, even scientists, the smartest people in the world, I don't believe a word they're saying. It just doesn't make sense. And I have no clue what happens when I die. My guess is that it's a light switch, that my consciousness goes away and my physical body goes to wherever it goes when it gets burned, or whether it goes into the ground, which I hope the latter will be the case because it nourishes other life. I just don't know. And some of these mysteries, I don't know if we were ever meant to know them. And that's like a real difficult thing for human beings is how can't we know this stuff? Like, we're a learning creature, right? We want to know, and understand. And I think some things are just outside our consciousness and our realm of understanding. And there are different ways to look at it. So I hope that isn't considered disparaging or putting down anybody else's beliefs, because that's the last thing I want to do is I don't know any different. I just don't know at all. So Tony, do you want to respond to that real quick before we bring up some other guests?
I'll make it quick. I'm saying that, this is your reality. You just, you can only process what you see. But then, that's the definition of faith, is believing in the unseen, i.e., heaven, God, angels, demons. And, as we learn about God, and, you learn about other elements that pertain to God and faith, such as the existence of positive beings and negative beings. The positive beings, of course, being angels, and the negative beings being the demons. And as they say, the devil's greatest trick was to get people to believe that he does not exist. Well, if he can get you to believe that he doesn't exist, he can also get you to believe that God doesn't exist. So, in my opinion, once you've lost that battle, you're a person we can say is a little bit spiritually sick. And by spiritually sick, I mean they need that spirituality, that healing, to get them back on track, back aligned with the fact that yes, God does exist, and what happened was an attack from an outside force. Now, as a person that's atheist, this all sounds like fairy tales and hoopla, and I understand that. But we're talking about God, we're talking about faith, so we have to discuss these other elements outside of what's real, what you can see and what you cannot see. In terms of the Big Bang and what happened before the Big Bang, well, we know that God has no beginning and no end. I mean, He is time, He is space, He is everything. I mean, everything that exists within God, so to speak. So, with the capacity of thinking that we have as mortals, as human beings, when you try to take my mind or somebody with a much higher IQ's mind, like Chip Barnes, for instance, and then pit that against somebody who is infinitely wise and infinitely, how do you, it's like, a human being trying to debate a chipmunk. We're just not equipped to have these answers. That would start with, well, where did God come from? What?
Sorry, could I
It is
could
more
I possibly
faith.
chime in here for a second?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I was gonna end my point here, and then go ahead and just let me finish my point here. So all I'm trying to say, Chip, is first, once we establish and once we can within our hearts again, make that, have that belief and have that faith that yes, there is a God, but I do not understand everything about Him. I only understand what was explained to me through His messengers, from Adam, through Muhammad. As a Muslim, a person of the Muslim's faith, I believe we have limited knowledge, and then we just live our life based on that limited knowledge. And then eventually, to your point about what happens after we're dead and we're put in the ground, well, we believe as Muslims that then we're resurrected, and then that veil that's shielded our eyes and our ears and our hearts, that have prevented us from seeing the unseen, basically all of the things that we've just been on autopilot as far as accepting as articles of faith that we don't know but we believe are there, then a lot of those questions will be answered. I hope that answers some of your questions. I know I didn't answer all of your questions, but I think you need to start someplace. And thank you for listening, at least. And again, yeah, I'd be more than happy to have an extended conversation at your time.
Yeah, real quick. So there are a couple things that hit me in the last two exchanges that I wanted to point out. I hope I did an okay job of not coming at anybody in particular, like making a statement about how somebody else is, quote, has an issue or is delusional or those kind of things, because I don't know. Richard Dawkins would say that somebody who says something like Tony said, I want to speak through a third person because I don't like to say these kind of things. He wrote a book called The God Delusion, for those who don't know. His belief is that anybody who does embrace faith is, quote unquote, delusional, like they're just making it up in their head or they're just an abject follower of something. And like I like to say is, I have no clue one way or the other. I do not feel any sort of negativity towards anybody based on faith. I swear. Somebody says, you said you were Christian. No, I said I was raised in a Christian household, and that I was raised until about 13 years old, trying to, come to the space that Tony's referring to, where I sincerely, during that part of my life, was encouraged to and was trying to find my relationship with a higher power. And I just couldn't do whatever that step is that Tony's referring to. And I don't know what it was. Maybe there is a way for me to shift my way of being and thinking into that space, because never say never about anything, right? However, at this point, the two things that Tony said that I thought was a little bit hard to hear was that I know what your issue is. And he says that this is something where you're spiritually sick. So those two things may be totally accurate. I don't know. But they're sort of not. I know Tony doesn't mean this because he just seems like a super nice guy. And he's just had a chance to cross that bridge in his life. Good for him. I hope it's absolutely all the things that it's supposed to be. And maybe I could have in my life if I sort of did the same thing that Tony does or something. But it does indicate sort of a I know better than you sort of point of view that if you just saw it my way, you'd understand what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe that's totally correct. But, I have a lot of beliefs. And well, here's what I try not to do in any discussion. And I'm not coming at Tony for this in any way, shape. I'm just talking in a general sense. Somebody said to me once, I'm not going to say her name, but in one of these actions, she says, you must say this if you're on our side, because that's what a lot of people believe that we should say. And I came back and I said, no, I never tell people what to think, because I think they're going to think what they think no matter what the hell I say, right? It's them. And so what I try to do is put out information and people can do with it and incorporate it, just like I like to get information incorporated, try to make sense of it. And I like to use third-party references as much as I can. I think telling somebody to do anything or acting as if I know better than them is a hard thing for people to swallow. It comes across wrong. But I also share the resources that I went through to arrive at my point. I tell them the path that I've been on. But like I said, double check everything because I don't know for sure. So that's where I struggle with it. I've had people that are Christians that have come at me, and I know that some religions are much more accepting of other religions than others. So, for example, I've heard Christian pastors, these Baptists, very stringent. They say you must take Jesus Christ as your personal Savior, or you're going to go to hell. You're going to burn in hell for the rest of your life, and the rest of your afterlife, you're going to burn in hell for eternity. And so they're out to save people's souls from that. That's their mission. And I've heard other people talk about Islam and say that Islam is perfectly okay with other people's interpretations of their view of things, whatever it may be, and that they're not, of course, trying to convert people to them. Although my dad always said that. He said that my dad told me, he said, all the Muslims want to do is take over the world and force everybody to convert to Islam. That's what I was told growing up. Now, I've come to believe by listening and hearing people speak that my understanding is that Islam is a very accepting religion, both of other people, like we saw in historic Palestine, as well as just in general, saying it's not permissible to try to force people into thinking some way or believing in their God and prophet as they understand. And I think that's a great thing. I like that approach because by presenting somebody an alternative and saying, look, read the Quran, see what it says, see where it takes you. I want to read it. I'm very curious. I've ordered a book called The Quran for Dummies, which is nothing to disparage, but it was just a simple way to dumb it down so I can understand it better. And so I just haven't read it yet. Quite frankly, I've been busy doing this, and I probably should just take a day and just read it because I am very curious. But anyway, I hope that's fair. I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I think someone was very eager to say something. I don't know if it was Bishoy or maybe it was the voice. Let's let you come in real quick and see what you have to say about what I just shared and what Tony said.
Hey, Chip. Good morning, everybody.
Hey.
I don't have a way of putting this that's going to be nice and civil for everybody, okay? So it's about time we say this and we refuse ever again to not be heard in this way, okay, guys? The approach of religion is a control mechanism, right? It's a psychological gathering and control mechanism as far as religion is concerned. Anything around a book that tells people how they should live, and if they don't live that particular way, there is this invisible boogie man and a bad guy and a place that's full of fire and brimstone waiting for you if you don't listen to me today. That is a control mechanism. Okay, we see it respawn and repackage as other methodologies, throughout history, right? You want to call it fascism? We've got multiple examples of fascism that doesn't mention the word God. But if you take the breakdown of the methodologies of approach, listen to me. I am all-knowing. I am privy to information you're not. If you don't listen to me and live life like the way I tell you to live, then you're either very bad right here on earth, and we should, by the way, we have word from above that we can get rid of you. That's another wonderful connection, right? And the other thing, Judeo-Christian religions, Judeo-Christian-based religions, I can tell you this. Tony will still try to convert a Buddhist. Because as much as a Buddhist might believe in the exact same God, the Buddhist will not believe in his religion or his interpretation or his look or his point of view about it. And you know why I know that? Because I come from Vietnam, where 78% of the local population is now Catholic. You know why 78% of the local population is Catholic and not Buddhist, not any other religion at all, or not any connection to their localized regional 10,000-year background? It's because colonization. When a French priest, a Dutch priest comes in and they start annihilating people using the power of their military and saying, if you don't do this, then you're evil and we're going to wipe you out. If you don't do this, Jesus is going to come and kill you. Okay? So here's a question. Here's an open question. When people of faith tell me, we know that God has no beginning and no end, how do you know that? If you know that, show me. See, the word is faith. And the unfortunate part about faith is that it delays any accountability. Well, you have to have faith that one day, you have to have faith that you will understand. Okay? There was no faith needed to understand flight. It took time. It took science. You didn't have to sit there and go, man, I hope by my faith one day God will show us how to fly. No, that's not the case. What we don't understand 100 years ago, we understand today through time, science, evolution, and progress. Okay? What we didn't understand 500 years ago, we understand today through time, evolution, science, and progress. And whatever mysteries, quote unquote, that we do not understand today, if we're lucky enough to survive through our own, great filter ahead, well, if we don't destroy ourselves with our own weapons, we will learn things through time, science, and progress. Okay? DNA didn't exist 20 years ago, and today they're proving people innocent from crimes that they were convicted from for 25 years ago. Okay? And oh, by the way, those crimes were prosecuted under the rule of law, with a hand on the Bible. See, this is methodology. This is methodology and control. Okay? And we will no longer allow that to happen, because every nation, every righteous nation over the last 1,000 years, and let's face it, righteous nation meaning Anglo-Westernized, expression and spread around the world. It's very common. The one thing that goes hand in hand with arms is the Bible, right? You go in, you beat them down with as many sticks as possible, and then when they're all kowtowing to you because they can't fight back anymore, you insert the control mechanism. And the easiest control mechanism is, here's an invisible hand that's going to give you a little something to eat every Sunday. Come here, come gather. That's the same story. Repackage it any way you want. Speak to Richard Dawkins. He's described it as much. Just take those 3 or 4 different steps of methodologies, repackage it with wording, and then just insert it into any 100 to 500 year block. And there you go. You have your story. And it's easy because people are looking for a way to excuse themselves. People are looking for a way to forgive themselves. People are looking for a way to get away with doing something bad. People are looking for a way to get away with lying. People are looking for a way to explain how come 17 kids get mowed down in a school. And what's the way? God has a plan. See, he's a very convenient excuse.
Can I ask you a quick question real quick? This is going through my head as I hear you saying this. So if someone's listening to what you're saying and they say to themselves, how is this person so sure that it's just science and not faith that carries things the way they are? If they're, one, offended by your certainty, and 2, that you have certainty, how would you respond to that?
Take any particular development in human society from the beginning of history and show me that it was by the hand of God instead of somebody doing it. Go ahead. That's my answer.
So you want evidence?
Take anything. No, it doesn't. It's not even a matter of evidence. It's a matter of results, right? It's a matter of result. It's not a matter of evidence. It's a matter of result. And the result cascade on top of each other. You don't get to a cell phone with its capabilities today until you get to a walkie-talkie 50, 60, 70 years ago, until you get to radio 100 years ago, until you get to, you understand? This is a cascading effect. This is what science is about, okay? You discover a little piece of something and then you can evolve it over time. It's not like, oh, look, I'm an invisible man sitting in the corner. Let him discover wheat first, and then someday I'll let them know how to grind it down. Ooh, once they grind it down, let me hold off another 100 years before I give them the knowledge of how to mix it together with water. That's not the case. This is not how science works. This is not how humans work. We didn't need a miracle, okay, for the monkey to take a stick and stick it in a trunk to pull out ants. That's not a miracle of God. Okay, that's evolution. That's survival.
Let's do this. Okay, I think you've made a clear point. Thank you for sharing that. That's a very strong way of presenting it. Let me do this. I think we have. By the way, Paula, I'm going to bring you in next. First, I'm going to let Swars. Is that how you pronounce it? I apologize. Then we're going to go down to Paula, and then down to Bishwa.
So everything that I just heard was just respectfully absolute nonsense. Vietnam is the population of the Catholic population in Vietnam is 7%, not 75. I actually come from Asia. Buddhism doesn't study any gods, so that's another false claim. Buddhism actually studies the Atman, or the no soul. So there's no gods in Buddhism. So that's absolutely false. That's number two. Number three, when was the last time anyone unalived anyone by yelling the name Jesus, while yelling the name Jesus, in the name of Jesus? And the reality is, you can't give me one instance. And so the narrative that this Christian God is imposing its will over nations and this and that is simply just not true. The reality is, there is evil on this planet, and evil doesn't it has hid behind the Roman Catholic Church. That's true. The Roman Catholic Church turned evil a while ago, and the Vatican did turn with it, and that came out of the Reformation. So if the facts go on the table and we look at them accurately, the reality is that the evil on this planet is behind the Luciferian movement. And the Luciferian movement can be found in many, many different organizations all over the planet. So if you really want to talk facts, we can talk facts. But what you can't do, and it's unfortunate that you have this opinion, but it's okay. I respect your ability to have the voice, right? But the reality is that you must back it by facts. And the reality is, Christians are not going around unaliving people in the name of Jesus. It's just not happening. So respectfully,
Really?
And
I respected what you just said, but here's the thing.
Chip, you're muted.
Sorry, my dog's making noise. This is going to get to be a great conversation. I'm sorry to mute you temporarily. I want to get more people into it. We have 186. We should have 486. So everybody here, please do the live a favor. Hold your finger down on my nose for 1 second. A list of your mutuals will pop up. I get to see each person as you invite others, so I'll know who does and doesn't. Could you please do that for a sec, just for a couple seconds? It'd be nice to have some more people listening in. This is a really important conversation to be had. So, and by the way, the first thing I do when I enter anybody's live who I like, I do 200 likes, and then I invite everybody else on my mutuals. That's just what I do. So thank you, Heather. Thank you, GoJazz. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Teresa, thank you. Yeah, because this is how we get around the algorithm not sharing people like me. Unfortunately, they've completely clamped down on my reach, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. So this helps break through that. And then the other thing is, I just want to talk about, while people are doing that, I want to mention my schedule. For those of you who don't know, I go every Monday, Wednesday, Friday on TikTok from 8 p.m. Eastern Time until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I go from 12 noon until about 2 p.m. Saturday is usually a little longer. And then I do an impromptu one once in a while, like we're doing today. One last thing really quickly. These are recorded. So if you came in midway, you want to hear the rest or rehear this, which I think this has been really interesting for me, I'm probably going to re-listen to it. They go to my YouTube and my Rumble channel, usually within 24 hours. So check that out. If you don't know what Rumble is, it's just another site like YouTube, but it's owned by a different company and has a little less censorship, which is kind of cool. And then finally, if you want to access those things, there's a link tree in my bio. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. It's at the very bottom of my bio before you hit my videos. If you're in the United States, it has a clickable link that will launch what I just mentioned. If you're outside the United States, I wrote in my bio the characters that you have to type into a web browser, and then you hit enter, the same list pops up. It has my social media, and then it has some groups on Telegram, which is a messaging app / group thread that I hope you'll join because they're cool discussions. And then I also have links that if you want to, you can support my work. If you do it through TikTok, which is cool, TikTok keeps 70% of the money. So I just want you to be aware of that. If you want to join my Patreon, which is $5 per month, which is pretty simple, I go live about 90 hours a month. So for $5, you get 90 hours of my activity when you want to plug in. It's only $5. I also have, if you want to do a one-off thing, I have PayPal and the other ones like that. So I'm not doing this for money, just to let you know, but I do have to pay basic bills of life. That's why I'm asking. I've been accused of being a money grubber. Come on. Anyway, okay, so I want to get back to what the voice was saying, and then we're going to go to the other folks because voice was mentioned.
Hey, Swaz, I just wanted to first mention, thank you so much for straightening me out on anything that I may have misquoted, okay? As to population, I'm of Vietnamese descent, all right? When I say the spread of Catholicism and Christian-based religion is prevalent throughout the world, at no point did I say a Christian God has gone around the world and spread this, okay? The fact that, you can discern the difference between evil people using religion, that's exactly what I was trying to point out. Religion is a mechanism, right? Religion is a mechanism, a very powerful mechanism. You can choose to put faith behind, but that's the whole idea, to affect the psychology so that you do get people to put faith behind it, okay? And as far as spread is concerned, the spread of it is prevalent, okay? I don't need to defend my point of view. Christianity has inserted itself, and the people behind the idea, quote unquote, of Christianity has been around since let's just go back 1,100 years or 1,200 years. Let's just talk crusades going forward. Let's just talk the Inquisition. Let's just talk all of the major events that has the cross in front of it, the banner of Jesus in front of it, led by, your words, evil people. Not that the religion is evil, but somehow the mechanisms of that religion, the wording of that religion is always capable of being quoted in a way that justifies evil, right? Or justifies why the white man should come around and spread his information and dominate and bring democracy to the world. That's the tie-in, okay? And to tell a population that they can just walk around believing that everything will inevitably be resolved one day, for thousands of years, by the way, we're not talking about present. We're not talking about in the immediate. We know it doesn't happen in the immediate. But if I want to call you out on all of the stuff that's been said about religion or any one religion, all the miracles, it'll come. If you follow, you'll get your answers. Really? 50 years ago, somebody was told that. Has that come? No. 100 years ago, some other person was told that. Has that come true? No. 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. That is a premise of religion. It seeks to give you an excuse and a promise that will fulfill neither.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you, Voice, for sharing your thoughts. Correcting historical facts is really important. Say it. One sec. Correcting historical facts is awesome. Thank you for doing that. We're going to go on this for about another 5 minutes. So I'm going to give a couple people short stuff. Some people are complaining they don't want this to be the whole format of the talk today, which is fine. But I do want to ask one question to keep in the back of your minds. We know that Jewish people have been historically persecuted anywhere they've been throughout history. I still have a lot of questions in my mind about why that is the case. And I've heard different explanations, but I'm curious if anyone wants to share their thoughts on why that's the case, because it seems irrational to me. Like, what did they do to deserve that? I just don't get it. Okay, real quick, I think I said I was going to let Paula say something real quick. And please be patient. I will get back to you, I promise. And then we'll let, I think, Bishua and then Tony.
Thank you. I want to say something, and then I want to ask one question, which it seemed like it was upsetting people when I asked, but I genuinely want to know. Well, I consider myself Christian, but I do not support any religion. I do believe in God, the creator, life source, but I do not reading and getting to know what it says in the books. I simply put, I cannot understand how the same God they claim to, well, each group claims to know God and have heard from God, that God told them to go unalive this group of people, and then the other group says no, God told us to go unalive the other group. That doesn't make sense to me, and that's why I don't like any religious organization, and I even stopped going to church because of many other reasons. But my point is, I do believe in God, and I will always. Now, the other question I have, and I believe that no group has the right to oppress another group, no matter what, and we're all God's creations, and we should love and respect each other. That's what I believe. And I don't want to label myself as anything, and I don't want to belong to any group, whether it's religious or political or whatever. I am free human being, individual who has the right as anybody else. The whole world is mine and everybody else's. That's my belief. So my other question is really, I genuinely want to know, is what's the difference, and is Palestine the same as Philistine? Because I checked, and like, why is it so close to the name Philistine in Palestine? And then also I checked really old Bible, like ancient Bibles I have. The one of the it's like from 1700s, and then another one is even older. They're antiques, and it shows there that Philistine was in that region where, like Gaza and all these things, all these areas. And my question is, what's the difference, and why the names Philistine and Palestine are so similar, and what's the point? And if they're not the
You're muted, Chip. You're muted.
So yeah, my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no letter P as in Paul in certain language, so that the word Philistine is the word used to describe the territory. The Romans called it Palestine, I guess. And if anybody knows differently, please tell me. And then I said I would let Tony go. Sorry, Bishoy, and then Tony. So please tell me if I'm right or wrong about that, and please explain.
Yeah, go on, Paula.
yeah, I
Actually,
don't know
all
why
I know
they
about
get.
this,
Hold on, Paul. Let's
let me
Bishoy.
separate. Yeah, all I know about this that Palestine is mean people who are coming from the sea, and they were named like that by Romans. That's true, but in older Bible, actually, they were called other names. The people who inhabit this place of earth, Palestine. I don't know. They're called Canaan or Canaaniyin in Arabic, actually. They were like an old, not Arab, but Middle Eastern overall, yani. And they supposedly speak Syriani. I'm not sure if it's Syrian, but this was the old language that's been used in the Middle East since before, I think, time. Kenyan was the people, and Syriani was the language that been dialected after this by Jewish, and it was called, let me remember, Aramean. Aramean actually was the language that, or the dialect, the people from Israel or Jew who lived yeah, you get me?
Yeah,
Hey, Chip, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I first of all, let me start by apologizing if I offended you in any way. We
No. You didn't offend
We are talking about religion, and religion is all about spirituality. So if I use the word spiritually sick in referring to somebody who just couldn't grasp, I apologize for using that if that was the incorrect term. Secondly, I wasn't talking about religion. I was speaking about the concept of God first, because God didn't create religion. Man created religion. God sent messenger upon messenger to as guidance for man, and then some couldn't get past the teachings of prophet peace be upon him Moses and the Torah, and then others couldn't get past the teachings of prophet Jesus peace be upon him, the messenger Jesus peace be upon him, and the Injil, and finally we get to Islam. So that's what I mean by and I could even be incorrect in saying that. I think you get what I'm trying to say about how the religions, and I wasn't arguing which religion was the correct religion. I was just simply trying to address the fact that if you cannot feel God or the presence of God, that conversation takes place in the heart, and it can only take place in the heart. Analytical and critical thinking in an intellectual way, where I understand what I see. That approach, I mean, needs to be changed, and we need to try a different approach, which is to let the heart decipher the information. And the example that I would give is that if we're speaking about evolution, the way I understand it is all about survival of the fittest. Well, then, I mean, first of all, how would we explain consciousness if everything comes from someplace? We have human consciousness, and I don't see how two gases colliding would firstly would explain that. But then let's say, okay, so it does explain consciousness. Where do we get our mercy from, our goodness, all of the attributes that we have that are attributed to a creator, to God? If we talk about, I think we've all seen videos where you have I think the last one I saw was about a pig that had a cat suckling on its nipple because its mother wasn't there. That's a form of mercy. And I'm just referring to an animal kingdom, to where survival of the fittest applies and solely applies there to that kingdom, and you see mercy throughout the animal kingdom there. For instance, they only eat what they need to survive. They don't go around killing and everything in sight. You have in the Sahara Desert, I've seen videos of a lioness where you can see her ribs. She's so hungry, but then she's got her cubs, and she's just, why doesn't she eat her cubs, for instance? That's a form of mercy. And I just don't see where evolution and survival of the fittest explains any of that. So that would be my question to people who subscribe to Darwinism and the theory of evolution, what have you. And again, there's just so much more to say on the topic, and I don't want to sit here and monologue. I think the other example the point that I would bring up is, once you said, you want to have a Buddhist and a Christian and a Jewish somebody with a Jewish face and a Muslim. I would use the analogy of when I walk into a mall and into the cologne section, and I'm being bombarded with everybody, hey, try this, try this, try this. I end up getting confused and then just walking out because I'm just overwhelmed. But I wish you, I sincerely pray for and hope that you're able to eventually find what it is that other people who have found what they found, and gives them the inner peace and the connection with God, our Creator, at some point. And I would be more than happy to further have these discussions with you. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Tony. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Okay, real quick, we're about 47. To be fair, we just tap the likes to get us to 50K. It won't take very long. Just tap that. We'll be there in like half a second if everybody taps a little bit. I don't even know what the likes do, but everybody tells me to say that, so I'm saying it. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. Okay, here's a question about consciousness. Tony raised, I think the voice, or Tony raised the word consciousness. So here's a question. is our consciousness a product of our divine creation? And then to follow up with that, um, are human beings distinctly special and have dominion over other forms of life and the things that are around us? Or is that a convenient way to give human beings special status and justify, just like when we hear people say from the Israeli side that we're God's chosen people and therefore what we do is necessary for our determination and the others just have to subject to it? Are humans in the same way doing something to that effect via their religion, or is that hogwash? I'm going to bring Danny in here, and then we'll talk to Paula again for a second.
Thanks for having me up. Boy, that's a heck of a question. My guess, my first reaction is, yeah, there's no such thing as chosen people. That's just marketing, to put it simply. So other than that, yeah, everyone's equal. Every Palestinian has the same right of self-defense and liberty as any American, Israeli, or anybody. Did they get it? No, but they do have the same humanity and value as humans. As far as spirituality goes, my thinking is, geez, hey, if it makes you happy and doesn't hurt anybody, that's the right spirituality for you. Just one thought back to Buddhism, if I may, but the way I learned it, it's there are no gods per se, but just like in Christianity, there are parables, and in the parables there are things like the Monkey King, which some people may have been translated or confused and think it's like the monkey god or something like that. But these are just parables. Buddhism came before writing and all that, so it also came from many different religions. So the way that these stories and parables and lessons, morality were taught were parables. And for example, with the Monkey King, it's when you have difficulty in your life, the parable is that it's something good is going to happen to you, and the Monkey King loves chaos, and chaos doesn't like good things, smooth things. So they try to throw monkeys at you to disturb your life, because they hate stability. They're monkeys. They love chaos. So that's just the parable about how life works. Before you can improve your life, something crazy, bad, or challenging has to happen, and you have to improve yourself. You improve your life. Buddhism doesn't work from the aspect of praying to an outside entity, like an outside God, to help you. It's meditating and discovering your own spirituality and strength inside, changing your karma to improve your life from inside.
Okay, let's do this, Danny. Thank you for sharing that. That's interesting. Interesting point of view. That's more of a Buddhist point of view, I think, along with just sort of mindfulness. I do want to pose this question. I want to shift gears a little bit if everybody's okay with it. So I asked this question a little bit ago. Sorry, my dog's freaking out. I asked this question a little bit ago, and I want to explore it a little further. So we got to be sensitive with how we traverse this terrain. But first of all, why is it that Jewish people seem to always be getting persecuted from place to place around the world? Why is there such anti-Semitic actions taken against people? What do they do to deserve it, if anything? And then the second question is there some sort of something going on in the world right now with respect to how certain people who espouse Zionism are tied into power systems? And is there something to that, or is that just a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes? Let's start with Paula. Let's start with the voice, then we'll go to Paula.
Hey, Chip, that's an interesting question. Both are interesting points, and it takes a lot of consideration as well as a point of view that has a lot of historical context, and you have to have wide historical context, right? You can't be historically inclined due to the propaganda you've been fed, either westernized, easternize and or regionalize, right? Because the propaganda from the news as to why they may want to treat a population a particular way coming out of Germany in late 1930s, early 1940s is a story they want to tell, right? So any complaints they may have, any fears they may have, and that's the other thing. We love as humans, and we've been doing this since caveman times. We gather our little group together, and we have our little space, and anything that's beyond our space that causes fear, we make up stories about, so that we can teach our little gang to be fearful of that, or to be prepared to fight that, to take that over. They've got the berry bushes over there, and they're keeping us away from it. They're bad people, right? That is a psychology that exists. As to your exact question, I think if you really stand back, this may have more to do with Zionistic fundamentals and the way that the foundation was laid out, right? I mean, when you back off, you realize, oh, okay, it's that particular group that started working with outside groups to create lending institutions. It's that particular group of that sect, and that what ends up happening is when they're doing negative things, when they're working against the interests of Westerners, let's say, or Europeans, right, in that they have 3% of everything you make, or they lend money to you and you owe a lot of money, what ends up happening is it's easy for those particular parties to get together and begin to craft a story. Those are bad people. They're the ones in control of all the money. They handle all the dirty jewelry. These are stories you've heard umpteen times through decades, right? This regurgitation of how they're the dirty people, they live in the slums. That's very well crafted. It's the same type of crafting that a Zionist would do these days to speak about someone they don't like. Those are bad people over there. If they align themselves with those people, they're working against us. It's very easy to craft. So I think if we stand back and look at this through the lens, or maybe through the tunnel of just looking at it from a Zionistic standpoint, there seems to be a throughput there. It started with this particular group, it expanded with this particular group, and it's repackaging its evolution through the years, whether you're talking about its power dynamics in Europe and here in the United States, and or its capability to put a foothold in the Middle East. All of that is connected, and it's such a big topic. I think you should assemble a panel of much, much more informed people around this. I'm going to quiet down.
All right, Tony. Thanks. I'm sorry, voice. Thanks for your input. I don't know your first name. I apologize. I just know you were somebody. I think you said you were of Asian descent, and you got a lot of.
Yeah,
that's a lot of
everybody should
photos.
know me as Mark. Yeah,
Mark. Okay, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Yeah. Just to throw another question out there before Paula comes on. Just one sec, Paula. And that is, these are tough questions, right? In modern times, I don't know if you know. I'm sure you've heard of the name Kanye West. And he got in a lot of trouble for saying certain things related to Jewish people. And what Kanye West said, he said, this is his words, I'm going DEFCON 4 on the JEWS. First of all, I have no idea what that even means. But what he did do that I thought was perfectly, you could ascribe motive, but he held up his smartphone, turned, sideways, and he had a spreadsheet, and it showed the management of different organizations in the music and in the, I guess, entertainment or media industries, whichever ones he was putting on the spreadsheet. And it showed like the CEO, CFO, different officers, different executives that manage these different entities. And he had them in bright red where they were somebody who happened to be Jewish. And he showed the screen, and for like the top 10 or 12 companies in these different regions, it was like something like 80% people in those red blocks. And we know that world population, and I get slammed for even bringing this up, but I'm just telling you, it's simple math. And this is not fair to talk about math. And the math is, I think there's about 17 million people worldwide, give or take, that identify as Jewish out of 8 billion. So obviously that's a small number, whatever the calculator gives you. And then in terms of how many people live in the United States that identify as Jewish, you probably have I don't know, maybe I think about 9 or so million of that population, maybe a little less. I don't know exactly. And then of that 9 million people, which is again a smaller fraction of 8 million or of the 339 million Americans, then you have a small subset of that particular group that occupies the positions that were the red blocks on that spreadsheet that Kanye West showed. So then the question comes up, well, is it noteworthy in any way, shape, or form that that is the case from a numerical standpoint? And then why or how does that make an impact on things that go on vis-a-vis what we're seeing as far as the United States policy with Israel, the members of the Biden administration happen to have dual citizenship? Is there anything to it, or is it just totally random? Anybody want to take a stab at that? I'll put Paul here first, and we'll go to others.
Just to quickly add, Chip, on that, go back on. Somebody did a study on that Kanye list recently. I think it was just 2 weeks ago. I'll have to send you that email. But there's a link now showing how many of those executives identified on that list actually have dual citizenship in Israel.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, send that to me. That's interesting. Thank you very much for saying that. And we will, Paula, do you want to say anything about that, or you want to let someone else speak to that?
Would you briefly repeat the question?
Well, I can't do it briefly because it was a pretty fleshed out thing, but basically, other people have alleged that there's an undue influence from a smaller population that happens to come from a particular group, that there may be something to it, or it may be random. They may have plans to have certain levels of control, they may not. Do you have any thoughts along those lines? And we got to be careful with how we speak about it. We can't use inflammatory language, but just from a mathematical standpoint, it does appear to be noteworthy.
They're known to be like in religious language, let's say, at least that's how I have learned about them, that they are blessed and usually they have more knowledge than everybody else about certain things, and supposedly they're blessed and that's why God gives them all these things. But they also know other things like certain other books and knowledge that is not available to the rest of the world. And now a lot of the celebrities and stuff try to get into it. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak about those kind of subjects, but it's known. And even if they're smaller groups, but they're pretty powerful. And I'm not necessarily sure if they're all working with God or not. But I know that they do have a lot of powerful knowledge that they can enforce and upon the rest of the world. I mean, at least that's how I believe, and it's possible. Yeah, I'm not saying no, but I don't know.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for sharing your views. Yeah, if you want to know my personal view, the answer is I don't really know. But I don't think it's wrong to look at things like this, because if it is noteworthy and if it does have some validity, then why shouldn't people go discuss it? What do you think, Danny?
Uh, Absolutely, 100% agreed. There, it's beyond any statistical anomaly. There's no randomness in this, because it's been historic and it's been across different cultures, nations, languages. It traverses all of that, so it's not random. There is something to it, and I don't know a lot, but what I just understand and believe, and perhaps as part of it, is the way the teachings are. Number one, it's so education focused. They really strive to educate, not just as in, I think more than in morality. It's almost like a business oriented education from early on. It's about, okay, this is how you become happy, and part of that is to have a stability in your life, a financial stability, and part of that, going to the next step, I think, is there is an inside outside group kind of a mentality, which isn't different from Mormonism. It's not different from even how Catholics and Protestants and all that have been throughout history. So I'm not saying that's anything special. It's just, I think it's been stronger for throughout their history. Here is our inside group, and we are special, whether that's the chosen people or just we are special because we're all trained the same and live the same and have the same customs. But I think there is a tendency or training or something in there that says that your happiness is worth more than other people's happiness, and it's okay to basically take advantage of others. In things like, okay, Christianity originally said stuff like no usury, no interest rates for profits, but in other religions, like there's this. Actually, that's probably more not just accepted but promoted. Get that extra money. Take advantage of it if you see a situation where you can take advantage and make extra profit. Do it. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, the question we have to ask ourselves, I think, in these kind of conversations is the impact of being, oh, my dog's freaking, sorry. Is the impact of those who seek, I think the word has been used, it's called money changers or whatever, but let's just say it's somebody who does have a business that has interest-bearing relationships. Like, I don't know who has credit card debt, but obviously that's a lot of interest. The United States government borrows money and it pays a lot of interest out of the U.S. Treasury, which is ultimately coming from the U.S. taxpayer. Is the existence of interest a negative factor on society insofar as it leaves people the inability to get out from under their debts, where if it was just the principal, it might not be the case that certain groups who do charge the interest have more power. Now, I do know that there's a Reverend Shmuley Boyatek, or whatever his name is. He's always claiming that any of these conversations are a blood libel against people who happen to be Jewish. I don't think every person who deals in the finance world is I don't know for sure. I don't know if they're doing the rest, but I would imagine they're not. I don't even know what the percentages are. I'll leave it at that. But the question is, do you believe that societies didn't want to have that influence? It wasn't so much the people per se, it was just the influence of what those people chose to do business-wise that caused the harm and created conditions that were untenable for people based on the power dynamics. So that's a fair question to ask. And so I don't know, but I do know this. It does seem awfully odd that the numbers work out the way they do and that it just can't be talked about because it's deemed inappropriate. Okay, let me see. I think District Soldier came in. Look at District Soldier typed in on this.
Hey, Chill, how you doing, man?
Okay.
What's the question? What's the
You're asking
question?
what the question is?
Yeah. Cause I had the phone down a little bit. I had the phone down handling something.
Well, let's do this. Let me just 1 sec. Okay, Leah. Just a sec. Leah. Oops. There you go. Real quick, the question we're talking about in general is it noteworthy to talk about a small percentage of folks without doing it in a disparaging way or a conspiratorial way have an undue influence given the fact that numerically, based on not only the global population or the country in which they live, if they're a very small percentage and yet they hold a large position of power and influence, is that noteworthy to discuss and legitimate, or is it inappropriate and like a trope?
Nah, it's very appropriate to address those situations because those the way they think, the way they act, they don't give back to the community. They don't give back to help the community grow. Is take give, press. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of the religious thing, I mean, me as a Black American and going through my peoples, what we went through in this land, the peoples knew who our identity was, right? So they intentionally hid our identity from us. But now we coming to see who our identity who we are. It seems like they still want to keep on with lies. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't make no sense, but I mean, if you can, come on, I mean, it's self-explanatory. How can they be, God's chosen people, if you God, you know what I'm saying, the Most High, you're supposed to be about peace and giving back and making the world a better place, not trying to gain control of the whole world and oppress people everywhere they go, even in our country, you know what I'm saying, they oppressing it. They pushing the issue about they not giving back, especially not to, to the to the black community. No, they not. They not, Skip. I mean, it's plain and
What,
simple.
okay, when you say giving back, so if that were to change, how would you think it would be changed for the better? If you had to sit down right now with people who are, I guess, elders or representatives of communities that have resources, how would you guide them to do the things you think were right versus, I guess, ignoring the responsibility
Yeah.
to the community, the broader community?
Their rabbis got to first come out their mouth. I constantly hear out their rabbis' mouth saying, no black people will be allowed in heaven. They got to stop that rhetoric right there. One. And they got to admit out their mouths that who we are, because we know who we are. It just, they don't want to admit who we are, because then they gonna have to give up their, you know what I'm saying, the jig is up, the party's over. They all, they converts. We buy blood over here. We buy blood over here. We tired over there. They not tired. They tired of Europe, Poland, the Caucasus Mountains. You know what I'm saying? We blood tired over here. They don't have no connection to that land over there. No connection, because when before they moved over there, they had a choice of either Ghana, another country I think it was Ghana, I do believe, and there. And they chose there because, biblical ties, and the land was more fertile, so they get a resource thing. So they got to come clean. It's as simple as that, because it get real deep, because they own all, like they manage and own all the record labels. So if you look at it, in the 80s, it was more conscious music going on in the United States. It was more conscious music. And now through the radio, it was by design how they are affecting and attacking us psychological. So all you hear on the radio is drill music, kill, kill, kill. You know what I'm saying? Analyze, you know what I'm saying? My bad from the language. It's negative. No more positive music on there. So it's by design on how they are attacking our kids and the youth mentally. So they, I mean, they can't, they can't, they gonna have to come us right and come clean. Don't blame.
So there's somebody in the chat that said, I don't know how to say their name because it's written, it looks like in Hebrew. They have two Israeli flags and then something written in Hebrew, but said that we are the chosen. I guess I mean the chosen people. And I put down as a response, how and why. Do you believe that people who are Jewish are chosen as the chosen people? I guess the Talmudic version of Judaism, or do you believe that that's just a story that is told to try to justify
Yeah,
doing
it's
whatever
all the
behavior you
same.
choose to do?
How can we? If you look at it, they are converts. They are converts. Look, when it comes down to it, Jacob, it ain't even no black and white thing, no color thing. 'Cause I love all, you know what I'm saying. I love all skin color. I'm not no racist or nothing, but the facts are the facts. The Bible is a historic is a historic book, and Jacob was black. All his descendants, the promise was to his descendants, all 12 of his sons. That made 12 tribes of Israel, and none of them was black. So how you gonna get white out of black? It's impossible. They are converts. That's why it's illegal to do DNA in their country. The 1952, the Egyptian president said they would never have peace in this land as long as they live, because they left black and came back white. Facts.
I think my understanding is in Israel is that there are people are allowed to get DNA tests, but it has to be at the request of a physician. It can't be something you just buy online by yourself. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and maybe someone in the chat said they have it. The same person that made the comment about being chosen said we have DNA
Yeah.
tests. I want to ask you just a different question, just to broaden the conversation a little bit. You mentioned race, and this is a question I wanted. And if people want to shift back to religion, that's fine. But I want to ask District Soldier. You said you're of color. Is that what you said? How do you describe your race?
Man,
African American.
man, the government lied to us so much about where we from and everything. First, they done forced upon us Negro, then black, then it was the NIGG word, and then it was, man, it was so much stuff, man. But I know I'm native to this land. My family native. We never came off no boat. We always had land here. My family never came off no boat. So I don't consider myself African American. They pressed that upon us.
Well, I know this is a very sensitive issue to talk about, of course, because everybody has their view, and there's some things socially that get, I guess, restricted in certain ways because people don't want to be offended or want to offend others. Do you think it's an okay topic to discuss in the first place? Can we talk about it openly without people being canceled or cut off? And is there a way to be just like we would criticize what Israel's doing, for example, is it fair to analyze not necessarily skin color, but aspects of culture that can be differentiated from the color of somebody versus the way groups tend to work in terms of the norms and things like this, or is that off limits?
I mean, I mean, the conversation has to be done in a respectful, professional way. You know what I'm saying? But it's not about skin color because, like, if I start doing my research on how the invasion and the colonization of America started, it was started by, you know what I'm saying, the people of my skin color, but they was from a different land, but they still looked like me, and they was Jewish, and they was Jews and Spaniards. So it ain't it's just a you know it's just a way of thinking and a mindset. It's a mindset. So you know, as far as that, we had to point. You know, we always had to have a bad guy to point at. You're like, you're my reason of my pain. But the whole time, nah, it wasn't even that. It was the people that look like me. Honestly.
One of the questions,
Have a
yeah, I
discussion.
understand that.
It's easy to have that discussion, Chip.
Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. I want to just make one more point, and then we can flesh it out. So here's a question to ask, and this voice. I want to give somebody else a chance to pipe in. I appreciate your point of view. Or, I'm sorry, District Soldier. Let me do this. Let me just give somebody else a chance to come in, and please stay up. Please stay up, though. I want to have you answer some more if you're okay with it. Okay, so I don't know if what District Soldier said about indigeneity, which means where one is from. My understanding in North America is that there were Native Americans that were here for several thousand years on the continent of North America that had darker skin. They called people red. I don't know exactly if people were red, but they were darker skin. And real quick, let me finish this up. And then, Paul, let me just finish. Here's my question about when it comes down to it. I've been an Uber driver from time to time. I'm actually in my car now, and I've taken a lot of passengers. I live in an area that is predominantly, it's probably 70 or 80% African American, where I grew up and where I did my work. And I had a lot of different passengers in the car, as one does when we drive for Uber. But I took a lot of people to work, or because you didn't own a car or their car was in the shop. And I had plenty of passengers that were African American, many of whom were older, over the age of 50. And the conversations that I had with people that were 50 and older, and anybody who was 30 or under, varied unbelievably. Like the difference couldn't have been more stark. And what the passengers over 50 said, if we got into the conversation, this is what they would say to me as a driver. You know, the younger generation has, this is their words, not mine, has no respect for anything outside of their own desires. They're self-centered, they're inconsiderate, they don't respect their parents. Their parents are more friends than they are parents, and they kind of run roughshod, and they really don't deal with any sort of social norms. They're sort of just kind of out of their minds. And then the experience that I had, just to let you know, this is not to say it applies to anybody but the passengers that I had, but most of the younger women that were under the age of 30 who I drove, I'd say maybe about 40 or 50% were just treated me like absolute garbage. I mean, they were mean, they were inconsiderate. Now, the other 50 or 60% that I talked to were wonderful human beings. But that's a big enough of a sample that that it seemed notable, especially given what the older passengers were saying about the group. I put that out there just as an as is. You know, a lot of times online we see videos of people doing things that are like fighting in a McDonald's or beating somebody up, a group of people getting into fights. Is there any legitimacy to criticism of a different subset of people? And is that considered racist in general, or is that legitimate to discuss? I'm going to bring District Soldier in a second. I'm going to bring in Sam first, and we'll talk to District. Just a second, District.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
Uh, I didn't quite get the whole question because you kind of turned it away from one side to a different side.
Let me
You
let
turned it from the.
District. I'm going to think it over for a sec. Let me let District answer. Maybe you'll get the gist from District. District probably has the best perspective on this of the panel, I think.
So like I was saying, like it's a warfare, it's a mental warfare going on, psychological. So they're affecting our youth, you know what I'm saying, through the sub through the conscious, subconscious, and super subconscious. What they hear and what they see. You feel me? You get what I'm saying? So right now, like I go back before, what they hear on the radio, what are they looking up to right now? They looking up to the one of the, you know what I'm saying, what's being promoted through the airways, music. Music is cast spells. Music is rhythm. Music motivates you to do, you know what I'm saying, to love, hate, kill, you know what I'm saying, underline, or whatever the case might be. So right now, or everything is over the airwaves is negative. And who's running those airwaves? You know what I'm saying? You got to look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Let me
deeper. So
let me
that's
see if
why
I
the youth,
let me see if I understand.
and then the youth right now, they don't have like a leadership. They don't have no leaders. All their leaders is rappers. What the rappers are talking about nowadays? One thing, two things. You know what I'm saying? They don't have. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta have and no leadership. And no leadership.
Let me see if I understand your point of view. I think Leah wanted to jump in. Just one sec. Just one sec, Leah. I'll get you in just a sec. So I'll make sure I understand your point of view. You think it in terms of what's shaping some of these realities that are, unfortunately presenting themselves in certain ways, is that it's the influence of the industry that's piping things to them that gives a different message. It's not necessarily encouraging the best of what's in us. In addition, that there's a lack of leadership, and the absence of those two things, or the persistence of those two things, the presence, is what drives some of these outcomes. Leah, let's see what you have to say about that, if anything.
Hey, Chip. Good afternoon. So, woman of color, I definitely agree with what you just broke down and what District just said. The combination of lack of leadership, the combination of the programming that's done, whether it's on the radio, whether it's on the TV, whether it's in the schools, there's a lot of things that are put in place, and a lot of programming that is done within the Black community, that I would say there's a stark difference between the older generation, like you described, and the people under 30. They don't really have much to really look up to, right? Integration, as good as we want to say it was good to some people, but to the Black community in general, I personally don't see it being so great, because we lost that sense of community. We lost that whole, we had Black schools already. We had Black bus lines already. We had Black communities, not neighborhood, communities with health centers and all these things dedicated to our people. And we had this illusion of inclusion that if we come together with everybody else, it's going to be beneficial. Now, that was a fallacy. And that's why when Dr. King said he feel like he walked his people into a burning building, right, a few months before he died, that was accurate, because now we merged into a system that was not provided for people of color. Whether you're Arab, whether you're a Black person, whether you're Native, it was simply not meant for people of color. And strategically, going back to some of the questions you were asking maybe like 50 minutes ago, strategically, unfortunately, yes, the people that are in power, that actually governs a lot of the legislations in the Black community, and most communities, unfortunately, are Jewish. They really are. When Kanye put up that phone, me being in the industry for over 12 years, I know exactly what he meant. The people that pays the bad behavior, rewards the drill rappers talking about killing each other. You cannot point me to one song in the Jewish community that talks about destroying their women, unaliving their men, and it's rewarded. You cannot point to one. Yet this small influential group is strategically placed in a position where, if me as an artist, because I am an artist, about singing about loving on, let's say, a Black man, that song goes nowhere. But if I come out as a female talking about selling, you know what, that song gets amplified everywhere. And the person that presses the button to really make that message go out and reward my bad behavior by creating a song like that in the first place, unfortunately, is from that community. And I lived in Brooklyn for a long time. If you Google Midwood, Brooklyn is a tiny little community in Brooklyn, right? Close between Flatbush and Coney Island. Do you know what it would be in 2024 if, as a white man, Chip, you had your own buses to this day, like that little group do? If I call 911 in that little neighborhood, it's not NYPD showing up. That little group got its own police, its own bus stop, its own everything within that little. As a white person, can you imagine doing that today? A white-only bus line, a white-only supermarket, a white-only ambulance. And that is the power that this group have that most people are afraid to even speak on. But they do. And if you look at our government right now, all the municipalities, in a lot of the strategic places, they all either, from that small group or have dual citizenship is not real. So yes, these people are, there might be smaller numbers, but they were very strategic, and you cannot take that away from them. Very strategic in how they ingrain themselves in society today and how influential they are. But go ahead.
Interesting. Thanks. That's an interesting point of view. One sec while I say one more thing,
Yeah,
and we'll
I
bring up
want
our
to.
next guest. Hold on one sec. I don't know if anybody knows this, but and I heard this, and again, I wasn't expecting to hear this, but I saw a panel one time where they were talking about people who own some of the adult sites on the internet. I guess there's, people know all these names. And one person or one small group of investors that happen to be, they joke that they're Jewish and they set it up publicly. They said it, that they own, I think, like 80% of the adult websites that run. And the question is, does the impact of the, graphy, I can't say the word because they'll shut down the live or age appropriate it. But does the impact of that, is that also having an intentionally negative impact on young people or getting men to involve themselves in that, and it kind of causes them to be veering off the path with their relationships? And based on what District Soldier said and Leah said, is it possible there's some sort of intent behind or malintent behind the programming of different media and audio that goes out to certain groups to further marginalize them and keep them from thinking on call it more productive ground or paths they might otherwise be on? Let me see if somebody else thinks about that. Hold on a second. Paula, what do you think about that?
I think they're great businessmen, and yeah, they can they do whatever they do. Why not? And um, can you repeat the question again? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so Michael Rappaport, he's a famous guy that's on TikTok and also on Twitter mostly. He says he said, yeah, he was saying, this is his words. He says, yeah, we run the world because we're just that good. And you just reiterated that being a good business person. Is it simply success to be able to navigate the maze of capitalism and that rewards that style of action, or is there something more to it or some combination of the two?
It's a combination of everything,
Chip,
but the thing is, here is the thing about them, which by the way, I'm being honest, I do respect, and I like in them that they believe in themselves, their religion, and their everything preaches and teaches that, like psychologically, the child grows thinking that they're above everything else, and they start kind of confirming to themselves and believing that they are able and capable, and they're backed up by the universe and the creator of the universe, and they're the chosen one, and therefore they believe in them. And in a way, it becomes kind of too much when they believe that they can do whatever they want with the world and play like a chess with people. But in a way, I admire that they teach themselves that they are able and they can do anything, and they do. It's a good quality, but when it becomes bad, then it's bad. And by the way, just to talk about that, and one of them in the chat agreed with me that yes, as being chosen people, assuming that even though you don't believe in God and you don't support the Bible, let's say, or the Old Testament or whatever, or Quran, but it says that yes, even in the Quran, it's talking about that they were the chosen ones, and Allah gave. It said that I will give the land to them, and so many other blessings about them. However, it also is there that they were the most punished people when they did not do good. God punished them. When they were doing good, they were getting blessed. It applies to all times, even now. If they do evil, they are the first ones to get the punishment, according to their books. And he agreed with me too that yes, we're the most punished because of that. So when it comes to whether or not, a lot of for example, when I checked the Levites, they were all colored I don't know how to say not to offend anyone, even though I don't understand why is it offensive to call, how else to call, like if you like, for example, is it offensive to call a white person white? Why is it offensive to, like, at least tell us how to address people of color, which I love them dearly, and I have lots of friends and even relatives through marriage. My niece is married to a person of color, and we absolutely adore and love the person and the entire family. But I don't understand this differentiation of race and color. Like I said, I hate when people call each other or themselves of a certain kind of label. And yet, at the same time, how else are we going to describe? So this really bothers.
Can I hop in there, Chip? I'm not sure. We got silence.
I'm sorry. I was on mute again. The dog. Sorry, I do that a lot because I don't want to cause the audience any stress. Okay, sorry about that. What I was saying, there's one other question. I think it comes down to the word of intent. We know that with the court, the case that's being brought by the ICJ against some of the Israeli leadership is about intent, right? Were you trying to do this, or was it just happening by accident, or was it human shields, or whatever the case may be? And when it comes to intent on this front, it sounds a little bit loony to me that how can so many different people from so many walks of life and so many different neighborhoods or people, how can there be a group intent? The one thing I have observed in my life that I really admire, just like someone said, I think that Paula said, is that I know in the area where I live, there's a strong Jewish community, and they really look out for their own people, and they really stick together in families, both the Orthodox and also those who aren't that religious, the more moderate people. But they tend to have a feeling of belonging amongst each other, and they really have a close-knit nation. And again, people have criticized that because people get unfair advantages like birthright to go over to Israel, and people from, like, let's say New York or otherwise, just because of the fact that they are Jewish, they can go over and stay in a settlement with bonus, and that dispossesses people who are Palestinian from their land. So there's pros and cons of that. Anybody have any thoughts on that? And I think Leo wanted to talk. Sam hasn't said anything for a while. Okay, real quick, Leo, then Sam.
Okay, so I'm gonna tap into the New York version of it because I lived it and my family was battling with this, right? So within the New York system, in Brooklyn, and throughout New York, there's a thing right now, unfortunately, where that particular group, they are going around stealing deeds of minorities, right? This is a big thing, a big thing. Even Letitia James, the Attorney General, got rolled up. It's a big thing. And this is how they get to do it, not by being great and shrewd business people. Deeds of property that's already paid off. My aunt paid off her house in the late 90s. And come to find out, this person, with the little hat, comes to her house a few years ago to tell her she has to leave her house in Brooklyn. Why does she have to leave her house in Brooklyn? Because one of the little hats went sneakily, and it's a whole thing going on right now where they're stealing homes in New York City. We have a lawsuit going up against Letitia James and a whole bunch of them. And we found out it's a whole ring. We got a call from a clerk, right? Because we're suing them. We got a call from a clerk at the Brooklyn court that they ducked the docket that we were supposed to, let's say we're supposed to go to court and they supposed to proof up on the 1st. They pushed it they pull it back to the 25th, let's say, of December, just to give y'all a context, so that we wouldn't be able to show up and prove that, no, this property has never been sold. The last time it was sold was in 72, right? And we own this property outright. There's no back taxes. There's nothing on it. And this is what they do. The judges in these courts are one of them. So they're all in bed with each other. The lawyers are all in one of them. So they're in bed with each other. This is not just happening in Palestine. This is, and I've been waking this up for years. This is happening in America of all places, where that particular group have a whole line going right now, stealing people's deed. In New York, in New Jersey and Connecticut. And this is not a fallacy, or it's not just something I'm guessing. This is something that my family's been battling, that small hat group, for years. And a lot of people in strategic positions, politicians, Kevin Parker, a senator, I reached out to him directly to take a look at this whole thing, because we have, to this day, in the Black community in New York, we have 180 properties that was paid out or outright, that these people come in and stealing right from under elderlies. Do you know what that does to the community, to the Black community, in terms of wealth and how you shift it? Because let's be clear, one of those brownstones in New York is at least $2 million, $3 million. Right now, probably $5 million, depending on how the market is going. And then when you have that particular group, if you live in Brooklyn and own a property right now, every day they harass you. Every day they come into your house. Every day, Chip, you have to really be militant with your deed. You have to be militant with your property tax. Like, this is
How do they? You said they take people. By the way, just let you know, this is interesting. I don't know if you all saw my video, but I did a video that sort of semi-exposed a disgruntled person who looks like they're being paid to advocate for Israel. He's somebody from the Caribbean somewhere. He's not ethnically Jewish. He doesn't appear to be. He's a person of color, not light-skinned European. He goes by the name of Nicholson or Mr. Avocado. And so I did a video. He was complaining publicly on his own live that he wasn't being paid by those who had promised him money. And in the thread he made, this is why I'm telling you this, he said, I will expose all of the Zionist dirty deeds, including how they steal land by taking deeds. And that's why this hit me. So my question is, how do they actually steal it? If I have a deed to a property, how can somebody else just take it from me?
If I have, like I said before, at the county clerk, the clerk in Brooklyn, if I have enough money, I'm talking not millions, I'm talking billions of dollars, and I have a payroll of lawyers and judges and court clerks that are in bed with me. I have them, and I'm not afraid to call her. I have Letitia James, which is the district attorney in New York. If I have her on my side as well, guess what? I can do almost anything. Because guess what? When the cases are coming up, like I said, is a good thing, because my aunt is so vigilant with it that we made friends with some of the clerks in down there by the district attorney office. So we need to keep up, and at the court to keep up and know when the court dates are coming. So we providing all our proof. Ain't no back taxes, so you can't say, oh, maybe they got it on a property tax deed. I'm very, very familiar when it comes to tax liens, tax deeds, all that. Miseducated over here. So it was nothing of that. It's just a matter of, you look when the property was bought.
Leah, one second.
Go ahead.
Most people probably don't understand what you just said. Let me try and please correct me if I'm wrong. So in America, most municipalities, they charge property taxes. They also charge water bills, which are normally done by the city where somebody lives. So if somebody who lives in a property does not pay their property taxes, or they don't pay their water bill, the city can do what's called a lien, or it's like a claim to get the payment. And if somebody just still doesn't pay it, it then goes through a process called tax sale. Investors can come in and buy the rights from the city by paying off the debt to the city, and then claim 18% interest or so, which is more than 5 or 6 times the going rate, and collect on that interest. While in the process, they can move forward on what's called foreclosure for non-payment. If they can go through the courts, which is what Leah's saying, that if they can get favorable outcomes, they then can take the property because of non-payment of something that's way less than the value of the property. It's a very unfair system. And meanwhile, they can add the interest, and even after the property's gone, they can still try to collect the money from it. It's a crazy system. Anyway, I just want to share that. Please continue.
You know what's crazy? They didn't even buy it from the state because there was no tax lien. There was no tax backed up. Between myself and like all our family, we make sure we educate ourselves when it comes to these things, because we know how difficult it is when it comes to the Black community to really be able to transfer wealth over when it comes to property. So there was none of that. And they are claiming they bought this property from another company. The other company done went under. They're not even in existence no more. So who really committed the fraud? How do you even have a deed for a property that's not even for sale or don't even have tax issues? But this is what I'm saying. This is not just Palestine. This is not just going to Palestine saying, oh, this is our land, God told us. This is a sickness within that group that they do wherever they are. And I'll just say it, wherever they are, this is how they operate. Very sneaky, very nefarious. And it's not really, oh, we're such great business. No, but I will give them this prop though. Keeping to themselves and keeping with their people. I respect how they, when it comes to their people, I respect that. And I wish a lot of other groups would do that. But when it comes to the business outside and how it directly affects other groups, you could lift your group up without destroying other groups. And that's they don't do. They have to destroy other groups to uplift themselves and know they're not God chosen people. Go ahead.
Ooh. Hey,
Hey,
I can.
Chip.
What? I just wanted to say one thing before I go. Right.
Chip, you mute.
Sorry, I have to drive somewhere, and it's going to take me about 7 minutes to get to where I have to go, and then I can continue. All I have to ask of folks is I don't have to end the live. I have to ask each of the guests to drop down, and I'll take, like I said, about 7 minutes. I can talk, but I can't face the camera towards me. That'll take the live down. It breaks the guidelines. So if you don't mind, if the guests don't mind doing that, I'm going to open up your mics. Just please drop down right now, and then I'll bring you back up as soon as I get to my destination, and I'll just talk as we go there, okay? So I got to do that real quick. I apologize for the inconvenience. I just got to do it. Because otherwise they'll cancel the live. They'll cut it off. So real quick, and I'll just keep talking. I just can't touch the screen at all while we're doing it. Okay. And let me see if I can turn off. I don't know if I need to turn off comments or not. Let me try. They still may take it down, but I got to go. I got to drive somewhere because I got to be somewhere. So hopefully they don't cancel it. Anyway, so while I'm driving, just to let you know, my dog and I are at a park, and she freaks out because there are deer here. So it's a place where I take her. She loves to go, but it's like sometimes it's hard to calm her down a little bit. I know we're talking about all these things, and so I know there's a bit where I live. I know this is a really big thing because every year there's an auction, and the way the city runs those tax liens is they have them all listed out. And while you can't go into the properties, you can pretty much figure out the condition if you just drive by the neighborhood. What a lot of people do is they get the lists, they do their research, and a lot of attorneys do this because they're already doing this kind of work anyway, especially real estate attorneys. And what they'll do is they'll drive by the properties, they'll see the ones that are worth a darn, and then what they'll do is they'll bid on these things. So let's say the property owes $6,000 in terms of back taxes and water bills and fees. So they may bid $7,000 to buy those tax liens. The city gets an extra $1,000, but the person may know more about it because maybe they know who's living there, that they're not going to be able to pay, and then they'll take the property from them. Now, a lot of municipalities have canceled all this. They said, no, you can't do that anymore because that's like stealing from people, like Leah said. I agree. I think it's like legalized theft. The question is, does that craftiness, that quality of sort of using a backdoor way to take something from somebody, is that characteristic pervasive enough to a community of people to be in a fair way to apply that in such a way that, and maybe the interest or the money stuff too, is that fair to apply across a broad enough segment of a community to then feel a certain way towards them as far as what may have happened historically? Is that too broad or too obtuse, or is it reasonable? I don't know. And the same thing within other communities where cultural elements are persistent and not non-existent, but it's not everybody. I gave the example of my Uber driving where about 4 out of 10 people that I encountered were just really unpleasant and really mean and kind of self-centered and just, they treated me like a jerk. And not everybody though, but is that characteristic enough to sort of project? That's one of the questions I want the audience to consider, because I don't know. I don't know where the fair line gets drawn there. I do know that unfortunately in the civil discourse in public square, it's almost become completely verboten, forbidden to even bring these things up, because you're talked about like you're being mean towards it rather than trying to be objectively analyzing it. And I hate not being able to objectively analyze anything just because somebody has a social problem with it. That seems unfair too, right? So I don't know. I don't know where the line is drawn there. But that is something worth thinking about. But getting back to what Kanye West said, I think what got Kanye West in trouble was not so much that he dug into that territory, but the way that he said it. I mean, I don't know what it means to go DEFCON 4 on somebody, but what if he believes in his heart what Leah said earlier, that there's a concerted effort through control of different means of, maybe it's business or different types of entertainment or whatever it may be, that there's an intent to use those powerful structures to cause a change or a mindset or shape things in certain ways that either marginalize a group or maximize their power or standing because of the changes that creates. Is that a fair assessment? I don't know. Leah brought some things to light that I hadn't heard before and I hadn't thought about. So these are all fair questions to mull, but the more that I've seen people mull them, the more criticism comes crashing down on them. Instead of having the conversation, which I think is fair, the conversation is muted out by criticism of somebody being ill-willed. So I'm curious to hear what people think about that when we get people back up. It's going to be about another 3 minutes or so before I'll be able to pull up guests. So we'll continue the live. While we're talking about stuff, I just want to say out loud that, I enjoy these conversations, but I don't want to walk on thin ice either. And unfortunately, on some of these platforms like TikTok and Instagram, there's this really weird thing going on right now where people who talk about contentious issues like this, or maybe the Israel-Palestine, get taken down. You either get a threat, or you get a strike, or even your video gets taken down, or sometimes they turn off the volume. I don't know if people have heard of that, but sometimes instead of getting rid of the video, they just take down the volume. So they remove the audio. So if you don't have subtitles, you can't even see what the video says. So I don't know. I don't like I think free speech is the way to go. And I believe that people should be allowed to say whatever they want, as horrendous as it may be, unless it's inciting violence or giving somebody's personal information away that's going to put them in harm. Other than that, I'm for everybody, even people that I can't stand. Like, I don't believe that guy, Rabbi Shmuley, is anywhere near being honest or truthful. And he says a lot of crap that I can't stand. But I would defend to the end of time to let him say what he wants to say. And my answer would be, instead of cutting him off and telling him he can't talk, or him doing that to me, let's just come back with better speech and try to say, okay, you said this, but that's ridiculous. Here's why, and just talk about it. So I also want to hear what people think about that, because some people think that the latitude for freedom of speech should be limited. And they think that people like Elon Musk is giving too much room for people to say horrible things, or maybe more conservative voices are being, for example, people that might be pro-Trump. They may believe that what happened on January 6th should not be allowed to be talked about in anything other than an insurrection, for example. That's a good question to ask there too. And that's another issue I think I'd like to talk about, because I'm curious. But that's one that if you talk about that, and maybe what happens with respect to the C-19 pandemic and the thing that was used to counteract it, that doesn't get a whole lot of objectivity in terms of analysis. And I think that's something that's fair to talk about. Because again, I just don't know what I don't know in some cases. I really appreciate Lee saying that, because I wasn't aware. But it is interesting that one person who's being paid purportedly to represent the Israeli point of view on these lives, and maybe others are being paid too that I'm not aware of, that he said that as one of the threats if he didn't get paid, he was going to divulge the dirty secret of how the land deeds are being used as a tool to dispossess people. Now I understand that. I wasn't really sure what the hell he meant when he said that. So I don't know how much of that applies what's happening in the West Bank versus what's happening in Brooklyn, New York, or even other communities. I don't have a clue. But I'd be curious to learn more about that, because it's fascinating. And then finally, I wanted to make mention of one thing. We have about 153 people in here. This is a fascinating discussion, and I believe we should have a lot more people listening if you agree. So if you agree with that, please tap on the screen to get the likes up, because that'll probably bring more people in. And I didn't know this either until about 2 weeks ago, but if you hold the screen down in the center for about a half a second, a list of all your mutual acquaintances come up here on TikTok, and then you can invite them in. So I usually will do that when I visit somebody's page, because I think thank you, AbiSafe. I think it's a good way to draw people into interesting discussions. Hopefully I'm being fair in the way I'm communicating. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited. I'm certainly not trying to be anti-Semitic or anything else. But I get a lot of times people who ask these questions get automatically, categorized that way just because they don't want us talking about these things. So I don't know if saying things like little hats is necessarily the best way to refer to people. So maybe we can kind of clean that one up a little bit. You're entitled to think whatever you want, but I just don't want people here to be hearing things that are potentially, deemed to be a certain way. Okay, I'm now stopped. I can now put the panel back on. So if you're requesting as a guest, I got the voice coming back up, and the voice is going to get to talk first for jumping in. Mark, what do you think?
Hey, Chip. Yeah, there's a lot of information there. First of all, I wanna say thank you to Leah and others who are bringing a lot of this information to light. I'm a New Yorker, as you know, and I'm out in Southern California these days. But one of my clients and business partners actually is fighting the same exact situation with a series of properties amongst a neighborhood in Teaneck, New Jersey. It's a really, really prevalent thing. They've created a mechanism. Imagine a company capable of connecting itself into almost any city clerk's office. Okay, imagine you create a company that on a daily basis has a mechanism to connect into any city's clerk's office that you want to target and rifle through their database and go, who owes tax money, who does this, who's late on this, who didn't respond to this in 60 days, who didn't respond to this in 90 days. Any little piece of loophole that allows them an administrative anchor so that they can just go and claim on it, right? So they follow the steps. And then what happens is, like Leah said, if you don't keep up and you don't show up on the right court date, you didn't submit the proof that there's been no sale, you don't submit the proof that, hey, I've got records going back, 100 years. Every dime of taxes has been paid. But now it's on you. They've created a mechanism where they're asking you for proof that you've never been asked before. They've created a mechanism in which now it's on you to prove that you're not guilty, right? Otherwise, if you don't show up on the right day, you're guilty, and therefore I can activate the mechanism of taking your land away from you, right? So that's the mechanism that's happening. They're doing that tremendously through the black neighborhoods of Teaneck, New Jersey. There's a particular area that has had a black population in Teaneck, New Jersey, spanning back over 100 years of homes being handed down through generations. They're all in good standing. And they're under an attack right now since the COVID times. There's an escalation, and it's backed by a series of other efforts. People don't realize, the BlackRocks of the world, these investment portfolios, that's why you're seeing the takeover of corporate owning real estate, so that you can displace ownership from regular everyday people and then charge them exorbitant rent while, you get to self-value your property all the way up, right? So that's a control mechanism. As to whom, somebody writes the check, and it always points back to a particular segment of a particular group. If you create the fear narrative and you get to know the game, you have to think of this as almost like bread and circus cubed, right? If you've now take America only as an example, because that's an easy example right now in the face of information that's available to us. Imagine you create a system by which the American working force are the very people who produce an income for you to prop up a state. Okay, what else is required to keep that working force happy? They love entertainment. Psychologically, we create entertainment bodies, from music to TV to movies to anything, Las Vegas, all of it, any piece of entertainment. Why? Because we've created a consumer society that feeds upon itself. So from the very fun stuff to the very mundane stuff, it's all part of the same mechanism, right? You want to keep it going, right? And if you extrapolate that and just kind of take it out of like what we know of Roman society looking back, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Uncubed the world the way it is today, take it down to a smaller level and go, okay, they entertain you with all of this entertainment on the weekends, and you've got the Colosseums to go to, you've got wars to fight because you want better benefits. All the time, what is it feeding? everything from the taxes to the popcorn you sell is feeding the centralized Senate, which has figured out the game to manage the people from a workforce all the way up to their entertainment. So it's a great cycle. You're the lender, you're the permission giver, and you're the actual creator of products so that people can actually consume it, and then they have to go back to work so that they can borrow, so that they can buy, so they can go back to work, so they can borrow, so they can buy, so that they can live. Right? The whole thing is a singular mechanism. It's a brilliant mechanism. What you're seeing now in real time is them losing control at the fringes because we have the ability to communicate around that mechanism now. We have the ability to hear voices like Leah bring up exact examples of real-time events happening right now that isn't funneled and or kept under a cap because we're not privy to it before.
Great points. Yeah, you want to share on that?
Chip, it's been an epidemic, and it's a whole network of them, Chip. It's a whole network, and what we found is that it went through 3 different companies altogether. Hey, babe, what's up? Hi. It went through 3 different companies before it got to the present company that we're in court with right now. So that means that it's like if your company is so legit and what you're doing is on the up and up, you don't need to have to create 5-6 different entities. And so we got to keep filing different notions to get the right entity in court to face up. If it was a legit transaction, you're supposed to be able to just show up. Hey, this is when the transaction took place. This is when the closing docs were signed. It's supposed to be that straight, Chip, but it's not, because it's a whole network of them. And unfortunately, in the Black community, a lot of people they don't have the finances, number one, to stand up to these major companies. Even when I used to work for the utility company, I worked in oil and gas for 12 years, and they have a thing where if Chip if you bought a building, Chip, and for 10 years, because New York is very protective when it comes to utilities, you haven't paid no utility for 10 years, Chip, and you ran up a bill, because remember, it's a building. You ran up a bill for over $200,000-$300,000, and New York, once again, when it comes to the Public Service Commission, they have certain guidelines that they can't turn off a building in the winter. They can't, utilities, they just can't touch it, right? Now my company's gonna put a lien on you on your building because you have this bill. Guess what you'll do then, Chip? You'll go and you will then hand over the property to your brother with the same name, same last name, or a cousin with the same last name, and now that brother get to now have a bill with 0 balance and start from scratch, and you keep doing it every couple of years. Do you know how many buildings owned by that particular community right now have at least $200,000 to $300,000 worth of lien on them, but the lien can't be enacted because guess what? You have to go before a judge that is from their community. Right? And every major company like Con Edison, National Grid, any of them, they have lawyers that is legit that live in the court. So they don't even have to hire, they have a legal team, right? But they can't get anywhere to retrieve any funds. The state can't retrieve any funds from these buildings that owe over millions of dollars, because when they go in front of the court, and I went in there a few times into the court to, with my job back then, you can't even get the judge to sign off, right, on the enacting or extracting any funds from that particular company, because once again, you're going up against one of them in a court ran by one of them, and this is not in Philistine. This is in New York City.
That sounds like an insidious. It sounds like an insidious racket that's really unfair to people, right?
And
it sounds like
in the state of New York,
that whole community is essentially hiding.
Listen, and people don't even know this. If you're part of that community, and let's say when it comes to utilities, there is a program for them specifically, only them, that they have a particular filtration system that gets put on their properties. So their water is even different than us. And once again, this is not over there in the blue and white place. This is in New York City. So that's why when people think that what's happening over there doesn't affect us here, you gotta be kidding me. It tells me how much of sleep you're not, and you don't understand what's really going on.
Wow. No, just a quick notice to the group. Okay, first of all, this is for the chat. This is just admin stuff. If you ask people to leave and go to somebody else's live, I have to block you. And if you ask people to go to a place to donate money, I have no idea if it's legit. I have to block you. So you can always send me an email. And if you want me to promote either another content creator after I check them out, sure. Or if you want me to promote a certain fundraiser, if it turns out to be legit, sure. I'm all about it. But can't do it that way. And then the other thing I want to say is, right now my ability as the moderator to mute people has been disabled for some reason because I don't know what the hell. So I would ask people to politely take turns and then let me bring each person up, quote unquote, verbally. So I'd like to bring up. We have somebody named Your Favorite Doctor. I want to hear from them, please.
Chip, I
Hi.
if you want
Sorry,
to drop if you want.
Chip, I was in line a long time ago. Can I just throw in a few words?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm kind of glad that Leah's here, and kind of glad that in the recent years, American population has been waking up to the situation that's been actually going on globally. We don't have to talk about Palestine whatsoever. We can just talk about your Congress and your Senate and your government. And doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or Republic. It's the all people that on the pay list. We can talk about Jeffrey Epstein Island and the list of people that have been there. So you can see that the Mossad is behind it. Big power of money is behind them, and the big power of influence is behind them. And I'm afraid that for America is a little bit too late, because I think that you're at the point where without the revolution, you cannot do anything, because legally you are in a checkmate position. This is exactly where they want you. They want you 100% in debt, and they want you living paycheck to paycheck until they take your property and everything else you have. And that's basically the game. The game is like that, and this is the game they play. And you can now see it in front of your eyes, in front of your.
You're muted, Chip.
Sorry, that was an accident. Sorry about that, Sam.
You don't have to go far away. You can just see it like from people that have nothing to do with Israel or have dual citizenship supporting Israel. And I remember one of them just saying, even if the White House burns down, we will support Israel. So I think it's time for the Americans to wake up. I think it's like general wake up. Like all of you should wake up, because you're living at a tipping point where you say yes or no. Because if you say yes, you're done. You're finished.
Now, Sam, why is it that discussing things in the framework that you're discussing them, you said, I think that was a very good term. Can I borrow that? You said you're in sort of a checkmate situation. It may be too late to change. Now, are you including in that conversation, in that control framework, are you saying it's Zionist? Are you saying it's some other group? What is
Yes, it's clearly, look, it's clearly Zionist, and there is no difference between any kind of Zionist. Zionist is just bad. I'm not talking about Jewish people, because it's very different. Jewish people are Jewish people. Zionists have hijacked the Jewish religion, and they have nothing to do with Jewish people. They're embarrassment to Jewish people. Jewish people say that. Real Jewish people say that. So the Zionists don't respect the book or the rules or the laws or anything else. They have their own set of laws. But that's a long story to go into. I'm really worried because.
Can I just put, just as a devil's advocate, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I've heard a lot of people say when I'm on their lives that because Zionism is towards the goal towards the establishment of a Jewish state to protect Jewish people, that therefore most Jewish people are Zionist in that regard. Do you think they're wrong in identifying as being Zionist, or they just misunderstand the dangers?
Of course they're wrong. Of course, look. We have a similar situation, for example, in other countries as well, where the small group of single population, one population, is much louder than the rest of them. So you get like a group of 30% of people or 20% of people, which are radical and very loud. So, and the other people, which are normal and looking for the normal life, they're kind of sitting down, standard, they're not shouting, they're not screaming. So this 20% looks like a very, very large majority of the people, and it's not like that. I'm sure that Zionists are roughly around between 15 and 25% of the Jewish population, because I lived everywhere around the world. I lived from Europe to States and everywhere else, and it's not like you cannot classify all Jews as Zionists, and you can also
What
not
about the,
look. There's Christian Zionists, There's
what is the
Christian
difference
Zionists.
between what's the difference between the Talmud and the Torah, and what are the belief differences in terms of the two?
Difference between the Talmud and the Torah is that they changed Torah. The Ashkenazi Jews, they changed Torah so it suits them in their own words, in order to do what they did before they accepted the Jewish religion as a front to do what they want to do. Yeah, so the Torah was just an excuse. That's why you get genetically Jews that are going to Palestine that have all European roots in DNA. This is because of Ashkenazis are in Balkans, or northern Balkans, going to the Asia.
If you think that
So
America's,
basically,
if America's in checkmate, though, what should Americans do about that? If they're not, if the average American who's working and falling further behind, maybe they're having to put more and more of their expenses on credit cards or paying huge amounts of interest. There's really no way out of that. What are they supposed to do at this point?
well, you see, this is what has been happening historically through the ages. Because once you get a huge number of people or a high number of population, let's say 80-90% of population into close range to poverty, what's going to happen? There is no other thing than revolution. So that's what's been happening with this kind of, let's say, behavior in history before. Because if you are not able to feed your family, Chip, you're gonna have to find the guilty party. And the guilty party is the one that's been taking the interest, has been charging you bank fees, has been charging you all of this and all of that and all of that, and been controlling the economy, pushing the inflation on top of you, making you lose the job and everything else. So that's what's been going on. So when you look at the guilty party, you have to look at it where the money comes from. And the money comes from there.
Do you think that some of the historical persecution and even what happened in the late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s in let's call it Mustache Land, if you know what I mean by that? Do you think that played a role? Because I know people have referenced the book that was written about the biography of the mustache guy, and he said in there, in his own words, that played a role. You think, is he crazy, or is there something to that?
Look, I'll tell you one thing. It definitely played a role, but it's history. We learn from history, and it's something that it's actually the more depressing thing, and the worst thing that actually happened is after the Second World War. What happened to the Jews? Jews were given huge amounts of money as a compensation for their trouble during the war. We're talking billions and billions and billions, when the world economy was in depression and everything was very, very cheap. So you gave this group of people, you gave huge amounts of money where everybody else was in depression. And of course, they bought the world. They bought all the major companies in the world, including all pharmaceuticals, all chemical, all food and everything else. So if you look at it, world actually did a favor to the Jewish population. But inside the Jewish population, there is a Zionist movement, which is bad and which took advantage of this and is still taking the advantage of this to this day, playing with money, making countries follow their rules and whatever they want. And you can see it happening exactly at the moment with the US. What's happening at the moment with the US government. It's undescribable. I don't understand. How can somebody even go on TV and even say such things? And you know, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Chip,
Okay, let's
I was just saying, Chip,
yeah,
just a
go
moment.
ahead, please.
I wanted to say, I thought Sam's word of checkmate actually answers your question of what we can do now. It is checkmate, right? If not, we were talking about this earlier in the stream. If 90% of the general population, just taking the United States, yet again, if 90% of the population is just trying to get to their beer, barbecue, and football, and they've bought into that system, you can't break it. No matter how, you'll never break it.
So
There's
what?
no
I mean, if that's the
suffering
case,
from population. We don't want to suffer for the kid down the street. You know? It's hard to suffer for some kid around the world when the average American doesn't want to suffer anything for the kid down the street. Think about it. So that's the society we're in now. So if that's checkmate, it's hard to break away from that.
The last time we were on live, there was a guy named Hublai Khan on here who was very knowledgeable about history and otherwise. And what Hublai Khan said was, he said this was all nonsense. It was all racially anti-Semitic nonsense. So how do we go from a guy who's very smart like him, who claims that there's the only solution is capitalism, and that they're just that the group that's experiencing this is just very good at it, and that's normal, versus what we're talking about? How do you make sense of those two? Let me let your favorite doctor answer that, please.
Hi, Chip. Hi, friends. Thank you very much for letting me in. I'm just, apart from the answer would be actually a reflection on what Sam has said, and that we don't have to speak about Palestine and we don't have to speak about Gaza and all that. But in fact, what's happening in the US and what Gaza was the reason to get exposed, it's all connected. What you mentioned about the Mossad and Jeffrey Epstein, and it's all for the same purpose. It's all for the same purpose, to serve the elite, the Satan worshippers or the Lucifers. They hijacked all human resources in a way or the other. The claim that the Zionists are not exclusively Jews, what the point that I don't remember how exactly Chip said it, but in fact, it is not fully wrong. I mean, yes, I understand that Zionism is a political ideology rather than a religion, but it is not exclusively to Jews, but the decision makers, the people behind the scene, the capital, the money is exclusively Jewish, right? So it is the Jewish supremacy that is actually controlling the US and the world now, believe it or not. And the people who are behind the scene, their main goal is to keep you and me in this capitalism and consumerism. It is a global infiltration, enslavement of humankind to their desires, consumerism, leisure. It's captivity of this indulgence in whatever you can think of. So what shall we do about it? Revolution is number one. Understanding what is it that we are here for. I know this is not about this religious discussion or anything, but we need to understand this. We need to understand this. I'm gonna listen to this from a crazy guy that you've never met on TikTok, and you may never meet, but listen to this. What the Jews are doing to humanity now has been mentioned in the Quran. And this is their revelation and their strength and their infiltration and their everything, every expression you can say to the humankind now is mentioned in the Quran.
Muted, Chip.
So do you think that in terms of differentiation, when you say the Jews, do you mean all Jewish people, or do you mean Zionist people, or how do you differentiate, or no differentiation?
Can I get you in this one? I can get you in this one really easy.
Hold on, we gotta let this person finish. I'm happy to bring you up. Sorry about that. I'm on mute.
Right. So when I'm saying Jewish person, I know not Jewish person, as Sam also or the voice was saying, that there is this thin line to differentiate between Jews and the Torah believers and the Talmud believers. The Torah Jews are anti-Zionist as much as we are. So anyone who does not approve what Israel is saying is out of this equation, whether he is Ashkenazi, Orthodox, or whatever. Mainly the Orthodox, I believe, who are against this. But everyone, unfortunately, the majority of Jews have been subjugated and brainwashed by this political ideology. But no, I mean, I don't mean every single Jew on planet Earth. No, this is not what I mean. I mean the Jews who are involved in this part, because it is, as I said, it is exclusively Jews behind the scene, right? There are people, everyone that you can see, like even the US president, anyone that you know about is actually just a puppet of their own. But people who are really controlling the scene, you don't know them. Neither you and me know them. Those are the people that the Pope Francis go and kiss their hands, right? So this is what we need to understand this, and we need to find out the solutions for this, which is revolution, reversion to what we are humans meant to be here for, and devoting to the one and only creator and understanding the right path, because we are not here for no reason. We are not here to live and eat and drink and have sex and drive cars and then end and finish. We're here for a bigger, a greater purpose. And every one of us is responsible to understand what is their purpose of existence. Once we understand that, we will rise.
Sam, you want to say something?
Yeah. I'll just give you a quick example between a difference between a Jew and a Zionist, and it kind of cascades down as a waterfall. Yeah. So if you look at what just a speaker before me said, he said that there are people behind the scenes. Yes, there are people behind the scenes, and there are people in front of the scenes. Those are the presidents and congressmen and all the other people that are on TV and all the people taking the hard decisions and all the people like Netanyahu and everything else. Those are exposed Zionists. Those are Zionists that are right in your face. But the ones that you really don't see are the ones, and pulling the strings are the ones behind. And now, those are the Zionists. Now I will tell you who are the Jews. The Jews are sacrificed as settlers in the Israel. So they don't care whether you're a Christian Jew or a Jewish Jew or Jewish Zionist. They will just take you in and they will send you to Palestine and they'll say, look, there's a house. Now it's yours. There's somebody living in it. You just have to kick them out. And they put their own people in the front line. They give them guns, but they put them in the front line to fight the war for them. So they're basically sending their own people in front lines to fight the Palestinians and push them away, commit crimes and all of that. Of course, there are other ones that are more, let's say, in line with the government. They bring the weapons, they supply them with weapons and everything else. But at the end, it's those settlers that pay the bill. And of course, Palestinian people the most. So that kind of explains to you why Zionists don't care about religion, country, or anything else. It's all about corporate profit, and it's all about corporating everything else. I hope it makes it clear.
Yeah,
Can I
that's
just
clear, different. Thank you. Doctor, is that who's German? Is that your favorite doctor?
they're throwing them against? You say they're throwing them to the front lines, and they are putting, as if it sounds as if they are putting them in danger, while they're actually giving them weapons and weaponizing them against unarmed civilians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, where the settlers, and even around Gaza. So they're not really pushing them. They're actually exterminating their human souls by giving them this and making it regular and normal for them to go and raid into an innocent family's house and break on and take however lives, if someone opposed them and they shot him or they kidnapped them. They are actually turning their humanity into something different. They're turning, and for you, if you don't know, actually, majority of the new settlers who moved from America particularly and other parts of the world most of them are charged criminals where they are escaping from these countries, and sex offenders, and Israel is the living dream for them, if you don't know that. So most of them are basically criminals. Israel is rather stepping them from their humanity. Sorry, Chip, did you say something?
Yeah, that's okay. If you go to a map, go to Google or whatever search engine you prefer, type in Israel and then sex offender map, and you're going to be absolutely flabbergasted. It looks like something that's covered in. It's unbelievable. I had no idea.
Yeah, this is the fantasy island for the sex offenders around the world, man. The pedophiles, the known profile pedophiles are those who are like, look at the Epstein Island, the example you just mentioned. Every single person in this island is connected to Israel. Every single person, from Bill Clinton to Alan Dershowitz, every name whatever you want to name. Every single person is related to them. Biden himself.
Real quick. I don't want to get in trouble for this because this is very sensitive ground, right? The allegations are. How about that? And the other thing I want to say is this. I want to ask this question. Is it possible? We've heard things about these tunnels in New York City, right? People have made allegations about the tunnels with different evidence about, X-stained mattresses or towels or whatever, and about children and about the Pizzagate thing. I have no clue about any of this stuff, but I've heard a lot about it, and I don't have any corroborating evidence. But my question to those on the panel or those in the audience to think about, is it possible that there's a connection between things like blackmail and other influence that creates the inability of those who might do things differently to do so because of that being held over them? Is that possible? What do you think, Doc?
100%.
I'll tell you. I mean, why?
Absolutely.
Go
Sorry,
ahead, please,
does
Doc.
anyone want to go ahead? So the synagogue, the Brooklyn synagogues, the wet soil. Actually, there is evidence for this. There is photo. There is footage. But it took like less than 24 hours for this whole thing to disappear because they knew this is gonna be the blow in the face from the Americans if this get exposed. So they did everything possible to take this down, and they managed it. But there are other evidences that from people who are also their accounts, and I don't know, maybe themselves have been taken down, who revealed information about people sacrificing, those among the elite are sacrificing kids in order to gain power. I don't know, don't ask me where did they come up with this from. I have a different belief in that you may not believe in or understand, but I know that this exists and those people do this, and it is still happening in certain areas of New York and across the globe. There is this interview, and I'll send you that video in your chat between you and myself, for a survivor of a family in 1989. This young girl, or young woman, Rachel named she was, who came out from a family who has been doing this since the 1700. For over 200 years or 300 years, her family have been generation after generation doing this, and it is a very closed community. She says. Did you want to stop me?
Somebody, I was just shaking my head like, oh my goodness. There was somebody in the chat named Tom who said, when you started talking about these connections, nonsense. Tom, if you're there, you can clarify what you mean by nonsense. I've heard these allegations. I had to piece it together in terms of just like anything else that I look into. And so I have watched documentaries. There was one done by a Dutch woman who, again, perished under questionable circumstances. This seems to be a recurring theme with people who kind of get on the edge of this issue. Look what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, look at the coincidences that occurred, quote unquote, with his not being alive anymore. The cameras were turned off. There was, how did people get in to do what they did? Was it him? Was it he? The Dr. Baden, who's a very, well-known pathologist who does a lot of autopsies, said that there's no way that a normal, like using a device to, put your head into it, your neck, could have happened. It was a certain amount of crushing to a certain part that is indicative of something more, like homicide. So the question is, how can all these anomalies be? How can that be? And how can it be justified? And everybody comes out in the public sphere and says, yep, it was this, and they just kind of move on, don't look over here. It just seems fishy.
Do you think people who manage to infiltrate the White House, the Congress, the Senates, the UK, pretty much all the strong dominant governments in the world, from top to bottom, and as the sister was saying, you go make an allegation or a court against one of them, you go up to a judge who is one of them. They have managed people or like that entity who managed to get this will find it difficult to get rid of Jeffrey Epstein. I've made a video about one of this Kazakh Russian model who was actually one of the survivors of this island who wanted to come. Few years ago, there was this story about this model who jumped off her Wall Street apartment. If you remember that, I'm gonna send you a link of that video as well now. She was a part of this. I've got with evidence. She was a part of this as well. If you remember the story, it's a matrix. I know it's incomprehensible, but this is why we need to keep digging and keep exposing, or else things die. Like the Brooklyn synagogues are dead now. No one is going to be able to get into this until probably when the mess happens and when the revolution happens. But this is why we need to find out, because it is a helix matrix. It is a helix matrix. These ideas, even of the fiction and the Bollywood and media and Hollywood and all that, is their make. They wanted to get us captives. They wanted to entrap us in this captivity of consumerism and capitalism. So
Oh, sorry, that was an accident. Sorry about that.
not at all. So
Sorry
I
about
mean,
that.
this is why we need to keep digging and keep talking, exploring, keep exposing them until the change happens. I mean, you can't have the change without a major flood across the globe. So everyone needs to know this and have this desire to change it. Then only the change will happen.
Do you think that, and again, this is getting very much sort of on the edges of what people would call conspiratorial, so I want to be careful with how I phrase things. Do you think it's unreasonable for those who might allege, not me, who might allege, like people like Alex Jones, that the events of these different events that keep happening, these major events that provide shifts in policy, money, the next chapter of the world, like let's say September the 11th, the attacks or the attacks of even 10/7, or the ones that happened in Great Britain, 7/7, are they possibly related to any of this tangentially or maybe even integrally?
I think connected, of course, absolutely. Now there are I wouldn't say evidence, but there are signs that say that the 9/11 and all these big events in the history of the recent history of the globe was linked to also this matrix in a way or the other. The dancing Jewish on the other side of New York while the bridges were coming down. What happened later? There are documentary. I can't remember the name, but I'll draw a documentary about the link between 9/11 and the Mossad, and that was an inside job. The explosion of the near the.
Hold on. One second. Sorry. So somebody in the comments just said, I don't know if this is just being silly in all caps. It's somebody who has Hebrew as their names. I don't speak Hebrew. I apologize. I'm not trying to be
Of course,
disrespectful.
anyone who speaks Hebrew will find this silly. Of course.
Well, let me tell you what the person said. And this is directed to you. This is why I say it says the favorite doc is a director from Pallyhood. I'm not even sure what that is. Is that like a movie making thing, like a propaganda accusation?
I think he means Palestine side, Pallyhood. Probably he's making fun. I don't know.
I think I know this person, by the way. I think I met him. He was being a little less than nice to me. He was calling me shit and other stuff. I think his name is what's his name again? Anyway, he had a one-name nickname. That's okay. Listen, welcome here. You'll see a big difference in terms of how I conduct my lives and how I interact with people.
I've been with you for a while, Chip. I don't know if you. First, I carried the name Freedom Fighter, but I mean, we had some.
No, I didn't. I wasn't referring to you. I was talking about the guest that just made that comment, and I think I forget his name. What was it? Oh God, I'll think of it. But anyway, you're welcome here. Please don't use all caps. That's all we ask. And then try not to disparage other people in a real negative way. But I'll give you a turn to come up and talk if you want to, because I try to be fair to everybody, even if we totally disagree. Okay, please continue.
Unfortunately, the majority of the living Israelis themselves, they are brainwashed and delusioned in a different way, but they don't know about the doctrines of their leaders.
Sharon, that's what his name was, because he looks like Ariel Sharon.
That's enough name to Ariel Sharon. You know Ariel Sharon, yeah. So yeah.
So I was
just saying goodbye, guys. Speak to you soon.
I was just in the background here thinking for a second, and this ties in yet again. I mean, this complete mechanism of being able to control a population, create a population that works and produce for you, right? And then create a consumer mechanism that allows a population to essentially feed upon itself while you continue over the years to extract power. You gain, property, population, control. You put the right people in place. So I happen to agree with your favorite doctor. It's not just the Matrix, but not to make light of it, but it's a funny thing to think when it comes to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this sounds more like Hydra, right? So this is Hydra, birthed out of World War II. This multi-head organization has permeated itself running mechanisms of deliveries, distribution, availability to the public. And so if you have a control mechanism in all of those areas, it puts us in that catch-22 that Sam was talking about earlier. Okay, we're in a catch-22. We're checkmate because we can't get out of it. We ourselves are the contributors to the mechanism. Okay, on my profile, I have a quick saying I put on there. I said the inconvenient truth reveals two things: you're either complicit or you're a complicit sheep.
We are the gears.
And that's where we stand right now.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely, you're right.
here's another question to ponder. So if the people who think that this is nonsense, like there's probably somebody watching this, or maybe somebody who's heard this argument before, that thinks it's absolute, just pejorative nonsense. Like there's no such thing as a control system. There's no checkmate. This is all just silly, tropey, anti-blood libel, whatever you want to call it. And that there's just people doing their thing. It's just capitalism, and people are trying their best, and there's no coordinated effort. There's none of this Epstein Island stuff. What would be a good counter argument for somebody who completely denies everything that's being spoken of here?
Voice,
Anybody?
do you want to go? Right.
Or they might say, where's the evidence, or how do you make such a claim that's so broad and sweeping?
I mean, there are many things that we have evidence for already. Epstein's Island is an undebatable thing. We have like evidence. There's loads of evidence and undisputable now. And the people who are linked, there are evidence linking people who are in the group to those who are Mossad in a way or the other. And I have made a couple of videos about it, and I have more evidence, things that even TikTok would not let me put here as an evidence. And also, we can't discuss everything in public, but there are links for someone who wants to seek the truth. The truth is out there. The truth is out there if you look out for it. And what was the second part of your question, Chip? Sorry.
Well, it's just the argument that somebody would make that, this is all just silly conjecture and, banter that has nothing to do with reality.
I mean, just explain, how can you explain what the US presidents, for instance, one after the other, serially, and the UK, for instance, now, how can you explain those people being obvious, like grossly out of their own control, grossly out of their own constitution, out of their own people will, when it comes to this horror and mass slaughters of innocent civilians and committing genocide on air for the first time ever in history? How can you imagine this with on the background there are this leaked stuff that I've been talking about, that I have personally seen them my own eyes, of Clinton, of George Bush, of Biden, and others like more power in the world, the money makers and people behind the scenes, when they are like kneeling themselves, when Pope Francis himself is kneeling to kiss someone's hand, someone that you don't know. Who is that someone? Who is that someone that the Pope is kissing their hands, is kneeling to kiss their hands? Mysterious people, and all of them with the black hat on their heads, if you know what I mean.
Somebody just said.
Hey, Chip, the other thing is,
real quick.
Chip,
just one thing, real quick.
I'm sorry.
Someone in the comments. Okay, someone in the comments just said, "So Epstein speaks for all Jewish people?" ? And what I replied was, "No, not all Jewish people. The having an impact on the very powerful, some of whom may be Jewish, but others who have levers of power, by having these things held over them, they have influence and they can kind of control what they do because they have something that's just horrific they may have over them."
Hey, so I was just mentioning, we don't have to go searching for evidence. The evidence is right in our face every day. Think about it. Look around, look at your public figures, look at your famous figures, look at well-known names in any sort of medium, right? Whether they're on the news, whether they're a popular TV star or movie star or a sports star or your governors or your representatives. The evidence is apparent. They don't speak up. They don't speak up because they're all in fear of the same and that signs the paychecks and the donations and the things that keep their mechanism going. Could you imagine being an NBA star right now making 20, 30, 40, $50 million a year? And you want to say something about Palestine, but there's a, you know, there's a last name Gold on the paycheck that you get. So you shut the fuck up. You understand? I mean, like, that's how insidious the system is, right? If your lending institution has Goldman on their last name, if your boss has Goldman as their last name, if your investment advisor has a Goldman as their last name, okay? And I don't care if they're Jewish or they're Muslims, or I can tell you what, though, they're part of that Zionist tendril, right? Like, there's a concerted effort to control voices, and it's easy to control a voice. All you got to do is shut off their funds. And who gets to shut off your funds? The people in power. And if you have your tendrils in those places, that's how you can steal deeds. That's how you quiet somebody up. That's how you can even quiet up a Kanye, right? Think about that. The most outspoken black artist of his time, of probably over the last 60 years. The most prominent and outspoken black artist over the last 60 years, able to say anything at any time sounding as ridiculous or as wise as he wants. And after he made those few statements and he lost $1.5 billion in value in less than a week, you don't hear peep anymore, right? That's where we are.
Jared Kushner. Does anybody know that name? Who he was? Jared Kushner. So if you don't know, Jared Kushner is a huge real estate holding company. And in terms of, this real estate thing keeps coming back up, but let me just talk about what his company did, if you don't know. So the way they made their money, which is, I think, particularly insidious, is they would buy apartment complexes, they would raise the rents substantially, and then what they would do is they wouldn't repair anything. So they drastically increased their income and they drastically reduced the expenses and just told people who couldn't afford to move, deal with it. And this became a major, major, major ordeal across tens of thousands of what they call doors, people's property where they go in and stay. And that, again, there seems to be something thematic. And obviously you can't apply everything to everybody. That's absurd. But in terms of business practices, of mindset, of working together to protect some of these practices, it seems to feel thematic. We've had a lot of people explain it in different ways. But it seems to be, and this is the one part that I don't want to say this, but this is the term that comes to mind, is duplicitous. It seems very duplicitous. It's sort of an undermining undertow that is like, if that's not common everywhere else, why is it common there? That's a fair question to ask, right? Why does that keep recurring? And why do people on the losing end of that keep staying on the losing end of that? And I think anybody on the losing end of anything, we've talked about Israel, Palestine, the Palestinians aren't mad because they hate anybody else. But if your cousin took your house, you'd be mad at your cousin, right? If somebody from another religion and ideology pushed you off your land, you'd be mad at them. It makes sense. It's just normal human nature to be mad at somebody who harms you. And in this case, the people that are being further marginalized, if there is this connectedness that we're talking about, everyone's moving in the wrong direction who's not a part of that. And therefore, that's bad for society. I don't know whether or not that particular flavor, that flow, that inertia that we're discussing has occurred elsewhere. I've heard accusations that it has, and I want to answer the question, why is it that Jewish people are so mistreated? I don't want any group to get mistreated, by the way, anybody. But why are they? What's the driving force? Is it just because they are who they are? Or is it because some of this thematic stuff that we're talking about, and I don't even know how pervasive that thematic stuff is to the broader group. I don't understand it, but I want to understand it, because why should this keep happening? There's got to be something more to it than just chance and hatred.
Well, first part of the question or of the idea is, well, let's start with the second part. The Jewish people are not mistreated in it, but unfortunately, it's fortunate historically that majority of crises and how would I say, human subjugation. Sorry, pardon my English. My English is not my first language, so sometimes I take a minute to find the words. But what I'm trying to say is, Jews have lived within the Arabs, because it's all connected, within the Arabs and between the Arabs, Christians and Muslim, for decades, with no issues, with complete harmony. This all started with the extreme arm or wing of the Jews, which is the Zionism, the start of these problems. This was not the first time in history that those extreme wing of the Jews come to do this cunning and evil planning for humanity. Unfortunately, this happened before, and the ultimate solution for this is for people to find. I'm sorry. I mean, I have to say this. It is my duty to say this. This is my understanding. You take it or leave it, but this is my understanding. A big part of the war of the capitalism and the imperialism against Islam as a religion is that it is the one and only remaining God-made religion that makes you as a human very much disciplined and difficult to control. I'm not saying this because I'm a Muslim. I'm saying this because this is real. And you need to study this and find your own way. I'm not asking you or anyone on the panel or anyone in the comments to become a Muslim, but you need to know what is right and what's wrong yourself. You need to find out which is which, because this is the bottom of the whole thing. And a big part of their defaming and defamation war on Islam is related again to the Matrix. So currently they have even.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you pause for just 1 second? There's someone named Safety in the comments that's claiming I'm going to block them if they keep saying. I'm more than happy to have you come up as a guest, whatever you'd like to say. I never block anybody for their point of view, unless you're saying something that's really horrible to other people in the chat. So come on up and I'll welcome your point of view. I'm not going to block you for saying anything. Okay, please continue. I apologize. Please continue, Doc.
Sorry, I'll be with you in a second. Just a second.
Hey chap, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is where you are.
Muted.
Right. So what I was saying. Sorry, is anyone speaking or you are muted, Chip, yourself.
Damn it. District, would you like to say something? You've been waiting patiently. I can't hear District. Can anybody hear District? I can't hear him.
Nope.
Yeah, District. Okay, District. I don't know what's going on with your connection. What you were able to get in a second time. What I normally do if this keeps happening, I turn my airplane mode or whatever, turn my phone signal off, and then come back. Try exiting TikTok, turn off your cell phone signal or your Wi-Fi, come on back on, and then come back up, and I'll try to take you. Okay. For now, I got to take you down because we can't get you through. Sorry about that. Okay, and then Jules just came on, and Adam, if your background noise is gone, I'm happy to have you speak. Let's let Jules speak first, and then we'll go to favorite Doc.
I was just gonna say hi.
Oh, hi, Jules.
And I wanted to talk to anyone that is still siding with Israel, if possible.
Okay, I think there's somebody in the panel in the chat that is. Let me give Adam. Did you want to come up, or are you still busy with whatever you have going on?
Hi chap, no, I'm not busy. I'm sorry about the noise in the background. I apologise.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, always a pleasure to speak to yourself on the panel. I'm just wanting to talk about the world and the state of the world as we are. Obviously, I'm Scottish and I live in Scotland, Glasgow, and I see a lot of injustice happening, and the injustice actually, trickles down to race. The way I look at it, I mean, I saw Russia invaded Ukraine. All of a sudden, Britain was more than happy to allow Ukrainians to come in and pay rent to Scottish people, English people, Welsh people, Irish people that opened their doors and accommodated a Ukrainian person or family. However, when I see people of colour, Arabs, Africans, Libyans, Syrians, you have to remember, Chip, these are people that we attacked from the West. We went to Afghanistan 20 years plus, Iraq over 20 years. Now we've gone to Libya, all of these places that we've gone and attacked, Syria, you know, all these countries. And if these people want to escape the destruction that we've left behind, Gaza's a perfect example of the kind of destruction our bombs leave behind. People want to escape it. And then I see the British government saying, oh, look, let them just drown in the sea, the English Channel, rather than letting them come into our country. The French, Spanish, everyone doing the same. It's absolutely disgusting. See, I believe all human life is equal. Everyone is born and created by one source, the Almighty. Now, I don't care what you call the Almighty. I call him the Creator because I believe we are all the creation. So as part of the creation, I don't differentiate between you, Chip Barnes, and me, Adam Kane. I look at every single person and go, he's part of the creation. Whether it's a monkey, a crocodile, a rhino, or even a tree, they're all part of the creation by some creator. Now, the creator's looking down on us, and obviously man plans, but the master planner's also planning, and his plan's obviously far superior. And I believe, honestly, that we are seeing prophecy being fulfilled. We're heading to a third world war. America is so blindly controlled by the Zionist lobby of AIPAC, which really and truly is Israeli dual nationals that are running the American Congress and government. And you can clearly see how much money these people actually make from the contributions these AIPAC and other lobbies give to them. And we have a same situation in the UK. We've got Conservative Friends of Israel and Labour Friends of Israel. And obviously all the politicians... Sorry, am I even speaking? Is anyone listening to this? I'm talking rubbish. Okay, sorry, I'll carry on.
No, we're all hearing you, Adam. Go ahead, keep speaking.
Fantastic. So what I'm thinking here is there is going to be a final battle, and that battle is going to be between good and evil. I believe good and evil cannot be equal. You can't get a paedophile who's abused children, or a rapist who's raped 100 women, or a murderer who's killed 1,000 people for no reason, and put them in front of you and say, oh.
This is a TikTok thing, Adam. I apologize for interrupting you. And so unfortunately, because of the way the algorithm works, it'll take down the live. We have to use code words like the word, the letter G for the little fruit called grape. You have to use that kind of stuff, where you can say SA for, something assault. And instead of KI double hockey stick, you have to say unalived. And if you're going to say like G side, I call it G, these kind of things. For some reason, these keywords will trigger a takedown of the live if we say it too much. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Completely understand, sir. I hope you can still hear me. Yeah, perfect. Okay, no, I understand. I apologise about the open language. I'm going to tone it down a wee bit. I'm now in my 40s, heading towards my 50s. I'm a married man with children, so obviously, I'm what you would class as a straight male. However, in this day and age, I'm called a cis male, or he's a cis male. It doesn't matter what you call me. I know what I am, and I know where I came from. I believe that we are only here on earth as a test for a short period. And as soon as that test finishes, we lie in a grave, in purgatory, or whatever you want to call it, until the great reckoning, the day of judgment. Now, I believe in all the prophets from Adam right through to Noah. The flood happened. I believe Moses was here. I believe Jesus was here. and I also believe the very last prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon all the prophets, because they come from divine source. Now, I've looked at the Bible, I've looked at the Torah, and then I've looked at the Quran, and I've noticed in the Quran it states approximately 124,000 prophets have come, and it doesn't name them all. It names maybe 20, 25 of them. So, but I still believe that more than 25 people came. So the way I live my life is I teach my boys justice. I say, look, there are people out in the world. I've read the book 1984 to them so many times. And the world we're living in is essentially double speak. The politicians go on and they say that whatever they claim, it's the complete opposite is the truth. And you can see that with what they're doing in Gaza. UNRWA, the United Nations Refugees Agency for the refugees, Works Agency, now they've actually turned around and stopped all funding. However, if you look all around the world, there is no nation in the world that has been made a refugee for over 75 years that the United Nations is now funding an organization to feed these people. Why? Because the United Nations is complicit in the crime on Palestine. Who was the United Kingdom of Great Britain to take Palestine from the Ottoman Empire? It was under the Ottoman Protectorate, same as Transjordan and the Hejaz. The Hejaz is currently known as Mecca and Medina and Saudi Arabia. Now, all these nations just popped up when United Kingdom, who is very, very guilty, has a heavy, heavy hand on most of the wrongs of the world before America has now taken over and took it to a new level. However, if you look deeper into who actually controlled Britain, why was Britain doing this? Why did Britain go to India, who was number 6 in the world economic table?
Adam, real quick, I just want to show we have so many guests that if you could just maybe take another 30 seconds to finish your point, we'll let someone else respond.
Absolutely. Yeah, no worries. So because we're heading towards a third world war, recently 3 American soldiers died, and they said, oh, they died in Jordan. That's lies. They never died in Jordan. They died in Syria on an illegal base by the United States of America, built on some other country that hasn't invited it in. And of course, that country has the right to defend themselves. If Syrian soldiers attack a US base that has not been asked to come and sit on their soil, yes, the Jordanians may be there helping them as well, but really and truly, we have to look at the Western media as all owned by one conglomerate. The banking system, one conglomerate. All the corporations, they all go back to Vanguard and BlackRock. And then you think of the people that have the power, like Harry Fink, and they have dual nationality to a small state of Israel.
Let's do this. Adam, please stay up because you have a lot of great people in the audience. Love to hear what you have to say. Me too. But let's let a couple people take a turn and then we'll come back if that's fair. Yeah, please. Thank you so much. District Soldier, what would you like to add, please?
Man, I appreciate it, man. I go make this short. Only 2 presidents that went against. By the way, my name is Joseph too. My first name is Joseph.
Nice to meet you.
Only 2 presidents went against AIPAC in American history, and those was JFK and Nixon. And you see what happened to both of those, right? So ever since then, since 1978, every president has signed on to the Noah High Laws. I don't know if y'all know about the Noah High Laws, but the Noah High Laws is a set of is based on the Torah and the Tanakh. And
can you just say it again? The what?
The Noah High Laws is NOAHIDE.
Noahide, okay, like the hide of an animal.
Yeah. If you look it up, you know what I'm saying, it'll give you the basis on it. But it's Bailey makes portrayed on three of the highest ones. What is it? Adultery, blasphemy, and idolatry, and all of them are punishable by death, preferably beheading.
Is this by who authored these laws? Which group or which religion or whatever?
The hat people.
The hat people?
Yeah. They're Jewish
Oh,
people.
you're talking about people who happen to be Jewish.
Yeah.
Is it Torah Judaism? Is it Talmudic? Which
It's
camp does it
based on the
fall into?
Torah. It's based on the Torah and the Tanakh. You can just Google it. You can just Google it. The Noah laws. So, all 70 countries already signed on to it in the UN,
Yeah.
and they trying to put and ever since 1978, every president has signed on to it too. Now, Donald Trump just now got when he was president, he went over. He was the first unofficial but official Jewish president. He had got the crown. He moved they gave him a crown. Know what that crown was for? And he moved the embassy over to Jerusalem. That was real big right there. One of the prophecies. You know what I'm saying? So if you look into it, Donald Trump, man, you know, is he fulfilling mostly damn near all of the prophecies. So you got to look at it. It's like my man said. It's all, you know. It's fourth quarter end game right here. So you know, we as human beings, we gotta you know, we got a big real choice to make about good and evil. You know, lay down and fight, or you know, or what it is. But look into it because it's a real big thing. Because I was shocked that every president, when I found out about it, that signed on to it. I'm like, well, why would they sign on to that? But it's all the plan. It's all the plan, and the end game is everything. And the end game is everything for people. So just look into it. If you think I'm lying, you know, Google it. Chip.
No, I don't think anybody's lying. I just had never heard of it before. No, that's interesting. Thank you so much
I
for
was
that
shocked. I
information.
was shocked when I found out about it. And 70 countries already signed on to it and on part of the UN. So it's real big, man. It's real big and it's real scary. And that comes along with the you know what I'm saying, in prophecy times, man.
Do you know what behavior transgresses those three rules that you laid out? Like what type of things would be punishable by the punishments?
Idolatry, basically Christians.
Oh, real quick, District. I'm so sorry. One second. There's somebody who keeps responding to Matt who has a Hebrew name. If you can, please go to the translation tool of your choice. You can easily translate Hebrew into English, and then put that in the chat because I don't. I'm speaking for myself. I don't speak Hebrew and I can't read what you're saying. I don't know if Matt does. So please do that. It's very easy to do. It's free. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Please go.
The three of the main ones is blasphemy, idolatry, and adultery, I do believe. And you blasphemy, the same thing, you know what I'm saying, that Christ got crucified for. Lost his life. What is it? Sexual, what is it? What is it? Sexual behavior, unbehavior, you know what I'm saying, unmorally behavior.
Okay.
That's punishable by death, beheading. You know what I'm saying? It's real big. It's real big, man. And it's real scary. So it all boils down to, you know what I'm saying, that end game prophecy, you know, Book of Revelations and everything. So people gotta look at it like my man said. I heard him say it, but we like in the fourth quarter end times right now. So
Okay. All right, let's get some other people to say what they think about that. I want to just share my own thoughts just briefly. This is interesting. I watched a documentary by Vice News. This is going back, I think, like 5 or 6, maybe longer. And they talked about the largest group of Zionists in the world. And they're not from Israel. The largest group by far, I think it's like 23 million people in the United States, evangelical Christian Zionists. And the reason, this is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but for those in the audience, this is what the documentary said. They believe, based on biblical prophecy, that there needs to be a large conflict in the Middle East, in the land of, historic Palestine/Israel, and that will unalive a lot of people, and then it will bring on the second coming of their Savior, Jesus Christ. Now that to me sounds way out the left field, but that's just me, and that's what they believe. Then what they do is there are tours created for people to come from the United States to Israel, and they use those as fundraising tools for Israel. And a lot of the money raised, and this is the crazy part, goes to arm the settlers that are in these new settlements that are being built in the West Bank. And of course, we saw those in the kibbutzim on the 7th who had arms too. And most people don't know this, but there were armed family members who fought back against the H group militants that came in. It wasn't like people just weren't sitting back in their living room and got hurt. That did happen, but most of the people defended themselves with weapons that come from these sources of funds. I didn't know that. So, all right, let's talk to Let me
But
just one
listen,
second here, Faber.
listen,
We got to give somebody else a chance to talk for a second.
right.
I think that Jules, did you want to say anything else? I don't know. There's nobody in the panel that's all pro-Israel, but there are some people. There's one person in the chat that I don't know if they are or not. They have a Hebrew. They're writing in Hebrew. I don't want to make any assumptions about somebody's background. But anyway, did anyone else want to add, Jules?
One more jewel to drop, Jewel, before I go. Can I drop one more jewel? 30 seconds.
Okay,
30
real
seconds.
quick. It's
30
got to be
seconds.
quick though.
Yeah,
Got to be
30
quick.
seconds. MAGA. MAGA is a word, but they use MAGA as an acronym. If you use it as an acronym, you got to put the dots in between the M dot, A dot, G dot, A dot, right? So if you use it without a word, and if you pronounce it, MAGA in Latin means witch. In other languages, sorcery, deceiver, the great slur, is real big. Google it. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Jules.
No, if there's no one to, I guess, talk to, I just feel like
Okay.
I've been trying to talk to people that maybe have been like misinformed like I was. So that's why I feel
Yeah,
like
I
my
mean,
voice maybe might help
let me give you a
because
couple names of people who I know host different pro-Israeli lives. Maybe you'll have better luck than I did. I didn't get a fair hearing, but maybe they'll give you a different
yeah,
approach. There's a guy named NYC Joe, like New York City Joe, but it's abbreviated, so you can find him
I
that way.
saw him. He
And then there's
looked
another guy named
like he
Mr.
wanted to just shut
Avocado, but
everyone down.
there's a guy named Mr. Avocado, but it's spelled with an I, A-V-I, Cado. Or he goes by the name Nicholson is the other nickname he goes by. He's got multiple
Uh-huh.
accounts. And there's another person named JB, like John Bravo. She's a female. I think she's Hispanic or maybe she's Spanish. I don't know what her background is, Latina. But she's also Jewish and she speaks very and she's, by the way, she's more polite than any of the other hosts or hostesses, but ultimately she gave me the smack in the back of the head. And then there are a couple others. There's what's the name? Oh God, I can't remember the name. It's some fruit or something like that. I'll think of it. But if you go to their lives, you can try to share resources. But I got completely, talked over and talked down to, and they were very rude and inconsiderate, unfortunately. So not a very welcoming place. But maybe you'll have better luck than I do. All right, Jules, thank you. And okay, let's see. Voice, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I was just trying. When you go to their live, it's almost like going to a MAGA live, right? It's a self-fulfilling propaganda machine. They're just kind of like blowing smoke up each other's ass. That's why any voice that counters that, any voice that says that they're wrong in any way whatsoever, they want to shut down. I've seen some of your examples, and I've actually been sitting in the background on some of those lives that you participated in, and the arrogance of not only the arrogance, but the funny thing is, it's literally, I laugh because it's arrogance because they're assuming they know and they're so uneducated, you and that's what really is apparent. I think this greater topic that we're talking about, the thing that you really raised here, is to understand the connective tissues between what we think are different mechanisms, right? The mechanism of consumerism, the mechanism of we believe we have a vote, the mechanism of taxes, all of these things are connected in a way to control a population. It's a wonderful control mechanism. I mean, for a majority of Americans, it's like, hey, I study, I do this, I make this much money. I don't study, I do this, I don't make this much money. Oh, I'm poor because all the classifications are in place already, and then you just play with it. It just but at all levels, it produces money for you, right? From the very poor to the very wealthy, you will extract your 64th of a penny, right? It's a great mechanism. And then when you want to raise prices, like the effects of corporate price raising without any intervention from government, all of a sudden, like, ooh, government has no control over prices, right? You raise it 30% and it'll never, ever go back again, right? And you affect the whole population. And guess what? As much as we want to complain the last 2 years, well, we're in the system. There's nothing you can do about it. You need eggs the next day, right? You're going to go out and buy eggs, even though it's expensive. That's it. It keeps on going in circle. That's why it's going to be really hard to break.
There's someone named, I'm going to say I got the name right. It's Matty Shlomo. It says Zalmende Mateo Shlomo. I'd be more than happy to let you come up and share your views. It sounds like you have a different view. I said it's old hat or something like that, or this is, I think you said the word yawn. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But if you want to come up and speak, I'd welcome your views. I'm not the kind of host that will cut you off or call you names or any of that stuff. So happy to have you if you want to come up. Okay, I'm gonna let Adam have another chance. Adam hadn't quite finished his thoughts, and he had a lot he wanted to share. By the way, Adam, love your energy, and I love your accent. By the way, it's great to have a piece of Scotland in the chat.
Hi, Chip. Thank you. I appreciate your comments and compliments there. So yeah, basically, I'm trying to join the dots now. I've got children, so I want to be able to give my children guidance. However, there are certain truths, and those you know, if something is true, for example, you're in front of me on a screen, and apparently your name is Chip Barnes, and I believe that to be the case. However, you could be AI, you could be generated in a laboratory in Russia, and there's no person called Chip Barnes, and you're just sitting watching a fake guy, doctored. But that's, you know, so truth is people's perceptions, but really and truly, there is only one truth. And my truth is that we are going to die one day, eventually, because we are not eternal. That brilliant. I love it. You are real, Chip. Right, so I'm going to make a point, and please understand, I have to digress a little bit in order to validate what I'm trying to explain. So in my little head, I believe that we are divine beings, and because we are divine beings, naturally, I believe that the Almighty Creator, the God, the Lord, Yahweh, Allah, whatever you want to call Him, the Creator of the universe and everything in it, created man as an ambassador to go onto earth, which God created for us, and then to be the dominant species, but to respect earth, knowing that we are only caretakers on behalf of the Almighty Creator. So would I justify, let's go and fish the seas dry and kill all different species? Absolutely not. That is sheer stupidity. Do I encourage battery farming of chickens? No, it's disgusting. It's horrible. Do I think putting intoxicants, genetically modifying? Oh, beautiful. Hiya, beautiful. I don't know your name, but you are stunning. How are you, my beautiful cat?
It's
What's your
Fraser.
cat's name?
Fraser.
Fraser, yes, as in that TV program. Hiya, Fraser. You are so cute. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the cuteness of your cat. So what my point is that we are heading towards the end of time. People don't realize it because people have been dumbed down, and it's been easy to dumb down the people. How modify
Adam, can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? The audience is saying they can't hear you anymore. But I can hear you fine.
I think
Let
it was
me
a glitch.
why don't you try this, Adam? Try talking again right now. Can you guys hear? Please
Hello?
talk again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Somebody, can you please see? Now good. Okay, please
Good.
continue.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, it must be TikTok trying to ban my voice. Look, I'm a believer in the actual principles the Christian Judeo-West stood for, and those were values like freedom of speech, so anyone can say anything, and you know. I come from the time where sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will not harm me. So I'm thick-skinned. You can call me whatever you want. But if you want a physical fight, now I'm going to get aggressive and I'm ready to fight. But otherwise, you can call me whatever you want. But in this new world that we live in, you have to watch out. You don't say something that's going to upset someone or hurt their feelings. I think it's important to distinguish truth from falsehood. People like politicians stand up and I'll give you I'll be more specific. I talk about the US politicians because your dog is beautiful. A dachshund.
She's what they call a coonhound. Her name is Ruby.
Oh,
Ruby,
a coonhound. Okay. In Scotland, we would call that type of a dog like a dachshund. Lovely. Okay, fantastic. Oh, my connection must have dropped. I think I lost you there, Chip. Can anyone still hear me? Put a thumbs up in the comments. We've got 227 people in the audience, and obviously these people must have their own points of view as well. But I know that we are heading towards a final Armageddon, and you know, I know Jesus is going to come back and he's going to fight Antichrist. So where's the Antichrist going to come from? I believe Antichrist is coming from Israel. So I know that I have to be careful of what's coming from that territory, especially when I know that for many years the motto of the Mossad in Israel is do war by deception. Thou shalt do war by deception. And you think to yourself, how low does one need to get in order to conduct war? They will do it by deception. The Mossad have gone into United Arab Emirates, Dubai, and took out people in a hotel and left. They've done it all over the world, and there's been no consequences for the state of Israel. They're above the law. The only reason Israel is above the law, and this is the truth, the only reason Israel is above the law is because
you went on mute again, Adam.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Someone's trying to get hold of me, and every time my phone rings, it goes on to mute. I apologize. So my point is, because the Western banking system was designed on interest, it has actually destroyed the entire Western civilization. Now you've got corporations, for example, Coca-Cola, it'll go into India and it'll actually say, okay, the Indian government will give you $10 billion, for example. We need this area because it's got water and we need to make chemicals, blah, blah, blah. Now, by the time India kicks out the Coca-Cola factory for the destruction and devastation that they've left behind, there is no comeback on the corporation, because although Coca-Cola made for example, I'm not saying CC as an example, although they made $100 billion, they paid the government of India 30 billion in cutbacks. So the government says, okay, the next generation can deal with it. Now, we have reached the pinnacle of civilization through pure greed and destruction of Mother Earth. We've destroyed Mother Earth.
Adam, let's do this just for a question. And this is not at all criticism, but you are bouncing around quite a bit. And a few people in the comments are like, Somebody said my ADHD can't take this. Give me 1 second. Let me let your favorite guy, your favorite doctor, come up and share his views real quick, and we'll see if we can continue there.
Well, thank you very much, Chip. Thank you so much, Adam. Well said. I know there's obviously a lot of ideas and stuff on your mind, but you are on the right path. Keep going. The last thing I wanted to comment on was the Armageddon, and I would like to comment from Christianity and Islam point of view. This is because I understand these two perspectives quite deep, and there are quite a few views from Christianity, but we can conclude that the majority of world's Christians, including Roman Catholics, the Orthodox, and Anglicans, would emphasize that Jesus will return at the last day and that good and will ultimately triumph over evil. And his return will be preceded by wars and rumors of war. But in their day, today, believe they would not put too much emphasis on the allegorical battle that would achieve his triumph over evil, nor seek to locate it in a particular place. However, on the contrary, on the other side, Islam's teaching on Armageddon is a bit different. Muslims believe that the Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, will return at the end of the days, as it is in the Quran that Allah says, and he, Jesus, shall be a sign for the coming of the hour, means hour of judgment. Therefore, have no doubt about the hour, but follow me, follow the guidance and instruction of Allah. This is a straight way. This is in the Quran in verse 40, in Surah 43, verse 61. So according to the Islamic tradition, Jesus returned as a messenger of Islam, and this will be preceded by wars led by the rightly guided one, which is called the Mahdi in the Islamic literature, by the appearance of the Dajjal, which is the Antichrist, which is the Israelis or the Zionists are aiming. I mean, this might sound complex for you if you're not familiar with this thing, but you've heard, I think you said about that documentary that you've watched, the Israelis or the Jews want to build a third temple in the Holy Land in Al-Aqsa, where the Armageddon is going to happen, to hasten the arrival of their Messiah. Did I get that right? Their Messiah...
Sort of. I said that they were being disrespectful to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in all of Islam. They were wearing them, sitting on the ground. They were beating people using tear gas and damaging the inside. That's what I said.
Okay. Now, fine. So they what the ultimate targets for what they are doing, the destruction of Al-Aqsa and all that, they want to get rid of the Al-Aqsa today before tomorrow. But they know if this happened before they feel that the Muslim world is not drugged yet to get this happen, because if this happened, the Muslims are going to march from everywhere on planet Earth to Palestine. But this is not the point. The point is that their ultimate purpose is to build a third temple for themselves on the damage or the destruction of Al-Aqsa, and this is going to hasten the arrival of their Messiah, which is in the Quran or in Islam is the Dajjal or the Antichrist. The one and only Messiah that Muslims and Christians believe in is Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. Christian sees him as God, Muslim see him as the messenger before the final prophet Muhammad, as Adam has said. I don't know if Adam, but I believe he said he followed the Christian church. But anyway, I hope I'm not complicating it, because it is a bit complicated. So Jesus, the true Jesus, peace be upon him, will actually in this part will slay the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to come, the one that the Jews are waiting for, which is the Antichrist. It is not a Messiah. He's going to come, and then all the Jews and Christians will believe in him, will believe in the true Jesus, and there will then will there be one community that is of Islam, because as I said at the start, Jesus will come as a messenger of Islam, because in the real non-man manipulated Bible or gospel, Jesus mentions and indicates about the coming prophet, which is Muhammad, but this is hidden from the Christians around the world, right? So Jesus will slay the Antichrist, and then the Jews and Christians will believe in him, and there will be one community that is of Islam. And according to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the hour will not be established until the son of Mary, Maryam as we call it in Arabic or in Islam, means Jesus descends amongst you as a just ruler, He will break the cross and he will kill the pig. He will unalive the pig and abolish the jizya tax. Money will be in abundance so that nobody will accept it as a charity or a charitable gift. This is in the Sahih.
Real quick. Sorry, there's been some comments in here. One person said this is delusional. Another person said that's a bunch of bull. I want to ask you a general question. I don't mean this to be offensive at all because
No,
everybody
at all.
believes what they believe. So here's the question. If Christians believe one version of the outcome, you have a different interpretation based on, I'm guessing, the Quran, and then other people have different ideas about how this is going to play out, maybe from a Judaism standpoint. Who's right? And is it possible, and I ask this just strictly out of possibilities, is it possible the version that you're laying out in front of us could possibly be incorrect?
Well, I believe it is not possible because I believe in the source from where it's coming. If you have something that tells me that it is incorrect, godly words that can tell me it is incorrect, then I'm happy to listen to that. But I know what is correct and what is not, because of the source, because I trust the source.
What about the interpretation? I'm not doing this to be antagonistic. I'm just
No,
so
no,
you feel
absolutely.
like you're certain based on the things that you understand. By the way, I don't have any I don't have any refutations as far as evidence. I just don't have any corroborations as far as the evidence or the claims that are being made either. I don't have either or, so I stay ambivalent because I just don't know. But the claims that are being made by Christians, that the evangelical Christians and others, the claims being made by those who believe in the Torah or the Talmud, how is, if they feel they're right and they feel you are wrong, how is it that somebody along the way, and nobody's willing to admit that they could be wrong? Everyone thinks
Can
their
I answer
interpretation
that,
is
please,
right.
Chip?
Can I?
Well, just no, hold on. If it doesn't play out the way that you've described, then someone can't. Everyone can't all be right if their interpretation is different, right? That just makes sense out of pure chance. So why is it that one person's belief is wrong and the other one's right, whether it be yours or anybody else's?
This will be an ultimate existing thing on planet Earth. The humans will never all of them agree on one thing. But when we look at the three Abrahamic religions that we know of is Judaism at first, then Christianity, and then Islam at the end, right? So I have studied these religions, and I came up with this conclusion that Islam is the right religion because it is the one that makes the harmony of everything all together. It is the one that explains everything all together. Yesterday only, there was this Australian priest who announced his Islam, and his speech about why he could find this harmony was immaculate. I mean, it is just amazing. And he tells you why is it Islam that explains everything and makes you understand things coherently and understand the context. And this doesn't mean that you abandon Christianity or Jesus. It just you understand their relation between them and God in a different context, the right context, not the church manipulated context, not the Roman manipulated context that you and I know that the churches have been used throughout history to serve the man needs.
Okay, real quick question. Okay, so is it possible, I'm going to let Adam talk in a second, but I want to pose this one other question. Adam, you can certainly share your views, and then we'll talk to Coco. In fact, what I'm going to do is, Adam, you have a lot of great stuff to share. Coco hasn't had a chance to come on yet or speak, so we'll let Coco come in for a second, and then we'll let Adam come in. Here's a question for the group or for the audience to ponder, or even for the panelists. So We talked about the interpretation that your favorite doc just shared from his vantage point of understanding the Quran being the latest version of these interpretations, which he believes makes more sense than the older ones. We have people that believe otherwise, that Christ is the second coming of Christ is going to be the change that happens. It's going to change the future for human beings. And then we have folks who believe in either the Talmud or the Torah or even other Eastern philosophies. And I tend to have a hard time making sense of any of them, not because I'm trying to be purposely anti-religion. I just don't have any confirmation based on the information that I've received so far to confirm or corroborate these different interpretations. But is it possible that everybody's interpretation could be completely wrong? And we do know from recent history that many people have preached sort of an end time sort of conversation. And then when that end time they predicted came and then went, it didn't happen. So is it possible in anybody's mind that all of this is incorrect and none of this is going to happen? Okay, let's let Coco answer that question, if or other, whatever you want to talk about.
Yes, hi. I'm from Israel. First, I want to.
You're from Israel.
Yes, yes.
Well, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you. First, I want to maybe correct you about what you said about the holy place. It's not. We don't want to build the temple on this mountain. It's really in Israel. It's very few people, very extreme people that don't represent most of the people. Okay, we are very respect the Holy Land and the Muslim there, and maybe there was rights few times, but. It was not usually this starts because they throw stones into the Kotel, so we have to stop it. Then policemen go into the mountain and try to stop them. About what he said, I think that religious is not. It cannot be like proof for religions, because if you believe, then you believe. You cannot prove it. You cannot prove that one religion is correct and the other is not, because if you believe, then you believe. If you not believe, that you don't believe. There is not like something you go, okay, this is proof that Judaism is wrong or not.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Someone in the chat just said something interesting. I'm not sure. It says "stand up for," and then it's got the flag of Israel with a beautiful dog in the picture, by the way. The animals. This is the statement. This is not me. This is the statement in the chat. The animals who committed the atrocities of 10/7 are not as bad as those who cover up and minimize.
Come on.
What do you think that means? And I'm not sure what that means.
What I think, well, I want to know what people think, if it's what happened in the October 7 was the smart thing to do from the Palestinian perspective. Not if it was justice or not justice, or moral, or morally good or morally bad. It was. My thought is, if it was the smart thing that make the Palestinian life better in the short time or in the long time, let's say in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, I really, it interests me what people are thinking about this. Is it was like smart and strategic move, or it was a huge mistake?
Let's play that out for a sec. Okay, so people have different thoughts about this. Obviously, it really depends on which side of the issue you stand. So if you're from Israel, and this is not to speak for everybody, but in general, what I've heard is that people want security. And so anything that breaks security for Israelis, we know about rockets, there's the Iron Dome. So that has less of an effect, although it has a general sense of stress from living under the constant threat of rockets, right? I don't think any of us would want to live like that. And then you have the idea of what was happening before the 7th in terms of the long historical framework for this. And we know some of the things that happened in the 80s under Yasser Arafat, these horrible cafes and buses and et cetera. Obviously horrible to Israelis, again, more fear and more threat of harm, which I don't think anybody wants for civilians. But on the counterbalancing side of that, you have the ongoing initial dispossession of people who live there, right? And then you have the refugees here, there, and the other where, and all the things that have happened since then as far as the pushback from these different events and all the justifications for the hardships and the people being unalived on the Palestinian side. So getting fast forward to today, obviously there's more complexity to it, but just to keep it simple, I believe, this is my interpretation, I'd like to hear others, is that the general sense of frustration and no, quote, light at the end of the tunnel, having tried ceasefires and having tried legitimate political solutions, having tried peaceful protest, seeing people from the occupied West Bank becoming prisoners in Israeli jail, many times for very low or no offense or even being held administratively, which obviously is unfair. No one wants to be taken in with no charges. Or you have children that have maybe thrown a stone, which obviously can be dangerous, but not as dangerous as an M16 or a tank, right? Let's be straight. And then they get charged with terrorism, and then they get put in jail for, let's say, 2 years for something that, basically it's like throwing a rock at a car. I think in America, you might get a month in jail and a slap on the hands or even probation. But because they're military courts, they're jail. So a lot of people view them as prisoners, as hostages. And why are they there? Because the Israeli military has the upper hand. They can do that. So that's a frustration. And then you add in the home demolitions, and you have the water being cut off, and you have people being unalived, and you have crap water being sprayed on homes, and you have houses being stolen by people, literally just come and take it as settlers at the hand of a gun or IDF or both. These are the long-term frustrations of a people. So it makes sense that eventually somebody who's occupied doesn't see a way out. The situation hasn't changed. There's not as many people looking at it in the world. So I think the activity had two goals. This is my guess. One was to break out of your surrounding. You're basically blockaded in by fence and border and air and water. That's a frustrating thing too. Who wants to be controlled? And also someone else has control of your water, your food, your fuel, your electricity, your goods, as well as your medical supplies. That's very vulnerable, right? They can turn it off, as they have done. So because of all those factors and just the not going anywhere, one, they wanted to go try to get people so they could use them to exchange for some of those prisoners I mentioned or hostages. And they did that. Unfortunately, along the way, they did some other things too, which I think are reprehensible to the extent they were done. There's still a lot of confusion as to what is the veracity of some of the more egregious claims. I don't want to cover that. We also don't know exactly how the military response from Israel played into some of the overall numbers. I don't know for sure. It seems to have some bearing on it. But why did they do this? The one thing was to get the hostages. Two, just to resist in general, because when you're under occupation or siege, you're allowed to fight back under international law. Someone else is in a warlike state controlling you, so you're allowed to push back. I'm not saying I agree with the tactics, but I understand the concept. And then finally, not just with the hostages, but look at the public awareness, how that's changed politically. And again, everything ultimately is political. Let's face it, that's the only solution is political. But raising the awareness of the public around the world, not only to show them that it's going on, to bring the focus of, because what are we talking about? People all around they're talking about this, right? They weren't talking about this on 10.5, 10.7, it's the whole world's talking about this. So from their standpoint, being ignored was hurting their cause. And I think they have a legitimate claim, whether you agree or not. Anybody who's being persecuted, whether they be Jewish people in World War II or before, or whether it be Palestinian Arabs now, persecution sucks. And people should stand up for people that are under someone else's thumb. I believe that's why I take the position I take. And I understand there's another view to take. I'm not saying it's not valid to view it different. I'm just saying that's the point of view I come to. And so therefore, they raise consciousness. And this is the other big part that people don't understand. I think this is hurting Israel. If I was pro-Israel, I would be saying, hey, chill out, dude. Because what the Israelis have done, they've miscalculated, I believe. They know they have the backing of the Americans. Netanyahu thinks he controls everybody. He's very arrogant, very right-wing. He looks down on everybody who's not Jewish. Let's face it, he's one of these bad people in the world. And yeah, he's very pro-Israel, which, give him credit. He tries to do what he can for his country. He's a nationalist. But what he has done by making these choices militarily is he has exposed the behavior that they've worked so hard over the decades to try to keep under wraps from the public eye. And because of social media, Instagram, TikTok, other places, people are seeing the actual behavior, not the conversation that, Mark Regev and these other spokespeople have, which is silly, versus what they're doing. And it appears, whether you want to say it or not, that they aren't using human shields, that they aren't going after the H group, that they're just unaliving people by massively destroying infrastructure where a lot of civilians live. And the world, even if it's wrong, that's what the world perceives. 95% of people that aren't pro-Israel say, this is crazy. And therefore, that can never be supported no matter who's doing it. And that's what's changed. And so I think Israel, unfortunately, even though it's trying to do what it wants for its interests, it's shooting itself in the foot long term. And it's making it very hard for the world not to take additional action wherever this thing goes. And it's not just the ICJ. There's going to be tremendous pressure on Israel for decades to come because of this. This isn't 1982 Lebanon that can be spun a certain way in the media, which was, by the way, a horrific incursion into South Lebanon, totally unjustified. And 234 soldiers or military perished that were American soldiers stationed there. So the bottom line is this. Israel should chill the F out. They've already accomplished by taking all of northern Gaza. Let's face it, they're occupying it and they're talking about staying there indefinitely. They're talking about building settlements there. We had a little conference the other day where people were dancing in a room all giddy that they're going to be settling in northern Gaza. That's not good for Israel. That's stupid. Yeah, is it fair for them to do it? Yeah, they probably can do it, but should they do it? I don't think so. I think it's a crazy move. So that's how I see it. I don't know if that answered your question, Coco. I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm just saying I think it's changed the perception of the world dramatically. And I think that's the problem. And the other thing is, and this is totally unintended, by waking people up about this issue, people have started to question. I hear so many people on TikTok saying, I didn't know about this. And now I'm questioning everything that I've been told by my government. Because we were told for a long time, Israel's the good guy. They're fighting off all these people that don't like Jewish people. And they're realizing that's not true. These people just want to get out from under their plight. They need a reasonable shake. Their territory they've been living in for centuries has been taken away by settlements. They're angry about that. People see now this isn't fair. And Israel just continued to do it decade after decade under the guise of security, but really they're territorially expanding. And you can try to explain it away, but people are seeing it for really what it is. And so the narrative that Israel's been so able to control for decades, they've lost control of it. That's the biggest change as I see. I've been watching this since 1989. So that's where I am. What do you think, Coco? You think that's crazy, or what do you think? Still there? Did I mute you? Sorry, let me see if I can unmute you. Yeah, you're good.
First of all, you have something you write, but the main thing that you mentioned is on the West Bank. When all we are talking about is Gaza. And my thing is that you always look at Israel as the blame for there's no peace and no quiet and nothing. But I want to ask you, do you know why there is a siege on Gaza? What is the reason? I mean, just because we want to make them suffer? Or why there is a siege? Do you know what the reason for it?
Yeah. The explanation from the Israeli point of view, as I understand, is they want security, and they're fearful that if they don't control the borders and the flow of people and the flow of goods, that weapons will get in and that terrorism will get out into Israel.
Okay, so from our experience, okay, the Hamas, the only purpose if the Hamas is not peace, even if we give them half of Israel, they will not make any peace. The only purpose of the Hamas is to kill Jews, okay? And every dollar they are making, they buy weapon. Every concrete that goes in the Gaza, they make tunnels. Every pipeline they get for water, they build missiles. Everything, the only purpose, it doesn't care about the people, it doesn't about the economic. Everything is as one thing only, just to kill Jews and to destroy the Israel. So we don't have any choice. We cannot like open everything, let all the a weapon go in Gaza. We must control it. And
Okay. Let me do this. Let me respond real quick and then I'll let you continue. Okay. So I understand that point of view very clearly. In fact, I've probably heard it from people who take the pro-Israel side 10,000 times. Let me ask you a very not genuine question. I'm not doing this to be a smart ass. So the assertion that you're making is no matter what happens, that the people from the H group, as we say here for the algorithm, that their only mission is to completely take over or destroy the actual land of Israel, push out Jewish people and or unalive them or both. And that's their only motivating factor no matter what. So here's a question I have for you. If there was a brokered ceasefire and some sort of delineated territorial difference where people could have autonomy and could have self-determination and they could run their own country or their own territory, whatever they end up being called, they have freedom from being under oppression and occupation or being blockaded with security guarantees for the Israeli side, which seems to be the predominant issue. They want security from rockets or other incursions like we saw on the 7th. I think that's perfectly reasonable. The question is, if you've read the 2017 charter, which I'm guessing you probably haven't, Hamas revised their charter in 2017. In 1988, they did say that they wanted to take all the territory and they wanted to unalive Jewish people. They said that. I think that's reprehensible. However, they revised their charter under political pragmatism, realizing that after, how many years it's been since 1948, the existing state of Israel before 1967, which were the borders before it changed after the Six-Day War, was probably not going to go anywhere. It just had too much support, too much existence. It's entrenched. So what they did was, as a compromise in trying to bridge the gap, they said in their revised charter that they're willing to abide by the 1967 borders before the war began. And that would be a way of having that autonomy I talked about. And they'd work out the security guarantees. And they said that their goal is not to unalive Jewish people. They eliminated all that language from their charter. So I understand the idea that because the Israelis withdrew their settlements in 2005 from Gaza, and then they had an election, which then elected this more. Let me almost done. That people then say, well, hey, all they did was fire rockets after we withdrew. They're never going to be happy unless they take the whole thing. Therefore, there's no working with these people, which was the overall sentiment I got from Coco's statement. There's no working with these people. All they want to do is terrorism, and there's no other way out of this. They're just violent people. But what if they're willing, Coco, to never attack again? If they have autonomy and they have a state, because if their desires are to have autonomy, why would they keep attacking if they get it?
I can guarantee you, if Hamas will said what you just said, I can guarantee you that 70% or 80% of the Israeli will sign it immediately. We just want to live quiet, to raise our kids. We don't want any war. We have war like 100 years. And I think, for my opinion, the Palestinians did a huge mistake, huge. Because many people in Israel that believe, even myself, I believe in peace. I believe that we can talk to them. I can believe that we can do something. And now it's got very... People are not believing anymore in peace. I think it was mistake, as they did. The Palestinians always did mistake. If I take you like in a time machine to 1947, yes, and you need to advise, yes, let's say the Arab leader what to do. I guess you should tell them don't start the war, because the Jews will conquer you, will take your land, will take your home and everything. But unfortunately, they start the war, they lose the war, they lose the land. The same thing in 67. If I would go with a time machine to 67, I will advise Egypt not to start a war, because they will defeat it. And again, they start a war, they lose the land. And the same with 7th of October. In the beginning, they had a huge success, victory for the Palestinians. But I think in the long time, if someone, let's say 100 years from now, come here with a time machine, And I can assure you that he said to the Hamas, don't do the 7th of October because it will be suffering for decades for the Palestinian people, that they will not, for decades, they will be suffer and miserable, and the houses will be destroyed.
Okay, I think we have your point. You're saying
this-
that it was a bad decisions in 1948, 1967, and 10/7. Let me answer that, okay? Let me take that same time machine you said, I'll take it back there, okay? Granted, I'm not for war ever. Let me explain why I believe, and again, I don't know anybody in Israel. I don't know anybody who lives in Palestine, whether it's Gaza or the West Bank. I'm just an American. I really have nothing to gain either way. I really don't. If whatever happens, it doesn't change my life. However, I try to be fair, and I think the point of view you're taking is very one-sided, and here's why. I acknowledge the same issues that you feel concerned about. I agree that point of view I might even share with you if I felt the way you felt. Here's why I think it's a little disingenuous, and maybe you don't know these things, or maybe you do and you still hold the same position. I'm going to ask questions rhetorically for you to think about as I go through the different three iterations you mentioned. First, in 1947, as these agreements were being put forth, the partition agreement that was put out, the Jewish population was about 37% at that time. That means that the Palestinian position was about 63%, almost 2/3, 1/3. But the land that was being allocated for the partition agreement was 65% to people who were Jewish, and 35%, or no, sorry, it was 55-45. So the question is, why should somebody with a little more than a third of the population get more than half the land? That's the first question to keep in the back of your mind. So if you're going to say yes to a deal, that doesn't make a lot of sense to say yes to. So I don't think that's the Arabs, quote, not wanting peace. That's somebody saying, I don't agree with that deal. Let's work out a different one. And they did it anyway. So that's one thing. Secondly, in 1967, and this is a big misperception, and this drives me crazy. So what happened in 1967? The Egyptian military was doing exercises in the Sinai. For those who don't know, the Sinai borders the south of Israel, where the Rafah crossing is now. And the Sinai is separate from the bigger part of Egypt. That's where they do their military drills. And like any other country, like the US does this now, they do naval drills near China in international waters. Is it provocative? Yeah, probably. Is it indicative of a pending invasion? No. But the Israeli government decided, for whatever reason, whether they really thought they were under threat or not, they decided that they were going to move their troops towards the West Bank by preemptively bombing the Egyptian Air Force so it could not be used as sort of air involvement in the conflict, as well as the Syrian Air Force. So neither of those countries, which had the most prominent air forces at the time, could respond with any kind of air power, which makes a huge difference in terms of combat. Having served in the military, I know this all too well. Then they moved across towards the Jordan River. They were able to defeat the Jordan. So what was Transjordan now became Israeli territory, according to Israel, that they, quote, conquered the territory. They conquered the Sinai, and they also conquered the Golan Heights, which is strategic high ground in southwest Syria that looks down over northern Israel. So to this day, Israel believes in its mind that that is Israeli sovereign territory because it won it in the war. However, everybody else in the world, looking at this from the outside in, disagrees. They said, hey, Israel, you made a claim that you were under imminent threat, but nobody attacked you first. The perception was that you were going to be attacked. You had a fear. You acted on that fear, and you thought you're justified with that fear. Everyone else disagrees.
No, but it's not true.
Not done. Not done.
Okay.
Not done. Not done. I'm going to cover all three. So that was the second one. So people dispute the fact that it's Israeli territory, and therefore the settlements and the occupation of the territory is considered illegitimate, and it's sort of like it's not fair for a foreign country to take somebody else's land, saying that something might have happened to us, so we did what we did. That's not somebody attacking you. You said that somebody started it. That was your words. They started it. We finished it. No, they didn't start anything. Israeli decided to start something so that someone else couldn't start something. That's what happened. And as far as 10/7 goes, your argument is that it's worse for them in the long term because of what the response has been, right? It was ill-advised. And if I had my time machine, go back and say, hey, don't do this. It's not for me to tell somebody how to resist occupation and blockade. That's the first thing. Second thing is, the question we have to ask ourselves is, in terms of the struggle to get out from under this occupation that they believe they're under. You may not believe that, but they do. And so do most people, according to UN 242. Israel's supposed to move back to its pre-1967 border, get rid of the settlements. The U.S. government, even though it supports Israel, has condemned the settlements, as have so many other countries throughout the decades. Everyone condemns the settlements, and yet they persist. Administration after they've never stopped. under any administration. They've been faster and slower, but they've never stopped. Such that over 700,000 settlers have moved into the West Bank, or what they call Judea and Samaria. So that's a big issue. And it makes it impractical to have a one-state solution because of how non-contiguous the Palestinian territory has become. But getting back to 10-7, on 10-7, they decided, because of a lot of reasons, it called it the Al-Aqsa flood, because of the pure disrespect that the Israeli military and police have for their places of worship, and how they so mistreat their people over time, both in Gaza and the West Bank. Gaza, they come in and BOMB the crap out of them periodically. They say it's because of rocket fire, but they just do it because they can. They even call it mowing the lawn. That's the term the Israeli government uses to describe their periodic, reducing or thinning the herd across the border, which is disgusting. And on top of that, Palestinian people, even though they had a political divide between H group in the Gaza Strip and the PA in the West Bank, they still see each other as the same struggle, ultimately. Different ideas on how to deal with the situation, but solidarity in terms of their long-term struggle against the overall occupation and blockade. So to have a military response to those circumstances, not only is it understandable in the context, and I'm not saying it's justified as far as the tactics, but the question I always ask somebody, if you're under occupation or siege, would you sit by indefinitely as the various quote-unquote peace deals that have been offered to you were no better than the deal offered in 1948? Where it was a raw deal, you have no ability to run your own show, you have someone else controlling you from the outside in. Why would you accept a deal like that? Even Israeli officials have said after each peace deal, I wouldn't have taken that deal. And yet the rhetoric publicly in Israel is, we've offered the Arabs peace 5 times, and they've turned it down, they're violent. We withdrew from Gaza, and all we got was rocket fire. You didn't withdraw from Gaza, you withdrew from territory that wasn't yours to begin with in terms of Israel. It just said it was theirs. That's not a fair way to categorize it. And if it was done to Israelis under the same circumstances, it would be equally condemnable if the script was flipped. So I'm only condemning the behavior because of the power dynamics, not the players. But the point is, to say that they have to go back in time and change their mind and just sit still and take it, no one would do that. And I don't blame them for doing it, although I don't approve of the tactics. Your turn.
First of all, about the 67 war, it was started not because Nasser, not just the bloc, the Tehran, how do you call it?
The Suez Canal.
Yes, not the Suez Canal. Never mind. It blocked the access of ships to Israel through the Red Sea, and this is
that's an act of war. That's an act of war.
This is act of war. Yes.
Okay, so is blockading Gaza, just to keep it convenient, congruent.
No, it's not this. But so anyway, so Egypt started the war. Okay, she actively did act of war. So you cannot say that Israel started. About 1947, you always talk about justice, okay? But if you want peace, okay, all peace treaty in the world, justice in relationship between countries is not the only thing, okay? 1948, it was 75 years ago. It's done, it's finished. You cannot go back, okay? It might be not justice. I don't know. You said it's not justice. I said but it's never mind. It's done. It's finished, okay? You cannot go back. You have to be compromised about it. You understand? Because if you look for justice, only justice, it will never end war, okay? And but the Palestinians, their problem, they are not willing to compromise in nothing. Okay, if you find me one pro-Palestine that said, okay, I'm willing to live with Israel aside with the two-state solution, but not attack. You don't find many of this. Okay, try to speak. You don't. They want Tel Aviv, they want Haifa, they want Jerusalem. So it's not reasonable. You understand? So you need to stop seeking for justice, because justice, unfortunately, if it's not possible. I'm sorry that I said it, but and also you need to remember that after 48, after World War II, there was millions of refugees in the world. Okay, there was German refugees, Pakistani refugees, Polish refugees, and every refugees. Even I can tell you about my family. Okay, my family is from Syria. My grandfather. Okay, they come here. He was very rich. He has like big house in Damascus. But they left Syria with nothing. Okay, they just ran away in the 50s after Israel, after 48, and come here with nothing. Okay, and start after really hundreds of years that live in Syria, they finish. They come here, start, build their life, build their house here. They don't go with the key to the house in Damascus and said, we will go there somewhere. Because the Palestinian educate their people, one day we will go there, one day we will go back. And you see now, even in the classroom, they educate the people to someday they will return and kill the Jews and will return. And I can see, I have a friend over in Gaza now, in the classroom, which picture in the classroom, it's Bin Laden picture in the classroom of
Hold
like.
on. All right, but that's where I got to stop you. Okay, you've said a lot of things, by the way. I've given you a lot of airtime. Listen, there's a lot of nonsense with regard to things being planted by the IDF when they come in and find. So they say, "Oh, there's pictures of all sorts of T words." Unfortunately, the IDF, and I know this is hard to hear. Their history is chock full, just in this conflict, of absolute silly propaganda. I mean, it's like third grade level stuff. So I know there's a long-standing claim of things being taught at the youngest level to indoctrinate people who are Palestinian into hating Jewish people. Does it ever happen? I guess. I've seen examples of it on both sides. I don't think it's widespread on both sides either, but I know that's rhetoric within Israel. I have to give some other people a chance to talk a little bit here. I'm not going to drop you off, Coco, but I have to give people a chance. Let me address one last thing. You're viewing this from a very arrogant, one-sided way. Let me explain why. Okay? The folks that live in Israel were not dispossessed of their land. They took land. Now, you may say the British gave it to them. Okay, you want to make that argument, but this is all I have to say. If you were somebody living on a property, maybe you're living somewhere right now, and somebody showed up with a gun today and said, you got to leave or I'm going to shoot you. And you saw the adjacent village, everyone you knew was down, let me say a few houses down the road, everyone's no longer alive. What would you do? Would you sit there and unalive? Some people did, but 700,000 plus people had to move, and they did nothing wrong. That's the original problem here that has caused all the anger that's been subsequent to this. That's the origin. So it wasn't like somebody started hitting Israelis because they hate them. It's because of the anger long-term that's been caused by the dispossession. It could have been done by their cousin, as many people have said. Now, the H group has stated multiple times in writing that they're willing to accept a two-state solution on the borders of the pre-1967, which means they're only keeping about 22% of the land that they originally had complete access to. So from 100 down to 22 over the course of 75 years. That's a good compromise in my book. They're giving up a lot to get that. Or let's have a one-state solution where we have equal representation under a democratic system. But unfortunately, from the Israeli point of view, that would give a democratic majority to people who are of Arab descent, which they don't want. I understand that. There's also still security issues. Whichever way you do it, there's still security issues, right? All those details could be worked out. Here's what the H group has realized over the years, just like Vladimir Putin realized that the Americans and the Ukrainians were not negotiating in good faith. Even though publicly the Israelis have said for decades that we want a path to peace. We want a path to peace. Every action of what they've offered or tried to negotiate towards that has not been sufficient to achieve peace. The Palestinians have been willing to bend over backwards. And this is not something you're going to hear in the pro-Israeli circuit because it doesn't serve the narrative. But this is what happened. Every deal that was offered, the 5 supposed deals that were so great for all this territory and all this great stuff that the Palestinians just are so violent they can't accept. That's not true. Ask any Israeli scholar who's looked at this independently. Like even ex-prime ministers have said, I wouldn't have taken those deals if I were them. So why would you expect them to take those deals when the Israeli officials who were overseeing the deals at the time said, I wouldn't have taken it? That doesn't make any sense to keep falling back on that issue. So the idea that, listen, you can argue that the H group did something stupid. That's your right to argue that. But my point is what else are they to do long term? Sit back and take it while their fellow countrymen and women in the West Bank are being unalived at record rates because kids that come out and wave the Palestinian flag get shot in the knee, the groin, or the head? That an average of like maybe 300, 400, 500, some years 1,700 people are unalived. The slow, steady grind of knocking down homes. They won't give permits to build them, so they just destroy them if somebody builds. Imagine trying to live under those circumstances. Checkpoints everywhere that they claim is for security, but you can't go to work. The claim is that they won't build anything. They're unsophisticated. They're kind of like lower level humans. How could you do that under those circumstances? You wouldn't. And you weren't able to when Jewish people were under the control of the Nazis. They weren't able to do anything because they were controlled. That's the part I think you're missing. And inside of Gaza, the Israelis control everything. Now, there are tunnels that try to smuggle things in, granted. And you also argued earlier, why did they take resources and dedicate it to their militarism instead of their people? That's a fair argument to make. But the question is, where does it fit into the broader struggle? Is it better short term to have a little more pain and suffering for the people, including what happened on 10/7, to create longer term benefits for the struggle, to hopefully have some outcomes when normally there's no light at the end of the tunnel? That's the real question. I don't know. They get to make their own decision about that, not me. And I understand both arguments. But the point is, if you ask a people who's under the thumb of a stronger military power to accept it indefinitely, while they keep dispossessing them of more and more of the territory, slowly but surely, while doing these other horrific atrocities that accompany it, you can't, I don't think any human being in those circumstances can just say, let's just behave ourselves and be good people. No, it's not the way human beings are wired, nor would you be if you were under those circumstances. So I think you got to be fair and you have to understand, I'm for peace. And if you look at the 2017 charter that Hamas authored, you would see that they are for that solution and they're willing to give up that. They're not going to recognize the regime, but from a political pragmatism, they would have to realign with the PA, maybe divide the territory up somehow with different authority if that's the case, and provide security guarantees. Everybody knows that's what has to happen. The problem is the settlements and the lack of desire from the Israeli government from different regimes or different administrations has never been willing to go the full yard to provide a framework for that to occur. Just hasn't. That's the truth. I hate to admit it, and I wish it were different. Where's it going to go from here? Until the U.S. backing stops, which may never change, probably worse for the Palestinians. And I agree with you that it's unfortunate, but the awareness of the rest of the world has changed dramatically. And that may tilt the balance eventually. Just like what happened with South Africa, it became politically untenable for the minority white South African government to maintain control over the majority black population because of international pressure, sanctions, and it just was politically impractical to continue over time. I think something like that is going to befall Israel. I hate to say it because I don't want to see a special place where people can be protected from historical persecution as Israel has become. But the least safe place to be right now in the world for someone who's Jewish is where? Israel. Because of the threat of conflict. If the Hezbollah group up in southern Lebanon starts releasing their weaponry, there's no place to be safe in Israel. And I don't want to see anybody get harmed in this, especially civilians. What the Israelis are going to have to recognize at some point is these people are very, very resolved, the Palestinians. They believe it's their territory. They're never going to quit. You have one of two choices. Physically force them off the land, which seems to be the way that it's working right now, or unalive everybody, or some combination of the both, and have the international scorn that accompanies that, or broker a peace deal, have security guarantees, and be done with the resistance. That's it, in simple terms. Okay, Danelle, I'd like to ask you a quick, what would you like to say, Danelle? Really quick, we got to be quick because this has got to close up in about 15 minutes.
So I want to say good evening. I'm talking to you from Tel Aviv. I'm obviously a pro-Israeli.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a little correction to one thing that you said, although many things you said were incorrect, but I'll just go to one thing because we only have 15 minutes. You said that in 1948 the Jews got 60 something percent of the land and the
I
Arabs
said
got
55, 45, 45.
55 and the Arabs got, yeah. Have you ever been to Israel?
No.
Have you seen the Negev?
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't been to Israel, so how did you see
Well,
the Negev?
in terms of the quality, I think you're getting at the quality of the land versus the quantity of land. I understand your point, but the point is, in terms of division, that was the actual number.
No, I'm not disputing your number. I'm just saying that in order to be fair to the 300 and something people here, they need to know that over 50% of those 60% that you're talking about, or 55% you're talking about, is desert. Desert with nothing on it, just sand and sand. We have turned it into an oasis because we were able to do that. But when we received it in 1948, there was nothing there. Okay, the only place where you had better land is along the shoreline, where in Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank, that is like almost like going through the best parts of Italy. It's all beautiful land, very easy to grow stuff on it. So the quality of the land that the Arabs received was significantly higher than the quality of the land we received. And when you take that into perspective, I think the division of the land was fair.
That's an argument to be made. I think one of the things that gets said, which is a little bit, I think it's a little disingenuous, is you said that we made it bloom. We always hear this, that the Israelis made the desert bloom. Plenty of the territory before the boundaries were lined up, the demarcation. There were plenty of communities throughout historic Palestine that were perfectly well developed in ways that was very much modern and very much bloomed. And the fact that those areas hadn't been developed yet was much like the United States. Go back to 1940s US, I can give you photograph after photograph after photograph of different places that weren't yet developed, regardless of the nature of the terrain. So to say that somehow that it's special that Israel is able to do this, I think is absurd.
Okay, so it's not special. Still, the division was fair, and that's something that you did not mention. Plus, there was another small thing.
You're making the argument that because of the type of terrain, it was fair. I didn't say fair or unfair. I just said the quantity. That's what I put out. I didn't make a misstatement about that.
Yeah, but it's very important to put in there the quality because on the one hand, when I got on this live, the reason I stopped and looked at this live is because you seemed to be very intelligent and very fair and very balanced. But the longer I listen to you, I notice that you're really deep inside you are very, very biased. And you're just you're smart enough to present it in such a way where there's all these nuances that if you're not very entailed in the details of what's happening in the Middle East, you would not pick up on them. But since I'm Israeli and I know the details, I can pick up on all those nuances that you speak about.
Let's
For
do the demo.
example,
I'm not trying to cut you off because I really want to have an interaction with you.
Sure.
Let's do this. I tell you what. I would love to invite you back when I have a beginning of a live, so we can go through whichever point you want to raise that you think I kind of phrased it in a way that wasn't completely, fair or honest. Because I'm open to learning. One of my major standbys is I'm not married to my points of view or my take on something. So my identity and my ego have nothing to do with any of this stuff. And if I get something wrong, or if you can give me another way to look at it, I'm more than open to doing so. We just don't have time to go through the details. But if you can either connect me you can follow and direct message me, or I'll follow you back right now, and then we can schedule it and we'll do it. I would love to do that with you.
Yeah, so I'm following you right now, and I'd like to absolutely to DM you and to be in touch with you. I don't think I'm going to change your mind, but maybe I'll plant a seed of doubt regarding the way you see things.
Yeah, just to point out one thing for the audience, and again, this is fair. I have a take, Daniel has a take, and sometimes there's a difference between biophysical reality and interpretation of it. So, for example, let's say that a tank is sitting near a house in a kibbutz, and the tank fires something at the kibbutz, and it damages the building, a house. And now one person would say, we're defending ourselves from T-words. Another person would say, you're recklessly firing into and harming both T-words and civilians, you're being too reckless, right? That same thing happened, two different interpretations. So it doesn't make one right or wrong, it's just people see things differently based on context. And I think that's a fair thing to point out. People can argue the nuance, and that's what we'll do when we get together. Is that fair, Dano?
Yeah, I actually agree with you. You say that you're ex-military, right?
Yeah.
So you know how these situations, when all the adrenaline is pumping through your veins, making all these decisions are very difficult. Sometimes the decisions are not the best decisions, but they're decisions that are based on what you believe is the best interest of your side at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, I'm very clear on that. Yeah, the fog of war, it's so called. Yeah. Let's do this. Please message me and we'll take it on, okay? And you can stay on the panel if you want, but listen, I'm not going to take you down, but I'm probably going to have to go pretty quickly through the rest of the crowd here. Let me think. Nellie didn't get a chance to talk yet. And then unfortunately I hate to do this, but it's already, I have to take the dog out for another walk. It's almost 5. It gets dark here about 5:45, so I got to take her out. I will try to continue the live as I walk out, but it may glitch because sometimes when it goes from Wi-Fi back to cell, it starts to. I also got to charge my phone a little bit. Okay, Nellie, let's bring you up. And thank you again, Daniel. I really appreciate your point of view. Are you there? I can barely hear you, Nellie.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. First of all, before I start talking, what I'm saying is I don't mean to offend anybody on either side. I feel that either side, for the people that have lost their lives, it's very tragic and it's very sad. But in response to Daniel,
Danelle,
with him saying that
it's
Israel had,
Nellie.
or Danielle, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, so make sure we reflect.
Okay, sorry. My actual name is Danielle. So sorry, that's probably why I was saying it that way. I apologize. Danielle. Okay. You know, I've been reading up the history on the Rothschilds, and they purchased land. And in 1924, they had purchased, it was 7,356 acres in is it Jezreel Valley? And it was considered the most fertile land, and it held the water, and they purchased it from a Greek family. So to say that Israel had only received land that was out in the middle of the desert with nothing, that's just not true.
Well, let me say this for Daniel. In fairness to Daniel's point, he didn't say that. What he said is that he said a third of maybe half of the amount that he said that Israel took of that 55% was not as rich terrain as the remainder of it. I think that's what he said.
I see. Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize to him. I really honestly feel that it's very unfair for the civilians of Israel and the civilians of Palestine, okay? Because I feel like the governments are using these civilians to fight against each other, to acquire the lands, to build their canal for the natural resources. And a lot of it stems from the Rothschilds. In 1906, that's when they started purchasing land. They purchased 90,000 acres of land from the Ottoman authorities, okay? So we need to realize that there is a bigger picture here that is not being revealed to us, okay? And I feel like a lot of the people are brainwashed against each other. They use the HCOST to scare the civilians in Israel to fight against the Palestinians. Okay. Now, I do know that there are these radical groups, on the Palestinian side, but we cannot hold all of the civilians responsible for these radical groups. This is another type of brainwashing. Now, stop me if I'm wrong, Chip. I was reading that
I'm not stopping you because you're wrong. I'm stopping you because I need to ask a favor of the panel. I'm going to keep the live going, but I need to take about 5 or 6 minutes to do something. So what I'm going to do is, gosh, I hope I'm not making a mistake here. I'm going to flip my camera around so it'll be dark on my side. But I want to go, let me tell you the batting order. So Nellie, you're going to talk and finish up hopefully in a reasonable time. Then we're going to let Daniel respond because Daniel deserves to have a chance to speak back since he's mentioned. And then, but Daniel, if you can take about no more than 2 minutes, I want to give, there's somebody, I don't even see their name. It's Watermelon B. Watermelon. And if you can just allow each other to just try to stay muted while the other person goes, because I will not be directing traffic. I don't want this to be Jerry Springer. So with that in mind, please continue, Nellie. Thank you.
Step real quick. But stop me if I'm wrong, Clip. I read that H group was formed by the United States and Israel. Is that
No,
true?
no, no. The H group formed on its own accord in the late '80s, and then what happened was Netanyahu, over time, said in order to divide the political nature and solidarity of Palestinians, the best thing to do to reject a two-state possibility would be to fund the H group so that that divide
Yes.
widens. That's what happened.
Yes. He did.
Oops, sorry, I accidentally muted you instead of me. Sorry about that.
See him say that without H group that there would be no Israel. See, they have to paint the bad guy in this picture in order for people to accept what's happening in West Bank and Gaza to the Palestinians. And it's very misunfortunate because I believe that this is sending us into World War III. I mean, it even states these things in the Bible. And, in all the other holy books also. And this is the big picture. The big picture is first of all, a G-side should not happen for any people. I don't care who it is.
Nelly,
Okay?
can I interject real quick? It's not only in the Bible, it's within the Illuminati books that are in
Yes.
London in the museum. And this was intentionally done so that
Correct.
all three faiths will be fighting each other. They can annihilate each other. So the Luciferian realm can put in their
I
God.
just read about that the other day.
Correct.
Yes, and it's quite interesting. And there's talk about that the Zionists before there was the state of Israel had decided, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but this is just food for thought, okay? That the Holocaust was going to take place so that they could move the people into Israel to establish this state. Now, these are people
That's also
that
correct.
are in governments. And think about it. We have these soldiers that go out, risk their lives for countries, right? Even countries that they're not a part of. Okay, they're civilians, like before they were soldiers, before they were military. Now you have these people in power in the governments and world leaders and, the richest family in the world. They are the ones that are financially profiting off of this. And they are the ones that do not have to be out in those front lines risking their lives. So they play the people against each other. And it's quite
Correct.
sad.
Correct. War is business for them. War is a very lucrative and profitable business for them. And war is another way of empowerment. They keep themselves empowered. The best way that we can do this as human beings is to unite all of
Yes.
humanity.
We really
and
honestly have to
not-
love each other. We really
Exactly.
have to.
Exactly.
And it may sound corny, but the last thing that I really want to say is that I really, really hope that people will think about this because we are being played against each other, and anybody in the United States that would be in support of what is happening with this G-side to the Palestinians, okay? Do not think that
may I interject
America's
real quick?
soil is untouchable because Russia would probably try to take us out first so they don't have to deal with us and Israel when they attack Israel, okay? And also they don't want us funding Israel. Food for thought. And I really pray this all ends soon.
Yeah, may I interject? The thing is, these people want to keep
Freedom, we promised we would let Watermelon be Watermelon talk, so please go ahead and then you can jump in after that. Daniel, you want to respond real quick?
No, I'll let Watermelon talk.
Hi, my name is Brenda. So I wanted to share something basically going off of what Nelly was saying because I was inspired to share and to talk about the sort of spiritual perspective that's not really talked about that much. I was inspired by all the religious talk because we were all talking about Jesus. And I think one of the things that Abrahamic religions have done a great job of doing is to convince us all that we all need individual saving, that, you know, our religions and the prophets and the gods to which the Abrahamic religions and, you know, encourage you to worship, to have that individual salvation. Whereas in the spiritual, you know, in the esoteric teachings, they talk about how we are all one Christ consciousness. So we're all one consciousness. And so the goal of us being here is to achieve Christ consciousness, which is basically what we see as the coming of the Messiah. So the coming of Jesus is all of us, where all of us as a society reach Christ consciousness and then raise the level of the vibration of the planet, which what, you know, the Abrahamic religions refer to as, you know, the devil, we refer to as, you know, the dark entities and the dark beings that are here to sort of suck the energy and to keep us separated. Exactly what Nelly was saying, to keep us separated and to keep us separated based on religion, off of race, off of all these things. Everything in the systems, in the society that we live in, has been very intentionally set up so that everybody is living in an individualistic, everybody's living on the fear vibration, so that we don't raise the level of frequency of the earth, because the people who are in power are the ones that are benefiting from keeping us all enslaved. If your basic needs are not being met, there's no way that you're going to reach enlightenment, and you're just going to keep like hoping that somebody's going to come and save you. So I think we have to tie it just all back to what's happening right now. This war is very intentional. It is very specific to keep us just all scared, to keep us vibrating at a very, very low vibrational level, to prevent us from ushering in new earth, which is what a lot of people call Armageddon, the end of the world, whatever. It's new earth. That's just what it is. It's the birth of a new vibration for the planet. And so I think what I just wanted to share to everybody is to just like, we just have to unite. And I think it's happening. It's happening a lot more. I think what the power squeezed too hard, that people, instead of keeping everybody at a low vibration, what is actually happening is more and more people are waking up to the reality of these systems. And so I just want to just say to everybody, it seems like we are doomed, but just hang in there, because it's an extinction surge. Like, we are on the brink of just ushering in a new earth. And like, you know, just come together and just remember that even the Israelis, even the Zionists, they are us. We are all one Christ consciousness. They're just having a very different experience of this world, of this life, than we are. And we have to show compassion to everybody who has not reached that level of awakening. And that's all I have to say, everybody.
All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate you. Sounds like she's got some other things going on there. Okay. I think Freedom Philistine wanted to say something.
Yeah, it's the race is a bastardized word. And division is a goal that they have achieved, whether it's through political division, whether it's through racial division. Race, there's only one race of human beings on the planet. So why is everybody, oh, well, we're this and we're this and we're this and we're that? There's no difference between any human being. We all bleed the same. We are all of the same people. There is no difference. The thing is, the people that are used to ruling everybody use that against us. They use that racial divide just because of a different skin color or a different ideology. They use that against us to keep us divided. As we divide in humanity, they get more powerful. As we unite in humanity, they lose that power and they become weak. And that's what's going on now, whether it's in Israel or the United States or everything else. The unity, once the Palestinians united, the Israeli power started going down. You know, and that's why Netanyahu created this thing here. Danielle, I saw a video of Israeli troops on the 6th, on the 6th of October, I think, but it was released on the 8th. But on the 6th of October, there was Israeli troops busting up the barracks and making it look like it's being attacked. And they were jumping around and yelling, Allah, Allah. I might have that video on my profile. So it was out on Al Jazeera. Maybe you should take a look at that, and maybe you'll understand the reality of what's really going on.
Let me answer that because that's already taking it a little bit too far, in my opinion. That video is not,
In
cannot
your
be
opinion.
true. It cannot be true. Believe me, I'm Israeli. I live here.
In your
Okay.
opinion, well, we thought 9/11, was done by Osama bin Laden, so we went to war over and
And
thing.
it
But
wasn't.
Osama bin Laden was a
And it wasn't Osama bin Laden who did 9/11.
no.
Okay, so I have nothing to say if that's your opinion. So obviously we're too far apart.
Well, that's my military opinion, and that's my perspective of it. That there's no way possible that it could have been done by him or any of his proxies.
So what do you say about his letter?
That's his letter, but anybody can write a letter and sign it Osama bin Laden, and
Well,
it's read on
anyone
media
can
as if
fake
it's his letter.
anyone can fake a movie. Anyone can fake a movie about October 6th.
Okay, yeah, and I agree with that. But when Netanyahu came out and he said to Biden on the phone, well, as he was talking on Biden with Biden on the phone, he said, "Oh, 40 beheaded babies and 40 this and raping women and this and that," and that was all debunked. So
No, it wasn't. No, it
yes, it
wasn't.
was.
Actually, no. What you're doing
Where are
right
the
now is
40
very
beheaded
unfair. Hold
babies?
on, freedom,
Where are the
freedom.
40
Hold on,
beheaded
hold on. No,
babies?
no. You're saying
No,
stuff
no,
that
no,
is so
no.
far out. It's so far out. I have to interrupt and
Listen,
tell
even the
you.
president of the United States admitted that it was a lie. And
Never. Show me that. Show me that.
let's do this.
Send me that
Let's just
information. Show us right now. Be on the big screen and show us right now that that Biden said that.
Okay, Freedom, let me put you off there. Would you have any evidence of that?
when Biden came out and said he said that he had seen the videos, then he retracted that statement. That was on the news. I'll have to look it up and find it on the news.
Let me
Please
share
do.
this.
Please do.
Let me chirp in on this, guys, real quick. So, if you don't remember, there was a press conference where President Biden said, "I never thought I would live to see the day where there'd be 40 babies with their heads." And then he kind of nodded his head for a second. Now, it turns out that the White House, not Biden, later retracted that statement, saying that that was a misstatement. But at the time, it seemed awfully odd that somebody claims they actually saw video proof of something they later misspoke about. It just seems very odd.
Listen, within the chaos of October 7th, October 8th, October 9th, it took us at least 2 weeks to even understand the battlefield, okay? So if it was 40 babies or 30 babies or 20 babies, that's not the issue. The issue is that you had beheaded people, you had beheaded babies, you had babies that were put in ovens, you had women that were raped, you had people that were tortured, and all this was streamed live by the H group themselves. They streamed
That
it
was not
live.
true.
I saw the streaming on October 7th. What are you
Okay, show
talking
that
about?
streaming
It
because
was
I have
all
not
over,
seen
it was
anything.
all over social media.
Okay,
It
so
wasn't all over.
hold on. Oh, guys,
There
one
was a
sec,
cap.
one sec. So just one sec. I want to chirp in. So it's if anybody here has the evidence, I've worked really hard, Danielle, just to let you know. If you have access to this, you say all over social media. I was sent maybe 20 different links on things like Telegram and other websites. I looked through every single reference I was sent because that's fair is fair, right? If there's evidence to back up atrocities, not that I want to see it, but I want to verify it so I can corroborate it. I saw verbal testimony, and I saw a couple people who are already unalive, 3 soldiers and 1 civilian that was inside of a home where people had taken the rest of that body part off. Nobody, as they were alive, had it happen to them, as far as I understand. And I've seen no other evidence to corroborate the other claims of atrocities. In fairness, now if it's there, instead of quote all over, let's find out exactly where it is and let's let somebody go investigate it. Because I promise you, I will be fair with the audience, as I've told everyone else who told me this. I just haven't been able to find it.
Chip, just go to Hamas.com. It's that simple.
No, Daniel, no. Listen, that's a site that has malware on it. We can't go to that site.
Okay, go to Telegram and write October 7th atrocities and
Okay,
search
I'll do it
that.
right now. I'll do it right now.
Either that or write Hamas atrocities. One of the two will bring you to those pictures, to those movies. At least to some of those movies. I mean, thousands of reporters worldwide were shown the 47-minute movie and they all will testify to that movie. So why is that something you
Well,
cannot buy?
I would love to see that movie. I haven't seen
So
it.
you're a sick puppy, my friend. If you want to see
I'm
that
not a sick
movie, you're a
puppy.
sick
I haven't
puppy.
seen that movie.
Yeah.
That
You have
everybody
thousands of
investigation, because if we
Real quick, in fairness, just really quickly, I've listened to several journalists who have described the experience of watching that movie. And while it was horrific in terms of the things that did happen that they saw, none of them that I've heard reporting have corroborated any of the extensive atrocities, which includes, by the way, direct beet burning. And what I mean by that is there's no sight of who did what to whom. There's vehicles in which people's bodies were burned. There's places in the kibbutz whose bodies were burned. Could have been done by an IDF response, could have been done by the militants. We're not sure. No footage shows it happening. It shows the after effects. As far as graping goes, only witness testimony, no specific evidence to corroborate it. On top of that, babies wise, no evidence to show that any heads were removed from babies in any circumstances. And I mentioned the 3 soldiers and the 1 civilian. So that's what I have corroborated. And from the people that have watched the footage that you said was so horrific, yeah, I'm sure it was horrific and impactful, and it's sort of something you don't ever want to see. But it doesn't, just because there was footage shown to others doesn't mean it corroborates the most blatant atrocities that have been alleged. That's my point. Still there, Dano? There you go. Should work now. All right, Nelly, let me see if I can get you since Dano's on a little bit of pause.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that honestly, for either side, whatever information that either side is saying, if we have this information ourselves and we haven't really tried to study on this, I don't think people should be saying that it did not happen. Now, I'm not saying that this happened with the babies, because I believe that it did not happen, because I see no proof of it. But for people that don't know for sure and haven't done their own work on these subjects, to say no and just cross it off as untrue, it's arrogant.
I'll tell you one more thing. Not only is it not right to cross off these things when I'm telling you that they were live streaming it on Israeli social media, okay? Because what they did is they took the phones of the Israeli people, they went into their social media and they live streamed it on the social media of the Israelis, so all the relatives and all the Israeli people can see the atrocities. And I'm one of those people who witnesses not everything, but I witnessed part of it. I can't be on 10 different movies at the same time. So don't wait. And the second accusation that Chip made, that perhaps it was done by the Israeli military, that's outrageous, Chip. That's outrageous. You say you've been in the military. Can you imagine American soldiers doing this to American people? Is that even something conceivable to you?
Let me clarify
It is a
that, because
possibility.
I didn't differentiate. So in fairness, I'm not claiming that the Israeli military or even Israelis in general did anything of the more blatant atrocities like the graping or the burning. What I am saying is this: some of the damage sustained in the kibbutzim and some of the people that were burned because of that damage very likely were done, by the way, by military response that the H group did not have the arms to commit. As far as the vehicles that were leaving the rave festival, there's a very high chance that there was some involvement of the military in that, because again, the signature of some of the vehicles that were burned beyond recognition, including their passengers, and we don't even know who was H group because of DNA testing, that wasn't done by the H group. That was done by a response to the event where, again, in the quote fog of war, but as well as the Hannibal Directive, which is a shoot first, sorted out later directive. Who knows what happened and why?
That's not true. So you don't know the Hannibal Directive. You're surprising me, Chip, because I know you're smart. And no, it's not. Let me explain to you what the Hannibal this whole procedure came in case of a situation where in war, one of our soldiers gets hostage. Okay, we're allowed to go after the captures regardless of the consequences to the soldier. That's all the Hannibal Directive is. It has nothing to do with what happened on 7th October to civilians and to kids that came to party at the Nova party. I mean, guys, get real. I mean, if you want to deny the whole thing of October 7, go ahead and do that. And if you can live with yourself and you really believe that, there's nothing I can say. I only ask you one thing. When the day will come and everything will come out, and I think this day will come and things will come out, I will need you to look at the mirror and to ask forgiveness from yourself.
I think in fairness, Daniel, I can't say with certainty. That's part of the question here. So let me give an example. It's not that I think the Israeli military came in and said, let's kill all our people. I think that's absurd. I think what happened was, and given the fact that the pilots weren't sure, whoever engaged those cars, I don't know exactly how or who, but I do know that based on the after effect, what it appears to look like. And what I've heard testimony from people admitting this is there was a lot of confusion. People were leaving in vehicles. They didn't know whether it was, quote, the T word, if it was T words with hostages, if it was civilians that poured in as well based on the breach. They didn't know who it was. So they engaged targets, much like they would if they knew they were soldiers that were captive, and they tried to figure it out later. That's my understanding of how it was executed on that day.
So,
And I
so
could,
Chip, let me
and I could be
correct
wrong.
you.
I don't know for sure.
So you're wrong, Chip. Let me correct you. The H group came in with white Toyotas, very easily identifiable because they had machine guns on the back
They
of
drove the
those
civilian cars, is what
trucks.
I'm saying. They drove the civilians' cars out from the raid. That's what I'm saying.
Very few, and the military pilots of the Israeli military pilots are some of the best in the world. They would not do the stupid mistake of shooting civilian cars. I mean, think about it. You've been in the military. And you know the American pilots, and the American pilots are some of the best pilots in the world. They would not do that kind of mistake. They would target the vehicles that they know are vehicles that belong to the age group, which were the white Toyotas.
As far as I understand it, down now, and again, I'm fully, if the evidence comes out that contradicts this, I don't know if there may be any, but if there is any that specifically does contradict it, I don't think it's the pilot's fault, and it's very difficult. Let's just say right now, you and I are in a helicopter or whatever the engaging thing is, and we're trying to distinguish between who may be in a vehicle and who isn't. From about 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet away, if you're above a target, you can't see who's inside it. You don't know who's driving the vehicle. It could be somebody who commandeered the vehicle. It could be they're taking hostages, which did happen quite frequently, by the way, based on testimony from people that were taken hostage who didn't unalive.
Very few.
Those vehicles were engaged without clarity. I'm not saying they did it purposely. I'm saying it was unclear, and there was an order given to engage targets because, hey, we got to stop them from getting back inside of Gaza. That's what was done, I believe. And if you can prove otherwise, I'm happy to listen to the evidence.
Chip, I need you to make me a small promise. One day in the future, and I think it's not in the very far future, you will find out that you were wrong and you were mistaken.
Yeah.
I will need you to look in the mirror and forgive yourself. Is that
Well,
okay?
it's not about the mirror. It's about to the audience. So, for example, let me get you publicly say this. I say this about anything that I'm not clear about. If something comes out, whether it's through Telegram or some, now, if the Israeli military gets on a show and says we have determined through investigation, that's not evidence. That's a determination published.
No. I'm talking about the movies being released. One day, these movies will have to be released.
Of course.
Just
I
like
saw a
just
video
like you
of
have.
the Israeli government admitting that they were confused and they did unalive some of the civilians.
That's my
That
point.
is just not true. Show me that source, please.
So the point is,
The
Daniel,
only
I'm more than
incident,
happy
the
to
only
listen.
incident. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me correct it.
Go
There
ahead.
was one incident where we unalived a few of our own civilians, and that was the tank that was shooting at the hostage situation. To the best of our information, there were many age group members inside that situation, and as far as we knew, all the hostages were unalived.
So
So
it did
that
happen.
there was one incident that a tank shot into a hostage situation. Okay, a hostage situation where there were 14 H members that were capturing a few Israelis. That's the only case that it happened. Now, you can't trust the Israeli military when you choose to, and not trust it when you don't choose to. Because when we came out and we said that we unalived three of our own, we unalived three of our own hostages, everyone believed that, right?
Mistakes happen in war, correct? Just like how you were saying, correct?
Absolutely. There's friendly fire all the time happens, but friendly fire does not include burning babies, beheading people,
lying, man.
and raping women.
You guys need to stop fucking lying. I'm sorry for the cuss word, okay?
First of all, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, okay? You came to a live where I believe, Chip, correct me if I'm wrong, this is not acceptable, this kind of language.
Yes. for us to speak with each other, 100% pro-Palestinian, we have to respect each other, or we're going to get nowhere.
Let me say something as a moderator,
you-
please, just real quick. So Gaza Forever, I know this is passionate, and sometimes if you hear somebody saying something that you either feel you know is not right or whatever, you want to immediately fire back. I get that. I feel that a lot. But for the purposes of a good discussion, let's let somebody finish their statement, and then we'll come in and give you a chance to reply. Dan, let me say one more thing about my point of view to be very clear. It's not about guilt in the mirror. I'm not saying this because I want to say it or I doubt the fact. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited about it. Just like anything else in life, I don't have the evidence to back it up. And there may not be evidence to back some of this up. It may be interpretive, which is okay. I just can't say with clarity the things that are being claimed by Israel happened because of eyewitness testimony, just like I can't say that the age group's testimony eyewitness would be the same. But if it's on camera and you show the video and it comes out, I will happily from the top of the mountaintop scream, this is what happened.
So that's Chip. That's what's going to happen because there's mountains of video evidence from security cameras, from the GoPros of the age group. And by the way, we captured many of that material. Now that we went into Gaza, we captured many of that material. Okay. So I believe that one day when it will be the right time and it will be the right way, it will be released to the public audience, just like atrocities from World War II were released to the world years after because it was too horrific to watch when it actually happened.
Yeah, if you haven't, I guess you haven't followed me enough to know my way I operate. But I would never knowingly lie about something. If there were evidence, I went through all of the thread on Telegram that you mentioned, which is the Hamas atrocities, and I could not find a single example to corroborate the raping or the burning. There were after effect photographs which showed people having been burned, but that doesn't show how it happened, whether it was done by somebody or somebody else. Now, could it have happened by the age group? Of course. Did it happen? I don't know with certainty, but it does. There is. Let me finish. There is some question that comes in because there were vehicles and mortars and artillery fire that was used in the kibbutzim, and we don't know exactly who, how, or what got harmed by that. And so, therefore, if you want me to make a definitive statement saying I believe it, and I'm saying to you is that I'm happy to do that if I see the evidence. But right now, there's a lot of confusion. That's my point.
But Chip, what you're doing, I can twist it around you in a second and tell you that all those kids that are unalived in Gaza, I didn't see evidence of what hit them. I did see the kids unalived. I did see the rubble, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was an RPG by the age group that mistakenly hit those kids, right? Could be. If you don't show me otherwise, I don't know.
There's ample video evidence to back up a lot of the buildings.
Show me. Refer me to the evidence where you actually see the Israeli pilot unaliving those people.
I have several hundred.
Dan,
so
the evidence
right there. That's how selfish war
the
is.
evidence is when I talked to my relative and family, when they told me that their whole houses is gone, flattened on the floor from Israeli airplanes. Okay, don't tell me, show me the evidence. That's the evidence for you. Okay. Stop bullshitting everybody, okay? We know the truth. We know what's going on. We know what's happening in the whole entire massacre that you guys been doing all 4 months, okay? Stop the BS, please.
Gaza, the only massacre was October 7th. That's the only massacre.
Okay, you need to understand something about October 7th. The age group, what they did on October 7th, just to take hostages. Their intention, their whole plan was to go take hostages for exchange. Okay.
10-month-year-old hostages, 6-year-old hostages, 86-year-old hostages.
Don't argue with me about. Look at your jail. Look at your Israeli jails. What are they full of? Okay, they're full of kids.
Yeah, give me their names.
Absolutely no crimes or nothing.
That is bull.
I have a question.
In the thousands. Don't argue with me about age,
that
please.
Is bull. Don't listen. You said that you have relatives in Gaza, right? Well, I live in Israel, and I can tell you.
Which I lost some of.
Okay, and I know exactly who are in our jails. And in our jails could be 16-year-old, 17-year-old that held knives and tried to unalive people. Yeah, that could be. We don't have 10-old-month babies. We don't have 86-year-old senior citizens. Okay?
You have 3-year-old children now.
What children?
I believe your hostages that were captured by Hamas when they were released, they were released with a smile in their mouth. And they were treated in kind, and they were treated well, and they fed well.
No, they were not.
Our hostages, they came out from your jail with the exchange, are sick. They're mentally ill. They are starved to death. Okay, that's the difference between our group and your group. You understand?
That is absolutely misinformation. You can see
that is
ample
100% correct that I
evidence.
have read online myself.
Have you heard of
Bro,
Gilad
how is it?
Shalit?
This is
Honestly.
look. Your
Have you heard of Gilad
people
Shalit?
said that, not me. Okay,
Have
your
you
people
heard of
said that
Gilad
when they
Shalit?
came out.
Gaza.
When-
Gaza, have you
when
heard
they
of
were
Gilad
released.
Shalit? Gaza, have you heard of Gilad Shalit?
Say just one more
Yeah, of
thing,
course
and
I
then
heard.
I'm gonna get off
Okay,
of
how
the
many
live.
did we how many people did we release when we got back Gilad Shalit?
More than 1,000.
Right, more than 1,000. Did you see the pictures of them coming out of jail? Did you
No,
see the pictures of them?
I'm
Did you
still
see the
coming out of the
movies?
bus, not the jail.
Yeah, out of the bus. Did you see them come out of the bus? Were they starved? Were they sick?
I didn't
Please show us
pinpoint at
those.
each one of them.
Please show us those movies.
Dan,
Please show us those movies. No, because what
I
he's
can show
saying,
it.
I'm
Everybody
very upset.
can look it
I'm
up
upset
easily.
because what he's
there's
saying is
literally
complete
proof
lies.
online that I've read that talks about how people have been treated in Israeli prisons. Like it's definitely a thing. There's definitely evidence.
Do
Guys,
you
can
know
we
who?
change
Do
the
you know who
topic?
Yahya Sinwar
I don't
is?
really want to argue with Zionists, people that have already made their mind up. There's two camps. You have the Zionist camp that believe that they are God's chosen people and they can do no wrong, and everyone else is goyim. So if everyone else dies and one Jew dies, oh, disaster. So a Jewish life for a Zionist is above normal human's life. So as a believer of Jesus, I will not believe in a God who feels that one creation is above another creation. We are all created equal with the Zionist chip on their shoulder, and they've been expelled from every single country in the world in the past 2,000 years, and that wasn't genocide. That wasn't a Holocaust. Why were they expelled from all these countries? It was simple one reason, and the one reason was based on the interest banking system which they used to control governments, which they're doing today, to this day.
No,
And
that's wrong
obviously,
for any people to have to go through that, sir. That is not a Christian way whatsoever. And we can't say that a whole group of people think the same way. That's wrong.
the
I'm sorry.
Zionists are different to the Jews, my sister. I will never. A Jewish person is my brother, but a Zionist is definitely not a friend or a brother. They are someone like Jeffrey
Adam,
Epstein.
what's a Zionist? Adam, what's a Zionist? You
To
seem
me,
you seem to be
a
very
Zionist is
educated.
an atheist who has no belief apart from the gold. Gold is the worship of a Zionist who will sell his mother and his sister for the sake of gold. I'll tell you what a Zionist is. The man who betrayed Jesus, Judas Iscariot, was a Zionist. That's the kind of people that I don't. They're not people of humanity. They don't care about the 35,000 dead.
Adam, stop for a second. Stop for a second, because what you're doing, hold on a second, Nelly. What Adam is doing is embarrassing himself with pure ignorance. I mean, there's no connection between Zionism and what he just said.
Can I say?
No,
Can I
he's not ignorant.
ask a
No,
question?
he's telling the truth.
Can I ask Dan? Like,
He's actually telling the truth. That's what you don't like. You don't like the truth. That's what it is.
The people
So wait,
that are in denial cannot handle the truth. It has been stated in every single book, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, that it's been stated that God is the one who converts hearts. It's the job of the people to pass the message, and it's the job of God to convert the heart. But he's also said there are people whose eyes are sealed and ears are closed. These are the ones, no matter how much you tell them the truth, they have cognitive dissonance and they will always be in denial. The best way to find out someone's cognitive dissonance is very simple. You ask them about September the 11th, Tower number 6 or whatever, the third building that fell. You ask them about that. Why was that rigged? Who rigged it? Who were the people that were in that building? How long does it take to rig a building for demolition? And then you know how stupid or clever someone is.
Can I add on to you, Adam? Sorry.
Of course.
On September 11th, 9/11 specifically, do you know how much Israelis called out of work that worked in those towers?
quite a lot, including the owner
Exactly. You know
of
where I'm
the
coming from.
building.
So what are you saying, that the Israelis dropped those buildings?
Yes, they try to push it on the Arabs to look like
Oh
T's,
my
but they're the
God.
actual
Oh my
T's.
God.
And
You
on
know
one
that
day,
what
the
what you're
world will
doing
wake
is
up.
just
It's
pure.
starting to wake up, actually,
What
and
you're
it's
doing
not
is called the
light.
blood libel. What you're doing is called the blood
And
libel. It
also, I
comes from
heard you say,
anti-Semitism, the hate of Jewish people. That's where it's coming from.
no,
Anti-Semitism is
we
not the
love
same as
Jewish people.
anti-Zionism,
You're
no
not
matter what a
anti-Zionist.
Zionist
You're not
says.
anti-Semist, okay? You're
You have
Ashkenazi.
no
You're not
idea what a
anti-Semist.
Zionist
I am
is, so what are you
anti-Semist.
talking
I am
about?
Semist.
You
You're
have
not
no idea what a
Semist.
Zionist
we
is.
did to the Muslims after 9/11. We cannot get confused. It's the governments, not the people. That's how this starts. It's wrong, and it's disrespectful to the people out there in those lands, the children that are passing away on either side. It's disrespectful to the people that are going through this G side right now, or any Israeli civilians that have passed away. And by us disrespecting each other like this is gonna get us nowhere. And every minute that we waste doing this, another person is passing away.
Sure. Yeah, that is true. I guess I just have a question for Dan. Like, so we're really far into this whole situation at this point. Like October 7th was however many, multiple months ago. And I guess like one thing that I feel like is that when I'm sitting and listening to these lives, like I don't ever feel like people who are supporting Israel ever like I only ever feel like they are shouting and like telling their opinion, but I don't ever feel like they're listening. So there's kind of that thing, and then as well as the fact that like I guess how do you understand, or how, like what's your logic around the fact that like we've all been researching, we've all been looking at all kinds of stuff online, and like the vast majority of the world is against genocide and pro-Palestinian and supports the people in Gaza. So is it just this tiny small little group of Zionists that are right, and the rest of the world is just totally off base and completely off target and doesn't know what they're talking about? Like how do you reconcile that?
Let me explain to you very simply. How many Arabs or how many Muslims are there worldwide?
Why does that
Yeah,
matter?
but we don't need to
Because
like
because
that's
because the
besides the
Muslims and the
point. Like
Arabs, the
these are all
Muslims and
people
the,
who have the internet and have access to being able to research, and
but
like
why
it
can't
doesn't
why are you
matter what
deflecting? Why are you deflecting? Just answer the question.
I'm
How
no,
many
I'm not
Muslims,
I'm
Arabs
not
are there?
deflecting. I'm not deflecting. I'm just saying like as a human being,
Around 6
apart from anything
billion. I
about
think
me.
it's around 6
I
billion, if I'm
asked you
not
a simple
mistaken.
question. How many Arab
But
Muslims are
I
there?
am not
Billion
Arab.
Muslims.
I am not Arab, and there
I
are a
didn't
lot of
ask if you're Arab. I
non-Arabs
asked
who
how
can
many
do
Arab
research
Muslims
and
are
who
there, not
can.
you.
I'm literally telling you 6 billion, if not
So,
more, after
no,
October 7th.
I think,
Probably
I
more,
think,
but okay.
I think you, there's
Six
not
billion
six.
sounds like 6 billion sounds
Chip,
way
do
too
you think
high.
there's
Like
six
No,
the
it's
billion?
children
it's
of
it's a
God.
no,
It
it's
should
a
not matter.
hold on. Whoa, hold on. It's between 2 and 2.5 billion. I'm not sure the exact
No,
number.
that's Chip. That's Muslims. I'm asking about Arab Muslims, not just Muslims.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that.
So there
Right.
be
You know
about a
there's Arab
billion.
Jews, right? You
There
know
be
there's
about a
Arab
billion.
Jews, right?
Okay,
Okay,
the worldwide. You know how many Jews there are worldwide?
about 17 million, give or take.
No, about 14 million. Okay,
No,
so
17. Check the
okay,
numbers. I checked
you
that.
know what?
You do that.
20. I'll give you 20. What I'm
No,
trying
17.
what I'm
17.
trying to say is that of course you have a bigger outpour for the Palestinians, who are the brothers of the Muslims Arabs, than for the Jews, because simply we are a minority. Actually, we are the oppressed minority and not the other way around.
All right, let's do this. I'm gonna have to
Oh
go back to the
boy.
situation before where we kind of keep it orderly. Just a sec. I'm going to just keep everybody on the same situation here. Okay, thanks for being patient. Okay, here's the question. Does the siding of one person, or whether they be an Arab or whether they be a Scandinavian or whomever they may be, American, non-Jew, are they siding based upon the merits of the situation with the cause, or are they siding simply because they're already on the side of having sided with them in the past? Is that a fair question to ask, Danielle? And Adam, I'm trying to mute you, but I'm trying to get you muted. It's not working.
I'm not sure
There you go.
what the answer is. I'm sure about one thing, that when you go to these protests and you ask most of the people there who are not Arabs and have no interest in the Middle East before October 7th, they don't even know what river we're talking about. They don't know what sea we're talking about. They have no clue. They're just joining some kind of a lefty trend. That's all it is.
They don't need to have a PhD to have a heart. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
No,
So
but
Danielle, real quick.
they have to have a brain. They have to have a
Hold on.
brain.
So here's a question. So if you saw on TV in the Congo, let's say 15 or 20,000 people who are Congolese getting hit by artillery fired by the rebels, and you saw them all being blown to bits, but you didn't know the exact border or who was the bordering. But I know that Rwanda is directly to the east, but you didn't know that. Is it okay for you to take sympathy with the Congolese, even though you didn't know the border is Rwanda to the east?
I could feel bad for the people who hold an opinion or on who needs to free who.
The point is, though, is that you're saying, making a statement that because people lack knowledge of the specific geography, that therefore their sympathy for the cause is somehow
The
incorrect.
geography is part of the general knowledge that they lack. They lack all the knowledge about this whole conflict. That's what I'm saying. They don't know which river and which sea because they have no idea about this conflict whatsoever. When they say free Palestine from the river to the sea, they don't even realize that what they're saying is a genocidal statement.
It doesn't matter what river, it doesn't matter what sea. When you see people being genocide, and massacred, what the hell do you think? What do you expect?
So
Are they
you
not
done it
human?
with the same thing, Danielle?
That's the dumbest argument I heard.
We're gonna go in some kind of order now, just to keep it more manageable. That way it works. So let me do this. Okay, I want to bring up a point, and I want somebody from the. That's okay. No worries. It's all right. It's all good. These kind of things can happen. That's just the way it goes. Okay, so real quickly. So you're mentioning that because people lack the understanding of the specific geography and the overall context of the long-term conflict, that therefore their opinion is necessarily not well-informed or well-shaped. So first of all, that's a broad assumption. Just because somebody can't name the name of the river doesn't mean they don't understand some of the dynamics that other people may have shared with them. That's the first thing. And secondly, I'm someone who understands this probably as well as anybody on this. I've been studying it for 34 years. Okay, I'm no expert, but I've spent a lot of time trying to understand this. And I try to be fair. I swear I do. Because like I said, I just dropped a video. If you go watch it, it says, what if the script was flipped? And what I do in that video is present the idea that if the parties were switched identically, and all the same things have happened except for the people that are oppressed have been the Jewish people who got pushed off their land when an Arab state got formed, I would have the exact same criticism, except I'd be criticizing the Arab state, and I would be praising the fact that I understand that resistance by oppressed Jewish people is not great for what they did, but understandable within that context. So I'm somebody who does understand the context, and I've come to the conclusion that I find it reprehensible what the Israeli government and military is saying they're doing while cloaking it, or what they're doing while saying they're going after militants who are using human shields, which of course is absolute absurdity. They've damaged the hospitals, they've cut off the food, fuel, electricity, water, medical supplies, and they've gone around and sniped people left and right when they can. They've unalived people in mass groups and stuck them underground. And a lot of this isn't being reported. And to the extent that atrocities occurred on 10/7 by H group militants or other civilians, I am totally against that. But you can't even compare the two. I understand that people are really upset in Israel that this happened. It was like a never again blow to the gut, and it was just horrendous. Hold on, almost done. But you can't compare and call that a genocide in Israel, and this is intent from the H group to genocide the entire Jewish population, when the Israelis go in and then unalive 25 to 30,000, over 10,000 children, people under the age of 18, which is, by the way, makes up more than half the population of the Gaza Strip. You can't just go in willy-nilly and do that and claim you're just doing it as part of the military exercises. Now, here's what I want to do next. I don't think that everybody who goes to these protests believes what you said, Danielle. From the river to the sea, as I understand it, is not some genocidal intent to displace every Jewish person or put them underground. What it is, it's saying that the territorial situation that existed before 1948 is one that should be restored, and therefore from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, means that there's no longer an oppressive situation with regard to the Israeli military and the Zionist movement, and it'll be restored. Now, that's not likely to happen, Nor is it fair for the Israeli leadership to say we're gonna take this thing from the existing borders to the border of the Jordan River, and that's what now they're saying from the river to the sea. But for Israel to maintain that territory doesn't mean they're going to unalive every Palestinian, does it? I don't believe it does. You got to be fair, man. You got to say it both ways.
Palestine was never from the river to the sea, right? You say you've been studying this for 34 years. Where Syria,
Absolutely
Syria,
was.
Palestine.
Absolutely
Can you
was.
describe me the geography of Syria, Palestine, please?
Yeah, look at them. Look at any map from 1920 to 1947. Just go look up Encyclopedia Britannica Palestine. Just go
Sure.
look. All the territory from the Mediterranean Sea to the west bank of the Jordan River, and it was actually a combination of Palestine and what's called Transjordan. Those are the two territories in there. But the Romans
Actually,
historically referred to the entire.
Jordan got its independence only in 1946. Okay,
That's
so
why it was called. That's why it was called
anything
trans.
before
I said Transjordan. That was not a state at the time. It was a region.
Palestine, excuse me, Chip, but Palestine included Jordan, it included Syria, it included parts of southern Lebanon. So
Included
if you want to
Transjordan.
free, if you want to free Palestine, no, Transjordan was part of Palestine. Okay, Palestine is just a name.
Listen, do this, Daniel. Let's just do this. I'll pull up a map and I'll show it on the background of my screen, and you can look at the territory as it's designated in the encyclopedia in the 1920s. I'm not talking about 1946. Jordan was a region. It wasn't a formal nation state, nor was most things in that region for a long time.
Yeah, but the
These borders that were drawn by Sykes-Picot.
Hashemite kingdom existed before it was taken over by the Turks and by the British and by all the other conquerors. You have to understand, on the 7th century,
Daniel, 1920. Look it up, okay? You said I don't recognize the territory. Just go grab a map. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Go grab a map right now, 1920. Look it up, Encyclopedia Britannica. And what does it say on the map? You'll see it says Transjordan and Palestine. I agree that the territory between the East Bank and the West Bank was part of Transjordan at the time, and they blended together. But historically, the Romans who named the territory was historic Palestine. Even Golda Meir, who lived in historic Palestine, who settled into a Palestinian home during her tenure living in Israel after 1948, says, I'm a Palestinian. I lived all
she
the
said it
territory in the West Bank and
cynically,
East.
Chip. She said it cynically
No, she did not. No, she didn't, Daniel. This is BS. Go to YouTube, type in Golda Meir, I'm a Palestinian. Here's what she said. Here are her words,
Did
okay?
you see the whole interview?
Here are her words, and then look it up, okay? In the interview, she said to the British person, this is what she said. Stop unmuting her, I gotta drop you. Here's what she said. She said, no. The territory from the Mediterranean Sea over to the Euphrates and the Nile, that whole territory was Palestine. I'm from Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. I carried a Palestinian passport from 1921 to 1948. I was a Palestinian. Those are her words, not mine. That's exactly verbatim every word she said in that video. Go pull it up and watch it. That wasn't being
I know what
sarcastic.
she said in the video, but she said it
Okay.
to give an example, a cynical example of how Palestinians are not unique. In other words, they're not an ethnicity, they're not a nation, they're not a people. Okay, there are Arabs who lived in the region of Palestine. That's all they are.
No, she was Jewish, and she lived in the region, and she said, I am a Palestinian. It wasn't Arabs. It wasn't some designated thing. You're lying.
I'm lying?
You're lying through your teeth. She didn't do it sarcastically. You're out of your mind, dude. Are you seriously right now trying to make that point? Pull up the video. I'm going to show the video right now for the audience. You want to see if she's lying and being sarcastic?
Yes.
You want me to do that for you?
I want to see the whole interview, and then you'll understand the context of it.
Well, why would she say that if she didn't think she was Palestinian? Why would she say that?
No, she was Palestinian in the sense that she lived in Palestine as a Jew,
Right.
just like
There you go.
Arabs lived in Palestine as a Jew, but that did not make her, she was not Palestinian by ethnicity or by nationality. She was Palestinian.
You're making my point. She lived in a territory that was called Palestine before the formation of the state of Israel.
Who named it
Also included a
Palestine?
blend-
Who named it Palestine?
The Romans. The Romans.
Great. So it's not like there was a nationality called Palestine.
No, people identified from a territory as Palestine, just like people call themselves Mexican Americans in the southwest of the U.S. It's not a region, but it's an identity based on territory and culture.
When the Romans named it Palestine, were there Arabs at that time here in this region?
I don't know the answer, but I would imagine they purged a lot of people as the Romans.
No,
certainly
actually
did.
they were not. Okay, the Arabs came only 7th century AD.
That's not true.
Check
But
it out.
forget that for a second. The history that I study in this conflict, just to let you know, I analyze from 1875 to 1948 and on. That's the history that I look at. I'm not going to have the Kingdom of David, Canaanite. I can go back and pick 6,000 years ago, and we can start with it was this kind of animal, this kind of tiger, and this kind of human. That's a pointless exercise. Things shift over time, as you well know. And you can't claim that 3,000 years ago that it was your territory and sense X, Y, and Z, but all of a sudden you're coming back to get it. Because the Canaanites could claim the same damn thing. It
So
doesn't make any sense to go
you're
back there.
denying that Jesus was a Jew?
I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is I'm focused on the conflict like most scholars do from 1850 on to present.
Wait, was Jesus
That's
a
what I'm
Jew,
doing.
Chip? Honestly, was Jesus a Jew?
He was, but it's irrelevant to our conversation right
I'll
now.
tell you why it's relevant. Because if Jesus was a Jew, that means the Jews were here, right?
He was
There
a
may have been people
Palestinian Jew.
there may have been, by the way, there may have
How
been a
could it be a
variety of people that
Palestinian
believed,
Jew if it
but
wasn't Palestine back then?
He was a
Daniel, do me a favor.
Palestinian Jew.
Hold on. I got to do this, guys. One more time. I got to keep you on hold, and please don't. I don't want to drop anybody. That's the thing. But here's what I would like to invite the audience to do, and if Daniel wants to do it, great. Go type in the demographic population of Palestine 1900 to present. Just go type that into Google and just look at it, and you'll see that there was a minute fraction, less than 5% of the population in the territory as of 1900 that were Jewish. The vast, overwhelming majority were of Arab descent. The different religions. And that changed dramatically from 1905, especially from 1920 to 1940. Go look at the table. You'll see it. No one's lying about that. So there was a huge shift in population in the anticipation of forming a Jewish state long before World War II. So it's not like everybody piled in 1949 and 1950. There was a lot of that happened, but it was nowhere near the kind of population shift that took place prior to that in percentage terms. So that's my point. You want to go back to 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago? It's pointless to me.
May I respond to how he was a Palestinian Jew? Okay, Daniel, you said that the Romans named it Palestine, correct?
What did they name Palestine?
You said that the Romans named Palestine, correct?
Yeah, but what did they name
Okay,
Palestine?
when they crucified
region?
Jesus, it was done by the Romans, correct?
Yeah, but I'm asking, what did they name
So
Palestine?
how is he not a Palestinian Jew?
Because he was born in Bethlehem, which is in Judah. Okay? Palestine is just a mock name that the Romans made up to upset the Jews. That's all it is. It's not a people. It's not a nation. It's not a territory. It's nothing.
Archaeology finds that the only Jews that were exiled into Palestine were of political significance. They show a migration from Egypt into the European countries. So yes, there was Jews there. There's Jews worldwide. It is a religion. You cannot find Jewish in your blood.
How did the Jews get worldwide? Did you hear about Nebuchadnezzar? Did you hear about him?
Get worldwide.
Nebuchadnezzar.
How do the Catholics get worldwide? How do the Muslims get worldwide, sir?
Let me tell you, the Catholics got worldwide, or the Christians got worldwide through wars. Okay,
They
through
are
wars.
fake
That's how they
Jews.
did it.
Correct?
They are not real Jews.
No,
You
correct?
need to understand that, Nelly.
The Jews were
They're
exiled.
Ashkenazi.
There's a difference. The Jews never wanted anyone else to be a Jew. That's why there's so few of us, because we're not trying to make anyone else be a Jew. The Christians try to make other people be Christians, just like the Muslims tried to do that.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do the Jews call every other non-Jew a Gentile?
Absolutely. Well, it's not as a mock name. It's just to say a non-Jew in one word. That's all it is.
In the dictionary.
It's called goy. It's called goy. Who's a non-Jew is a goy, but it's not a bad word. It's not it's not like saying anything bad.
Look up Gentile in the dictionary. It is a bad word.
What does it mean, Gentile?
Let me grab.
Are you a Jew or a Zionist?
I'll grab that.
Of course I'm a Jew, and you people have no idea what
religion?
you guys have no idea what a Jew is. You have no idea what a Zionist is. You're too ignorant to know what they are.
I do.
Yeah,
but I know you're not supposed to have a land until your Messiah comes. What is your Messiah?
It's a Jew. Just tell me what's a Jew. Chip, we can't hear you. Chip, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Yeah. So here, I just want to keep things civil. Please don't call each other names. Hold on, real quick, before you go. Hold on. Let me see if I get this right or wrong. I want Daniel to correct me if I'm wrong, and then someone else can jump in. Okay. I understand that someone who's Jewish can be a number of ways. Someone can convert to Judaism and they're a Jew. Someone can be born in an ethnic nature of being Jewish. So I know people in my neighborhood here that are Jewish. They're not religious Jews. They don't follow anything. They're just like any other person that doesn't have a religion. They're atheistic or they just don't practice it. And then you have people that are more Orthodox Jews who take things like the Torah very seriously, and they don't believe. I've actually interviewed the guy, Israel Weiss. He's the head of this group called Neurokai, and they don't believe that the state of Israel should exist. They believe that Jews are meant to stay scattered until the coming of their Messiah. Am I wrong about any of that, Daniel?
No, just you have to mention that those people who believe that we should not go to Israel before the Messiah comes is a minority. It's a cult called Neturei Karta.
Yeah, it's very small. I understand that. It's a fringe group that believes that. I understand that.
95% of the Jews do not believe in what you just said, okay?
Understood. Yeah, that's fair. So let's let Kristen. I think Kristen wanted to respond, or somebody wanted to respond. Yeah, please do. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Israelites, sacred privileges as the chosen people of God, religious education of mankind that has been a gift of now the Gentiles. It says it is an offensive word that is used, and this is per the King James Bible Dictionary. Okay, it says that the Gentiles are insolent, that they are despicable, that they are hated basically by the Jews is what it says in the King James Bible Dictionary. They're insolent as a nation, it says.
Chip, do you feel that your Jewish friends hate you?
That they hate me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody hates me. I have people who vehemently disagree with my stance on opposition to Zionism. They think I don't understand it. And they also are upset that I don't support Israel in terms of its current projection and what it's doing vis-a-vis the Palestinians.
I understand that. But you agree with me that just because you're considered a Gentile in the eyes of the Jews doesn't mean that they hate you.
There's a mix. It's not everybody, of course. It's not homogeneous, nor is any of the political makeup of the Israeli society or those around the world. However, there is a general disdain among some or many towards non-Jews.
I think what I'm trying to say is that whatever source Nelly read from has to be some kind of a biased source, because me as a Jew, excuse me?
King's
King James Bible Dictionary.
Bible Dictionary.com.
Whose Bible's dictionary is this?
It's the most well accepted, grounded version of the Bible.
Okay, I'll go and read it myself. Okay, I'll go and educate myself. But I can tell you that when I say goy about someone who's not a Jew, there's no intent in degrading or embarrassing or whatever. That doesn't exist. And I have many. What you guys do not know about me is I lived in the United States for 13 years. I have many friends who are Christians, many, and I love them like brothers. I have nothing against them, and they're still goy.
Who are the hundreds of thousands of Jews in New York City who are protesting against of Israel? Who are
Real
they?
quick, I'm going to pause for 1 second. This is like a station break. I just want to let those who are listening know, if you've ever seen me before, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict in 1989, so I've been able to speak to it with a little bit of knowledge. And I also want to let you know my schedule for going live, which is posted on my main page for those of you who want to catch up. This is being recorded. It will be posted to my YouTube and Rumble if you want to catch up and watch it. My main schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern. I would love you to come back and check it out. We have great lively discussions, moderated with civility and respect. We try to get a little into it sometimes, but I always like to keep people, no name calling and no personal attacks and that kind of stuff. Everyone's done an amazing job, by the way. So also Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Eastern. And then once in a while, I'll do an impromptu one like today on Sunday. I do want to let you know, if you want to find those YouTube and Rumble channels, it's very easy. In my bio, there's a link that says Linktree Chip Barnes, a little chain next to it. All you have to do is click on that. It will launch a little link that takes you right there. Click through and follow, and you'll see the videos. And one last thing, if you're from outside the United States, they don't let people have that direct connect link. So there's some text in my bio that you have to type into your browser and then hit enter. It just says Linktree Chip Barnes. You'll see it. Anyway, that's about that. Please continue the conversation. It's been good so far.
Can I ask Danielle
Yeah,
something? Thank you.
of course. Yeah, please.
So Danielle, do you have any family that survived the Holocaust?
Absolutely. Actually, they did not survive. It's from my mother's side. They did not survive.
I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, I'm gonna get to my point. So, do you have you obviously would have empathy since you have some family, right? That's
hmm
okay. Now to my point. Okay, so how do you not have empathy for the people of Gaza and some of the West Bank areas?
Who said I don't?
Because I mean, the way I've been listening to you for about half an hour now, and the way you're talking, I don't think a person that's speaking this way has empathy for Palestinian people, whether they're children or grown people.
I think
Let's let
making
let's not make
assumptions is a mistake.
yeah, assumptions dangerous. That's dangerous. Yeah, let's let Daniel just say, how do you feel, Daniel?
Yeah, first of all, I feel very bad, especially for the people in the West Bank, because the West Bank people are in a situation where they have got their own governing PA. The PA is governing there, not militarily, but civilian wise. And they're not doing too much for the people. I think that you have a lot of political problems there, just like we have political problems in Israel, and therefore it's not really developing and not going anywhere.
But
And
she did say the only G side was October
unfortunately,
7th,
Hold
so
on.
you're basically
hold on. I'll get there. I'll get to
Kristen,
Gaza. I'll get to Gaza. Okay, because Gaza, you have to understand, Gaza and the West Bank are two very different stories. Okay, let's go to Gaza. Gaza was kidnapped in 2006. Gaza was kidnapped by the age group. Okay, there were so-called elections. Okay, it's true, but once those elections took place and
okay,
once the
but
age group were elected,
you're deflecting. I have something else to ask you. Stop the
sure.
Let's do this. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to mute you, honey, but we have to let somebody finish. I'm happy to give you ample time to respond.
Okay, no, but she's right. She's right. I'm getting off track. She's right. I accept what she's saying.
Okay, fair enough.
I have empathy. I
Please,
have
go ahead.
empathy for the people, not just the kids, but even grown-ups. It doesn't matter. People who are unalived during the bombing. It's a tragedy. The problem is that we still have 149 hostages underground there in horrible conditions, and there is no way that we're getting them back at this point, because the way that the age group cynically
I promise
uses its
you,
own people
you will get them
to,
back in the end. I promise you.
yeah, we'll get them back in body bags, probably. That's what's going to happen, unfortunately.
So, do you stand what the ITF is doing? So you stand by what they're doing in Gaza right now?
Oops, I was muted. Yes, absolutely. I stand by the idea.
Okay, so
Why?
then,
I'll explain to you why.
no,
Okay?
let me finish my point. My point is, so you're saying you stand with them booming the land where they know H group members do not reside. They know if they're looking for tunnels, which they're yet not to find 4 months later, they have to make up tunnels and act like, oh, they captured H group. But anyways, you don't. That's not how war is. You don't boom land where you know civilians are seeking refuge. You don't boom hospitals. You don't boom schools. You don't boom universities. You just don't. That's a war crime. And dressing up as doctors and going to execute 3 young boys and Janine, that's another war crime we can talk about if you want.
Actually, that's
Dan,
not
did
those
you
were
hear
not.
the eyewitness of the hostages when they came out? Didn't they say that they were actually felt safe with the H group and they were scared of Israel bombing?
Who said that? Where are you bringing this nonsense from? Excuse me for saying so. You're bringing
This is what I watched live. Not live, I mean recorded from your hostages coming out.
Yeah, on what channel do you watch this? On Al Jazeera? Chip, you're muted again. Chip, you're muted.
I want to just pause the audience for a second and share with Danielle. I'm sure we're trying to have an evidence-based conversation, so I want to share with Danielle. I've made several videos about this. So if you check my video feed, one was a young woman who was in the care of the Red Cross far after she was dropped off from the age group. She was not in their presence, and an interviewer came up to her before she left to go back to Israel, and they asked her, "How was your experience?" And in very delicate English, she said, "Good. Food was good. Everyone very kind." And then she said, "Very good." Now that is somebody under no reason to have to say something different. They weren't stressed out. They weren't under any kind of pressure. They weren't shocked. They weren't in PTSD mode. And you can see from their demeanor, it's in my video. Then 6 weeks later, on an Israeli televised interview, she says the exact opposite. Now, as far as the other hostages that got released, there was like an elderly woman who got released first. I believe she was the first person to be released along with one other person. And they asked her very specifically, and this was done on a large group in front of her on television. And so she said, "Yes, I was taken care of very well. I was fed well. They took care of my feminine hygiene. It was not an awful experience." Now, again, the Israeli leadership, the last thing that they want, I would perceive, is for anybody from the H group to be viewed as anywhere other than an inhumane barbarian. So what they did was they immediately have been controlling the narrative and trying to make it seem like that isn't the case. But those are both on live video. So there's nobody's like doctoring that. And the Israeli government has tried to keep that from the public view. I'm imagining they've done a
No,
good job of it.
actually, we saw the same videos, Chip. We saw
Okay.
exactly the same videos. The only thing you're not mentioning, and we know this for a fact, is that the H group has. You know what Clonix is?
Did what?
Do you know what Clonix is?
Colonics?
Yes, Clonix.
You mean like a colonic when you clear out your intestines?
No, Clonix is a psychiatric drug that calms you down and makes you feel euphoric. All the hostages were given Clonix before they were released, number one. Number two, some of those hostages still have family that are still hostages. So what are they going to do? They're going to badmouth the H group and take the risk that their family members will be harmed?
You're saying
Dan,
that it's a
you need to realize.
drug-induced and
Sorry.
so you're saying it was drug-induced and fear-induced, which is why they made the statements they made.
Absolutely. Drug-induced, fear-induced,
Okay.
trauma-induced. In other words, some of them it took weeks to actually be able to speak out what they went through. And regarding the women hygiene, let me tell you how good they took care of the women hygiene is that 3 of the hostages that came back were pregnant.
Well, I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is what I heard. Like, let me speak to the evidence of this, okay? First of all,
CNN would have been
Unbelievable.
the first to advertise
let
that.
me put it this way. Hold on. Let me
This
put it
guy's
this way.
hilarious.
Okay, hold on. Listen,
Me and not
I'm
you
never
guys.
surprised. I'm never surprised, Danielle, at the length to which the Israeli spokespeople and government will go to shift statements in such a way that it makes it appear as if everything that's discussed about this is towards the Israeli point of view. It's in favor of Israel, and to denigrate those who they want to attack. They do it with every single incident. They have an entire playbook that was written by communications expert Frank Luntz, who does things for political people. It's called the Israeli, language dictionary or something like that. And every time there's something that comes up like this, which, by the way, I'm very impressed. I just showed you what was actually shown on TV. Now the reason being given is, one, they were drugged, and two, they were basically lied to or something like that. You're saying they were actually mistreated. Listen, you can make all those things up, or people can make those claims, but the evidence on film speaks to something much different.
You know, Chip, let's take it from a different angle. Let me ask you a question and answer me honestly, please.
Yeah, of
How
course.
many
Yeah.
how many times has the Red Cross visited the hostages?
I don't know the answer.
So the answer is 0. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I have no idea. I would think that there's probably places where they're trying to keep people obscured. They don't want to let people go to the locations.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Red Cross. It's a war crime not to let the Red Cross see the hostages.
I'm not aware of that as the rule, but if it is, I have no way to.
So
I
please,
don't know the
please,
answer to
please
that.
check out those 2 things I said, and while after the live is over, try and think why they didn't let them see them.
Dan,
If you honestly assess what's happened so far, again, just looking at what's happened, I don't know what's happened to the other people that have been held longer. They could be in dire conditions like many of the civilians are, with lack of food and lack of other things. If they're being held in the tunnels were prepared long ago with staples and stuff that the H group. By the way, they get criticized all the time for diverting resources away from the population. Some of those resources may be used to take care of the hostages. I don't know for sure. I don't think any of us know. We're making assertions that we can't verify. But the point is, as far as the pregnancies are concerned, we don't know whether the pregnancies were caused by somebody in the tunnels, which sounds very unusual that an Islamic person would assault a woman, because that's against their entire way of being. And they could have been impregnated before they were at the festival, or they're taken from. We don't know the answer to that.
No, they went through a DNA test. They were impregnated by their captors.
Well,
that's just
again,
something just made right now. That's the first time I hear it, by the way.
It's very.
I don't know where you
hard
came
to
up
take
that.
the word of the Israeli. It's very hard to take
Listen,
the word of the Israeli government.
let's do the following. Chip, it's like it's 1:30 a.m. in my place, and I got to get off the line because I got to get some sleep. But I will DM you some of that information that I brought up tonight. Okay, is that okay?
Sure, of course, and
Okay.
connect me a subsequent interview. We'll get together and do more of it.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Please bring
had a
some
good time.
evidence.
Yeah.
Please don't say
Nice to
something
have
until
you.
you have a backup evidence behind it.
Just real quick,
Don't
we'll
just
talk
make
about
something
that.
up.
Danielle, thanks again for being here. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your points of view. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't like to slam people, so if anybody's in the comments, I mean, this is the point I'm trying to make, and I think Gaza was saying it as far as evidence goes. So let's say the evidence, this is what happened the last time that somebody sent me evidence from an Israeli point of view. They sent me statements from articles that made the claim that these things happened. Look, the newspaper said this. That's not an acknowledgement of fact. That's not proof. That's somebody who's an author, who's a columnist, making an assertion in an article. Now, that doesn't prove anything. That just means that somebody somewhere decided to write something. Now, if there is a way to test the DNA and have it released in a way that's factually accurate, I don't even know how you do that. However, just based on history, this is why it's so tough. It's like the boy who cried wolf. If you yell wolf and everybody comes out to see what's going on and they go back inside, you yell it again, they go back inside. And after like the 5th or 6th time, nobody even comes outside. They won't believe a word you say because you've set a pattern of behavior. That's unfortunately what the Israeli spokespeople in military and government have done over the years that I've observed. And they have an entire approach, a proactive approach to use very creative language, and they have a response for every last statement, just like you heard Danielle say. And listen, it may be true. There may have been drugs used. There may have been other situations of mistreatment. I have no idea. It's just so very hard to trust statements like that. And I don't know how you verify that. So all I can go on is what the video shows. That the girl did not look intoxicated. She did not look like she was anything other than a still moment after she'd been released by the age group, no trauma, and she said what she said. And then the other thing with the older woman, same thing. I didn't see any evidence of intoxication. I'm not an expert, but no one looked like they were sort of giddy or whacked out of their mind. And I saw other handoffs of people who didn't speak, but they looked like they were being very cordial and pleasant, not goofy, just like warm, like, hey, thank you very much, thanks for not hurting me kind of thing, that kind of thing. That's what it looked like to me. Again, I'm just an observer, and I don't know about these things that aren't documented. I can't make statements about stuff I can't see or verify. That's what I'm trying to point out to Danielle. Listen, I appreciate him being here. He made a good case for his point. Yes, Gaza, please.
This guy, I mean, how long has he been talking for? About an hour, 2 hours?
Probably 2 hours.
I did not find something truth that he said at the whole 2 hours. Can you believe it? Everything he was saying for 2 hours was a bunch of lies or twisted.
he made statements that aren't corroborated, that he says he has evidence for, that I've not looked at. So I don't want to make a final determination. In fairness, I think I should give him the benefit of the doubt and take a look at what he sends, because
They
I may
always
or may
say they
not
have
have a change of
evidence.
thought.
This guy
We
still
could
believes
be.
there's fully baby beheaded. What
We'll
do you
see. I mean,
expect?
like I said, if he has evidence of that, not statements by people who say they've seen it, but actual evidence of it happening, in fairness, I have to report it as is, regardless of which side it makes look good or bad. That's fair.
Besides, when the H group have when they capture the hostages, what's the point of unaliving them in the first place if they're gonna use them for exchange?
Yeah, they have
Why
no
would they
value
do
if they're
that?
not. Yeah, they have no
Absolutely.
value.
Did they
That's
just
a good
make
question.
crap up?
And
And the one
listen,
who got unalived, they got unalived because of the airstrikes that from
yeah,
their own people.
or there were some that were released that had their shirts off and they'd waved the flag and they got shot, unfortunately, on the battlefield. So, and listen, I vehemently disagree with him about what happened on the 7th, and I don't know exactly what happened, but he's saying with certainty that the military would not engage with vehicles if they didn't have absolute certainty it was just militants, or they wouldn't fire on things. They were told by their command, and they've admitted as much, that it was confusing. They didn't know who was who, so they fired on everything because they wanted to make sure they got every last militant or civilian who left acting in a militant manner from Gaza. That's my understanding, and if there's proof to the contrary, I'll happily look at it. And we have actual video of tanks firing into kibbutzim and showing the damage that could not have been done by the weaponry that the H group has. As far as burning, I don't know whether it was the response from the Israeli military and or the response from the tank fire that caused the bodies to burn, or if it was some other way that it happened. But if the photographs are after the fact and there's no during, how can you know?
That's from the Apache helicopter. They're the one who did all the unaliving, not the H group. The H group, the whole purpose was if they did any unaliving just for only defense, not to actually unalive anyone. Their whole purpose is just to take hostages, not to actually unalive anyone. And by the way, and a lot of the hostages that got released, were just civilians. The one they still kept with the H group are actually IDF soldiers who are serving in the IDF still to use them for exchange.
My
At the same
understanding,
time,
again, I
yeah,
just want to share what I saw. I'll let the audience know what I saw. So I've been working really hard to try to get video evidence of any of the claims that were made, because I think that's the right thing to do, right? When he says go to hgroup.com, I didn't go there because that's filled with malware. That was like a ruse of the Israeli government to get people's computers screwed up. But he did say go to the Telegram group, which is called H Group Atrocities. So I went there and I painstakingly went down the entire thread from top to bottom. I did see some photographs. I did see some video, but none of it showed in the act of. It showed aftermath of. I didn't see any signs of any kind of essay against females. I didn't see anything other than third-party accounts saying that my sister's cousin said that this happened. Anybody can make those statements to make a group look bad. And unfortunately, the Israeli spokespeople have a history of using those types of means to communicate things that make them look better in the eye of the public. And the first thing that came out of their mouths, like it or not, and whether they wanted to do this or not, or whether it was accidental, which I've heard them say, they announced publicly that the initial barbarism by the H group was that they, removed the heads of 40 babies, and that went viral across the entire globe. And to this day, people say, and even our friend today came on. He came on and said that yes, it happened. We're just not sure exactly how many, but he said it still happened. Where's the evidence for that? He claims that film that was shown to the journalist, which is supposed to be a summation of some of these atrocities, that they came out saying how sick they were. It doesn't discuss the specifics of the atrocities. It has to address that. You have to have specificity when it comes to evidence of atrocities. And right now there isn't any. And one more thing, as far as human shields, we know the argument that's put out is, it's unfortunate. He said it's unfortunate and sad that these civilians, women, men, children have perished. Fair enough. I appreciate that sympathy. However, how did they become that way? The question is, the standard line is they're being used by the H group as human shields because they want to make Israel look bad. And the more people that unalive, they don't care about lives. They just want to win the publicity war. Give me a break. First of all, if I was an H group militant and I knew that the enemy was dropping, 1,000-pound munitions on residential areas, where's the last place you would hang out? And I don't think I'd want to kill 35 people in my group just to make them look bad, and myself. Think about that for a second. Does that make any sense? I would stay underground and I would be moving around very carefully to avoid the exact thing that I know they're going to do. So I think they know this too. The Israelis know that no militants are going to hang out in buildings. Now, if they're at a building and firing, engaging something, and it gets hit because of that, okay, understandable. They're using it as a terrain. But even then, in some of the refugee camps, supposedly there was one commander or one officer of the H group, and like 420, 450 people were unalived as a part of one bombing for one person. That's not distinguishing between civilians and combatants. You cannot do that under international law. You can't make the justification, oh, well, 400 people have to perish because of one person we suspect might be there. That doesn't fly. All right, we have a few more guests that want to come in. How about if we let Tisha talk for a sec? She hasn't talked yet. Welcome. Are you there, Tisha? There we go. Tisha, are you there? How about B-Ball Content? Are you there?
I'm here, yeah. Do you hear me?
Okay, yeah, let's let B-Ball talk. Tisha,
Yeah.
we have to get something with you. We can't hear you, just so you know.
I'm just going to be quite fast because I have to go. And I didn't hear a
Okay.
lot of the conversation because I only came in the middle. But I do see some inconsistencies here. The first one being that, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you say before that the IDF released some information about the 40 beheaded babies or something. I don't understand.
No. They didn't release any. That's the
But
problem. Is that
but
it's
neither did
unrelated.
any Israeli spokesperson. Just some random person did. I've never retweeted that. I have no idea why that became a thing. It was one random person, and now everyone's saying, "Oh, the Israeli government, the Israeli
No,
spokespeople." One Hanani Naftali. You can go on Twitter. One random person did it. People retweeted it. Biden said something about it, and then everyone perceived it as having been a claim that the Israeli media ran. Didn't happen. I don't know why that's the perception. No official Israeli spokesperson ever said that.
It was repeated over and over, not only on Israeli news, but Western news media as supplied by the IDF to the news outlets. It was
The
definitely
IDF
put out
did.
by
You
the
can
Israelis.
if you can prove that, I would be really interested.
It was definitely propelled by all aspects of Israeli communications throughout the entire world. Because you know why? Because they could. It was reported initially by a reporter who happened to ask one of their soldiers what happened today. The soldiers purportedly told her what happened, which is what got amplified through the entire media. There was no evidence to substantiate, and it was propelled like wildfire through the media.
You're right, and it should
Israel
never,
does this.
never been because no official person ever said that. I don't know why. Just because, first of all, and then you said before that a lot of
Even to
journalism
this
is just
day, they do.
retweets, which is true. Then why would you take that as fact? You're right. A
Even
lot of journalism, including Haaretz, the whole thing with the Apache helicopter, again, just baseless and non-investigative journalism. I 100% agree. Nobody should be circulating any non-evidence-based claims, but that's exactly what this happened. This was just a random lie that people started circulating. It was never
do you know
perpetrated
a
by the
person
Israeli
like
government.
do you know does the name Naftali Bennett ring a bell with you? Let me I'm sure that you do. He to this day,
Even with
including Mark
Naftali,
Regev,
Hanania Naftali.
including Mark Regev and other Elon Levy and many other spokespeople for Israel, continue to parrot that to this day. When they mention the list of atrocities, they talk about beheading babies and burning people alive. They continue to say it, even though none of it is substantiated with evidence. So to say that Israel isn't talking about this, it's absurdity. I don't know, what war are you
Okay.
in?
Okay, well, I'll give you, I don't think we're not being on the same page. Israel has definitely official spokespeople such as Naftali Bennett. Everyone who's telling me to talk so fast, I'm sorry, my brain goes way faster than my mouth can. I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
you guys
I
need
can
to
hear
keep
you.
up. Naftali Bennett has definitely said things about babies being beheaded. He had never said 40 babies, and the IDF or any Israeli spokesperson never said that. As you're saying, it's an evidence, it's lack of evidence claim. However, there is evidence of at least one baby being beheaded. There was a picture on Telegram. I don't have Telegram, I deleted it, it was not good for me, but there is 100% a picture that Zaka, the people who do the purification before Jewish burials, found with a baby, a body bag the size of a baby, and you can see the knife through the bag. I don't know how else you want to see that. Do you want actual picture of a baby beheaded? No, I don't have that. But there is that, and there's evidence of that in Telegram. And everyone's saying they still say it. No, they don't say that 40 babies were beheaded because they never did, because there's an it was a lack of evidence claim, and the fact that
They say that babies, plural, were beheaded. People were burned alive. That's what they say. That's exactly the words they use. Multiple times, all over the place.
Is evidence for. There's just not evidence for 40 babies being beheaded, which is why I haven't seen any
about 40.
You're right,
Not
but
about 40.
okay, but there is evidence for babies being beheaded. Yes, there is on
No,
Telegram.
there isn't. You said there was one instance. That's not babies.
Okay, fine, but I've also seen evidence of another baby being beheaded. It was different evidence. It was a testimony by Zaka. If you're saying you're not counting eyewitness testimony, that's fine. I don't have a problem with not counting eyewitness
I
testimony,
don't
but then
know.
half of the Gaza, a lot of things from Gaza are also eyewitness testimony. That's what it basically is. That's what all journalism is. And if that's the issue you have, then you should also take up issue with everything from Haaretz has published in the last, since they won that award for investigative journalism. Their journalism has mostly been repetitive journalism. If you look at the article, do you know the article that said the thing about the Apache helicopter? Are you familiar with that?
The Israeli military has admitted that they engaged the
No.
vehicles leaving the fest.
Okay, but what I think that Haaretz article, no, someone's telling me I can't communicate clearly. I don't agree. I have a PhD in clinical psychology. Obviously, I know how to communicate, but I'm not going to slow it down for people who don't have IQ. The Apache
What?
helicopter.
That was a little too fast. What did you just say? I couldn't follow it.
Someone said, learn how to communicate, and considering I'm,
Oh, you're talking about in the chat? Somebody said that.
yeah.
Let's do this. Let's not be critical of our guests, folks in the chat. Let's just try to do the best we can to let them say their piece. I'm sorry that I muted you a couple of times. It's just that I have examples that refute directly what you're saying. I didn't want to get too far.
Okay,
So.
but do you understand that I also have examples refuting what you're saying? So,
Yeah, you can share
like,
them. Sure.
Okay, so I'll explain what I mean about the Apache helicopter. Everybody who's saying I'm talking so fast, guys, like, I don't know, keep up. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm trying to go slowly. The Apache helicopter article was a Haaretz article. Have you read the original article? I don't think so, because most people don't have a script. Okay, if you read the article on Haaretz, which now is a claim that also everyone is circulating for no reason, because the Haaretz said that it was based off of a police report that there was an Apache helicopter of IDF that ended up shooting civilians, and then the police, the same police, later did not unsubstantiated that claim and said, no, that was a mistranslation or a miscommunication. We have never said that. So I'm agreeing with you, Chip. I think that a lot of this journalism is repeating baseless, evidenceless claims. However, we have to be consistent. And if you're going to quote any Haaretz article, since they won an award for investigative journalism, most of their journalism has been 100% just repetitive, circulating claims that they're not backing up. Their journalism is not backing up. They're not trying to go find sources. And if you're going to say that that's not fair claims, fine, I agree with that. Then never quote an Haaretz article, because that's all of what they are.
Do you think Haaretz has an intentional journalistic practice of lying?
Well, Haaretz is a politically funded newspaper. I think all politically funded newspapers I would be skeptical of 100%.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair accusation to make. I think that people make it of the other. I think the thing that I noticed much more evident. Hold on one second. Evidence-wise, I just want to let you know. Evidence-wise, I don't know if you've been in military incursions before. I served in the First Gulf War, so I saw firsthand.
Thank you for your service.
Let me tell you why this is germane. I'm not a military expert, by the way, but I did actually see with my own two eyes the damage that took place when the vehicles that were Iraqi moved on what's called the Highway of Death, which are vehicles that were retreating, mostly personnel carriers, trucks, different supply, things like that, that were moving back along the road to go back towards Baghdad. Our U.S. Apache helicopters came in and engaged those targets. And I've seen the after effects of what the rounds do, the incendiary Hellfire missiles that were used. The signature of the vehicles that were burned on 10-7 and the bodies within them, and the signature on the vehicles that I observed when I was in combat were identical. So my understanding is, and by the way, other military experts have said the same thing, that have tried to make sense of this thing, is that the weapons that the H group have were not able to do the damage that was seen in terms of the physical forensic evidence of the retreating vehicles as they were leaving the rave. Also, the idea of not knowing who's in the vehicles played a big role, because you could have had, in some cases, you could have had H group members that were driving vehicles that were owned by or they got a hold of from the people at the rave, and then they had them in the back seat or something, for example. Right. And the pilots came in and didn't know who to engage because everything was just moving away from the thing, and they were told, engage those targets. Sorry, it sucks, but we have to just engage people. And that's what they did. That's what it looks like they did.
Right. So I'm not a military expert. First of all, thank you for your service. I'm not American, but I still appreciate everything you've done. I'm not a military expert, so I won't go into it. However, I would be very skeptical of any claim for someone analyzing the military use abilities of Hamas, because again, the same people will quote this blockade and show the list of all the things Israel has supposedly not allowed to be entered, and same with Egypt, because Egypt has also closed the border to Gaza since 2005, and yet a lot of weapons are on that list, and somehow they have hold of them, and they have hold of RPGs, and they have hold of Nuntet. I don't know how to say it.
Tunnels.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. They do have tunnels,
Yeah.
but that's not what I'm talking about. They have anti-tank. They have, I don't know, I really don't know weaponry, but I'm saying that the Israeli analysis of the weaponry Hamas has had, and also the journalists and also Americans' analysis of it, has already proved incorrect. So to make your entire claim based on the fact that this isn't consistent with the weapons we know they have, I would be wary of making such a claim. But anyways, I actually didn't come up to engage in this point at all. It's because I saw a
Yeah,
video of yours.
they don't have tanks, tank rounds, or Hellfire missiles or helicopters. We know they don't have that equipment.
Yes, we don't know that. We know they don't have that. But if you're saying that you can tell from something being burned, you can't tell what was burned because they have grenades and different that can commit different types of atrocity.
The heat required to melt the vehicular metal cannot be generated from an RPG or hand grenades. It just doesn't exist.
Do they not have other grenades that are not hand grenades? Anyways, I really don't know I didn't come up to discuss the
No,
weapons,
they
but I think
didn't
that I
have
would
the
be
weapon.
wary
They
of
didn't have the weapon. They didn't have the weapons with the explosive capability to create the heat signature to burn things the way they were burned. They just don't have it.
Well, the IDF definitely did things on October 7th. No one's denying that, but I don't think
Yeah,
that means
that's
that
the
they
point.
did everything. But what are you saying that they did?
I don't think the pilots were told go out and kill as many Israeli civilians as possible. I think what the pilots were told was go out and engage the enemy. When they got into the territory, vehicles and people were fleeing from the thing. They didn't know who was who. Fair enough. They saw people from a distance. They saw them with their what's it called, heat. They had a heat-based vision system being used. Some people claim it was night vision. It's an infrared targeting system that it makes it easier to distinguish people. So what they did was they engaged vehicles and they engaged personnel. And what they did is unfortunately, because they were not able to make heads or tails of who it was, they just unalived everything that they could in their path as they were given orders to do.
I'll look into that, but I think that the numbers have been vastly inflated, and the proof that you're using, I think, it's shaky ground, because there are definitely military capabilities that Hamas has. I agree that we know they don't have helicopters and certain kinds of tanks, but I wouldn't say that there's nothing. We know every single thing that they've been able to do because we've already been proven to not know. So I think that I would. Anyways, actually just came onto request because of one TikTok I saw of yours. Which is what would the position that you would take if the Jews had been in the opposite I think that I don't remember exactly what you said word for word, but the Jews were being attacked in the 1940s, which is why they formed the military, and they didn't start going and attacking civilians. And there were military operations that did not succeed, like Deir Yassin, for example, a huge travesty and stain on the Israeli military in its first try. But that is what happened. They were attacked and they formed the military. I think that the idea of forming a military doesn't mean that they suddenly had all of this, superpowers that they didn't have before, because a lot of them, as people love to say, were immigrants, Holocaust survivors, so they weren't these well-trained, there were people who had barely been recovering from being emaciated, and yet they formed a military and attacked militaries, 5 Arab militaries, 6 arguably. So they were in the opposite shoes. They were the ones being attacked. There were constant massacres against the Jews, and since the beginning of really the 1800s, actually, in Israel.
Not constant, not in the territory, not constant. That's an overstatement.
Oh, so you don't think that the Jews being ethnically cleansed in Hebron in 1929 was a massacre?
No, you said, I didn't say it wasn't a massacre. I'm saying that it wasn't constant. You said use the word constant.
There were constant attacks, and there are records of constant attacks. It's not hard to find. The Jaffa riots.
There weren't. You said there were constant massacres against the Jews. There were not constant massacres against Jews. There were constant massacres carried out by groups like the Irgun and others by David Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin. Check the history. You'll see. I'm not trying to take a side here, but your statement that there were constant massacres of Jews is not factually correct. There were massacres. There weren't constant massacres.
Of course, there is proof of it. Look, do you have JSTOR account? Are you an academic?
They weren't constant.
Of course they were. This isn't
being committed by Zionists starting from 1912, from the King George Hotel.
This is not a controversial topic. It's a known historical fact. What, Sam?
It's not a known historical fact, and your use of the word constant is not accurate. It's disingenuous. Constant means like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over the period of like 10 years or something. It was a consistent pattern of behavior. It wasn't a consistent pattern of behavior, but if you go back and look at documentaries like Tantora,
of course there was. I'll send it to you. If you're gonna
listen to the words of your own first prime minister, Ben-Gurion. He talks about exactly what they wanted to carry out and how they did it. Listen to Menachem Begin in his later years. Just listen. This is what happened. I don't like the fact that it happened because I don't want to see anybody die, but there weren't constant massacres of Jews. That's just not true. That's factually incorrect. Ask any scholar. This is not up to debate. This is just pure nonsense.
This is okay. I'll send you the JSTOR article. There are many articles written about this. This isn't a historical debate. This is 100% fact. If you don't like the word constant because it implies a pace that's just too regular, okay, I understand. But that's not really it's not really a topic for debate. Do you know Moshe Gil, famous historian?
Yeah, there's plenty of Israeli historians who paint a picture that's much different than the actual history of what happened on the ground.
Well, if that's the case, then if you're just going to discredit anyone because they're Israeli, then I don't think
No,
that
I
that's
don't.
like a.
I don't. There is Israeli scholar Ilan Pappé, who did the ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
Oh, so
talks
Ilan
in
Pappé is
detail.
right because you agree with his narrative. Ilan Pappé doesn't
No,
have
it's
any
not. It's not a narrative. It's what Ilan Pappé said, and other people who have studied this, who happen to have a non-bias, have talked about it from that same perspective as Ilan Pappé.
There are also unbiased sources and also Israeli sources like Ilan Pappé and whoever else you want to quote, Benny Morris, whatever, who also have very different accounts. It doesn't make one of them right.
I don't trust Benny Morris as far as I can throw him. We're going to disagree on that point. So you want to say anything else you want to talk about? I think we have to let some other guests in.
Yeah, I would like to actually ask you. You mentioned I think in that same video the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in the 1940s. So I wanted to know, like, and your whole point about the role reversal. Jews were also like ethnically cleansed from their villages. I don't know how you expected that. How in your mind the Jews were in Gaza for 3,000 years and after 1948 were pretty much expelled from that place.
No, I didn't. I never said anything about 3,000 years. What I said in my video was,
no, I'm saying
if the tables were turned, and in 1948, instead of a Jewish state being carved out of historic Palestine, it was an Arab state, and anybody who was indigenous or who had emigrated there by 1948 were kicked out of their homes because of the delineation of these new boundaries, that would be an injustice to Jewish people in the region, as have happened elsewhere in history. And if the same events had happened with the roles reversed since then till now, I would be critical of the Arab government, just as I'm critical of the Israeli government and the Zionist movement. And that's being intellectually consistent.
And I'm also critical of the Israeli government. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not anti-Semitic, but I don't think you understand that Jews, even in the non-division of and non-carving out of an Arab land, Jews were removed from their villages in 1948, even when it was the agreement was a Jewish land. So it doesn't really matter what ended up happening, and the fact that the Arabs disagreed, although that gave them legitimacy to create a massive attack on the Jews. Even with that, the Jews were 100% removed from their villages. Kfar Saba, Gaza, to name a few. That's what happened.
You could have had a barrel of monkeys be the other side of this. Not that I'm comparing Jews to monkeys. I'm just saying the other actor who established itself as a separate entity and carved out and delineated borders is the key differentiation here. It just in this case just happened to be Jewish people. But if you would have had Hungarians come in, it doesn't matter what the nationality or ethnicity is. It's the fact that they came in and tried to partition territory unfairly based on the population. That's why they attacked.
Well, first of all, that wasn't really the UN, and that was a response to Holocaust. And I agree that was a mistake. The UN should have never done that. It wasn't their land. The British, it also wasn't their land. That's their fault. But you can't blame the Jews for having done something that wasn't theirs. All they did was respond to whether the Arabs attacked for a plan that if anyone was in that situation and they would have agreed to that plan. They didn't think that the Arabs would have agreed. And what were they supposed to have done?
You keep using the word the Jews. I don't use that language. I say I blame the Zionists who orchestrated this and used Judaism as a way of cloaking their political settler ideology and aims onto the territory. That's what I say.
It's one way of looking at it. It's maybe the definition of modern Zionism founded by Theodor Herzl, but most Jewish Zionists do not consider him the first Zionist. I don't know why. The Zionist ideology is not a settler ideology. The Zionist ideology is a return to the homeland, and the fact that some white Europeans colonialized that too and made it a colonialist movement is not the meaning of Zionism. It's just not, just because they're the people who parroted it. It's not. That's not what Zionism is. But anyways, that's not what I'm saying. Anyways. Yeah, I think
I invite the audience to do the following. So go to your computer search engine of choice and type in demographics of historic Palestine, 1900 to present. Just type in that and look at who was living there in 1900, and then look at how many people and what type were living there and how it changed from 1900 to 1926, 1930. And from which countries people came and of what ethnicity and what background, and you'll see a dramatic shift that took place.
No one's debating that. I'm not going to debate that. Of course, there's a lot of immigrants. Just look, there were Arab immigrants.
But you're calling it a return to the land. But there were people living in the land to which those who claimed they were returning, who got kicked out because of the process that unfolded.
No, they got kicked out because the Arab country started a war. Anyways, but that's not my point. Anyways, Chip, I'm explaining about that video that even you're saying about the role reversal, but Jews. Whatever you want to say, Israelis were cleansed from their villages, so there was no need to play a role reversal game because in the 1948 war, Jews were removed from their villages just as Palestinians were or Arabs were.
Well, true, but that instance is that so they can move to Israel.
No, I'm talking about within
People,
Israel, Chip. How do you think that Gaza suddenly emptied out all
people, where
Jews?
the hell are you getting your information from, please? Can you tell me?
This
This
is
is a little
little
bit.
things.
I
You
don't know
guys
what's
just
going
don't
on
know
here.
anything. I'm gonna leave. I'll
Prior
send
to
you the sources.
1948,
Yeah, let's
Jews, Christians, and Muslims were living in harmony and peace and neighbors, and everything is great.
That's a lie. My
Where
family
are
was
you
put
coming
down
up
in
with
the
this
1500s by
information?
This girl
let's let
needs to
somebody
be
else.
removed because all of
We
this
talked. We
BS
gave
coming
you
out is
probably.
like really
I
crazy.
probably gave you 15
This is
minutes to
Can
talk.
you
Austria.
just
I'm gonna
remove
go,
her
Chip. I just want
because
to say
like
one.
all the stuff that's coming out is
Okay.
like propaganda from Israeli
Thanks for coming
machine.
up.
It's crazy.
It's
Everything you
okay
just
to
said is
have
just
your
made up.
opinion.
You just decided to just make it up from your mind.
Yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly with about 90% of what she said. So, listen, everyone can try to interpret what happened the only way they want to, but there were far more massacres of Palestinians during that time frame than there were of Jewish people. Just that's historically accurate. And if the tables were turned, as I said, I would be against the massacres of anybody, but there'd be far more massacres of Arabs in this case than there were, I'm sorry, of Jews than there would be, and I'd be against that. But you can't go back and rewrite history and say that, oh, well, because Benny Morris said it, it's going to somehow be true. Doesn't matter what Benny Morris says. He's a hack.
Tell you what,
They came as
there's a
refugees
current problem.
to the land of
There is a
promise.
current problem with the young people, basically. Basically, young people coming from the Israeli education system, which have certain belief, and they spread it around and really do believe in this because they've been indoctrinated into this. And it's impossible to change their mind because they're victims of this because they didn't have any other sources. They've been given certain sources, and this is why they behave like that. And
You know what?
it's Daniel before her as well. It's the same
Hello.
story. The people are just not able to change their mind because they are Zionist in heart. And Zionists in heart are the Ashkenazis who are not actually Semitic. They are Europeans, Asians.
All right, I think we have Tisha wanted to say something. Tisha, do you
Hey,
want to chirp in?
yes, I'm sitting up here listening to this, and people are saying return of the Jews to the homeland. But the first thing that I look at is that, they would be people of color returning to the homeland and not non-melanated individuals returning to the homeland. They come from Europe, and it's just as simple as that. They do not come from African countries. The other thing I wanted to ask you was about the POWs. Why aren't there any POWs? Everybody is being unalive. Is that the part of war, is to do a turkey shoot and to kill, to unalive everyone? Because I don't hear them talking about any POWs. Are there any?
I can answer that to you because I'm actually from Bosnia and I've been through a war here and I know exactly what I'm talking about. And there's genocide that's happened in Bosnia as well. And what's going to happen actually, and why they're digging up the graves and digging up all the areas is because they are getting rid of the evidence of killed innocent people. The number is actually really much higher than they're actually expecting because the aftermath, when it comes, is going to hit everybody really hard. And the reason why they found the aftermath is really bad because of the mass graves that they found in like all around Bosnia, yeah? And it's huge number of people, coming up to 250,000. And same thing is going to happen with Palestine. But the Israeli, or let's say Zionist ones, they are actually covering up their evidence. And they are covering up very, very well. They're digging deep. There's nothing to do with tunnels. It's just covering up evidence and erasing the Palestinian people from the history of the Palestinian land. And this is just land grab. And this is something that they've been doing through years, through the influence of governments. Now they've jumped on the backs of the American governments and the backs of the American people, and they're going to suck it dry. They're going to suck it dry until it dies or it goes to war. So that's how it operates.
Okay, I still would like to hear, because they always talk about the number of unalive people, but no one, just like I saw a video of them, IDF going into the hospital, instead of them capturing those hostages, those POWs, they unalived them. So do they have any POWs? Any?
They don't, because they're committing war crimes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's as simple as that. Simple as that.
They don't, because It's left, right, and center. They're committing war crimes all around the place. It's everywhere. They're actually active all around the world, and they're actually threatening people like me or like people that tell the truth. And it's constant. They're
Right.
doing that propaganda, that everything that's like, for example, if you take the situation of the USA at the current moment, who is paying for this war? It's the taxpayers, and they are in the worst situation at the moment in the history of the United States.
Right. Also, the thing is that, and people don't want to talk about it. There is no way you're in African countries that they would be non-melanated individuals who are returning home. It
Exactly.
just simply, it's not a fact. They are
It's
Europeans.
another propaganda trick that's been going on for quite a while, and like, you know, trying to rely on history. Look, how many empires just went through there? Roman Empire, Turkish Empire.
Right.
Come on, you know, it's been 3,000 years ago. If we're gonna go like that, we should turn over whole of Europe to the Romans, and I don't know what else. You know, I
Right.
don't know, Turkish maybe. I don't know.
You know, how do you look at a book, I'm sorry, and say, okay, you knock on somebody's door and said, okay, 3,000 years ago, someone said that this is my house and you have to get out. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
because you have to be delusionally sick. You have to be you have to be delusional and like diagnosed the illness.
It's just mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling to me.
Yep.
That's just like with any particular group of people. The Indians could now come into could say, you know what, you're on my land, so now get off. I want y'all out of here. Same thing. Same thing.
Exactly.
Do you think Americans are going to get off Indian land? No.
But I think that the Zionists are gonna move because all of the things that the Israel has committed in the past 4 months, equivalents to like if you look at it like time-wise, it's worse than Hitler. And if you look at the land-wise, it's
Yeah.
worse than Hitler.
Yeah.
They've got his numbers up, you know, because like in a small period of time, what they did, it's like crazy. It's crazy. The number of war crimes,
It's really crazy to me about what's going to happen to the people that are left, the mental illness that they're going to have, the physical disabilities are they going to have. Who is going to pay for all of that? You know, these kids
well,
are
like you know what
mentally
happened in
messed
Bosnia?
up.
Nobody paid for genocide. Nobody was punished for genocide. You know what happened
Somebody's
after
going to have to pay
the
for that.
court case yeah, but in Bosnia nobody paid for it. You know, even in Brussels, we won the case. It was a genocide in Srebrenica, and there was 9,000 people killed within 3 days, and the court ruled it's a genocide. But the punished party was just punished for doing genocide, but not actually punished. They were just labeled as genocidal, nothing else. And they tried to find like the guilty party, like looking into individuals. Oh, this one and this one and this one and this one. No, in this case, it was Chetniks, and in this case, it is Zionists. So they are the same kind of people. It's the scum of the earth.
I really think that the United States is going to pay for this dearly financially for their
Oh, of
support
course,
of
United
weaponry
States
and
is in the
everything
dead
else.
end. United States just went into a one-way street, and it's not going to end well for any U.S. citizen, which is I'm really sorry for. But if the guys you don't stand up, nothing's going to change, and you are going down because the whole world is actually witnessing genocide going on, which is supported by the U.S. and UK government. And the way it looks, they are pulling their people in it. They are
Right.
pulling their people in. Once you get genocidal label on it, you're done.
Right. This is just so horrible.
It's so sad.
It really is. It's very, very sad. You know, and I'm so sorry that we are a part of it. It's very, very sickening to see this kind of, you know, we're only on this planet for a short period of time and we can't seem to get it together. We just can't seem to do it. Can't seem to
It's
do it.
just that they keep on dividing us. We were not divided. We are not meant to be divided. We are meant to be humans. We are meant to all live together, no matter of the color and no matter of everything.
Right.
But The name of the game is divide by the religion, divide by color, divide by the state, divide by the everything, divide, and then you get a single individual which is not strong enough to cope or to reach any other people to make any changes. Because if we are divided, we cannot make a change. If so many people didn't go out on the streets in the capitals and demonstrated, you would not hear anything about Palestine, and it would have gone as it did before. They're doing the massacres for the 75 years. They're killing innocent people each day. It's happening for the 75 years each day. There hasn't been a single day that the Palestinian wasn't killed or kicked out of the house for the 75 years. And it's crazy that the world is looking at this.
Yeah, it's very awful what's been happening. I have to do a quick suggestion to the crowd, please. We have about 300 people here. Thank you for being here. If you don't mind, can you please try to invite some other friends, because we get blocked by TikTok is minimizing my presence on here because of my views, unfortunately, and the information that I share. All you have to do is hold down my face for like a third of a second. Your list of your mutuals will pop up, and you can just invite some people. So if you could start doing that. Also, if you're going to tap the screen, we're only at 140,000 likes after about 7 hours. That's a little bit low. So if you also don't mind just tapping on my head to make some hearts go up. I'm going to wait until we get to 150, which with this kind of a crowd shouldn't take more than a few seconds until we continue on. So I'm just going to walk around for a bit. I'll tell you my schedule while we're waiting for that to take place. I'm on here usually live on TikTok from Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern until 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then it's every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon to 2 p.m. And then every so often on a Sunday like today, I'll go live, and been on since about 12:15. So we're coming up on 7 hours. Pretty crazy. All of these broadcasts are recorded and then they're uploaded without any editing. I don't go back and make myself look good or, getting rid of anybody I don't like or anything like that. And they go up on my YouTube and my Rumble channel, usually within about 24 hours. So if you want to check them out, please do. The way to find my YouTube and my Rumble channels is to go to my bio. There's a little link that is clickable. It's called Linktree Chip Barnes. If you click on that in the United States, there's a link that you can click. It'll launch you. If you're outside the US, there's some text written into my bio because they don't allow a clickable link outside the US. I have no idea why. So you have to type the text into a web browser and then hit the enter key and it'll take you to the same place. I have my social media, self-explanatory, which will be the YouTube and Rumble and Instagram, etc. And then in the middle, there's some Telegram groups. If you don't know what Telegram is a free messaging and sort of like group chat app. And you can go to some of the groups. We have one called Palestine in Focus. We have one called Action for Change about some of these big political issues we're trying to get past, and others. You'll see them. And then towards the bottom, and I've been accused of doing this for money, and I can guarantee you if I am, I'm a dumbass. Because the lives I do, like 7 hours, it says, congratulations, you got $2.15. I'm like, really? Why did I even do that? Anyway, but I do accept small donations from my followers. So if you want to help out, I'm trying to do this full time, although I'm not going to be able to do it for much longer full time if I don't start, finding a way to do it. So I'm not looking to get rich, but I am looking to pay the bills. That's it. So if you don't mind making a small donation, there's some links, including my Patreon, which is $5 a month. Not that big of a deal. I'm online an average of about 20 to 25 hours a week, which is close to 100 hours a month. So of course, for that amount of time, nobody accuses you all of going to work for money. Of course, you go to work for money, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't work your job. Same thing for me. So no more or less. And anyway, so I want to thank those who are following me. I really appreciate it. And I want to just mention a couple other content creators. We just got above 150. Thank you for that. A bunch of people shared. Thank you for that. Eric Warsaw. If you haven't heard of Eric Warsaw, I like Eric's format, and he's usually on from 7 o'clock Eastern time on up. Not to take people away from me, but I'm just telling you about some other good people. And there's another guy I like whose name is Midwestern Marks. And many of you have probably seen his videos. His name is Eddie Liger, but he does good content. He has a website called midwesternmarks.com, and they've been pushing him off of TikTok. So if you can go visit his website, we don't have any affiliation. I don't get anything, but I like his content. I think he has some great ideas. So there's that. Thank you for those who shared the video. Let me see if anyone was in the guest queue. Nope. So I think we should I think Nelly hasn't talked in a while, nor has Adam. So Nelly, let you talk, and then we'll let Adam come in.
Wanting to respond to we're talking about the alleged SA to the hostages by Hamas or H group. I'm sorry, I apologize. I had found online the article was called Evidence Points to Systematic Use of R and SA Violence by H Group on the 10/7 attacks. Okay, to me, what they were saying in this article just sounded a little fishy to me. Okay, it says emergency responders fighting on October 7th and several days afterwards to rescue the wounded and to retrieve the unalived. Significant findings to preserve evidence of SAs, but it doesn't show anything actually backing up their supposed significant findings, okay? It says that there was 50,000 pieces of visual evidence, 1,500 witnesses' testimonies, but I don't believe that we've seen those testimonies. I could be wrong. At least 6 assaults, and collaborating pieces of evidence exist. 2 victims unalived under 18. It says at least 7 women unalived. And this is by Ruth. Her last name is Kaddari. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I don't want to be disrespectful and mispronounce it. It goes from the 7 women unalived to, it retracts the statement and says 30 women unalived. That was reported by NBC News. And they were saying that, unfortunately, that none of the forensic pathologists in the country had tested for the SA on the victims' bodies. It says Israeli emergency response claims that they contaminated the bodies and didn't think about SAs at all to test for that. But if they have over 1,500 witnesses' testimonies and reports of this, why would they not think to test for that? And out of all the people supposedly that they found that were SA'd, why? It makes no sense to me. Then it says another incident was the bodies were released as quick as possible with swift burial required, and the evidence were buried with them. Okay, then it states that the military washed the bodies, which contaminates or washed away the evidence. They claimed that they were in shock with all the women arriving in, I don't know if I'm being too graphic on this one. I probably shouldn't say it on your live. It says, interview with New York Times claims that there was one victim that this testimony from this lady, she saw the actual SA. But there's no testimony or reports of whom the victim was. And then it says, for survival of SA gang, SA victim is being treated for mental and physical trauma. No condition to speak to investigators. So they're saying that this person that's being treated for mental and physical trauma is in no condition. They're not allowing her to speak to the police. Then it says that why would somebody go to the police after going through this? And they think that it would be very negative to the person that this happened to, or any of the people for that matter, to testify publicly about what happened. And then it says, actual quote unquote, think about it. Someone suffering with that kind of trauma, why would they put themselves through that? I don't think it's currently in the survivor's best interest to go to the police. And I think investigations into all of the atrocities are going to take a very long time. And then they state, okay, SA is considered war crimes of humanitarian law. And so it just seems to me like they're saying this, but out of all these victims, why wouldn't they have tested? Why aren't they not letting them talk to the police? Why are they holding them in these mental facilities? And they're also saying that, quote unquote, everyone is looking for that golden piece of evidence, a woman survivor who testifies publicly about what happened to her. It just makes no sense to me. It doesn't seem like they're backing it up with any type of evidence. I kind of feel like they are using these claims because they were in court with ICJ, because it literally states they wanted to make the point of this is considered a war crime. Now, if these crimes did occur, which should not, they're horrible, horrible crimes, but to me, it just sounds like another thing that Israel's making up because they're not backing it with the evidence.
Yeah, that's one of my main points about all of this, and that's you really had a lot of great points. I do want to pause for a second, please, if we can just park what you were saying and continue in a moment. But we have a very special visitor that just kind of popped in unexpectedly. This is Quinn from Cairo, Egypt. At least that's the last time I knew where he was. He's in and out, but I'm glad to have him in for this moment. For those who don't know Quinn is one of the most prominent people on TikTok who, after somebody gave him some hell in one of his comments, decided to call their bluff. Somebody said something like, "You wouldn't last 5 minutes in Gaza," or some stupid thing. So he's like, "All right, I'll just ask people if I could go." And then he went. So Quinn, how you doing, my friend?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. I was just listening in. I didn't mean to interrupt your live. I was really getting into Nelly's facts here.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm in Bahrain actually right now.
Oh, cool.
I've been here for 4 or 5 days. I'm flying back to Cairo tomorrow. We had amazing meetings here with our Bahrain team. But man, I got some news though that I want to share really quickly. We just launched a project we've been working on for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And we just launched a PAC in America to outspend and unseat these Zionist candidates sponsored by AIPAC. So I'm super stoked. We're concentrating first on three House seats that we've assessed that these candidates are weak and we can beat them. And we're so pumped. So I can't give out too much information yet because we don't want the Zionists to know which candidates we're targeting. But it's up. Yeah, you can get some information at the link in my bio, and we're gonna have a whole bunch of more information going out. So it's gonna be great. But yeah, I don't have much else to say. I was just listening in, I don't know why I'm so big here on the screen and you're so small, Chip. We could get your pretty face back here and put me in the corner.
I thought you might want to pop up, so I just did. Real quick, for those who don't know, this is just the word we use. Hold on a sec, make sure I'm not muted. Yeah, I'm not muted. So the word we use for political action committee, which is one of these big dark money pools that people use to fund political campaigns, it's called a PAC. So what Quinn's saying is there's one being formed that's going to be used as a tool to hopefully compete with and eventually take out some of these really hardcore.
Oh, it's formed. It's live right now.
Okay.
We've been
Yeah.
approved and we're going. We are raising money right now and moving and grooving.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
When do you expect to be able to announce? When do you expect to be able to announce what the next step to the public?
Right now, the initial step is up. The link's in my bio, and we're raising money right now. We're getting a bunch of different creators involved. So my first goal is $150,000, and then we're moving on to the next. And the link is in all my social profiles. It's basically it says it's called Counter Coalition, and everybody who's involved except me is Palestinian American. I'm the token white guy. So these are very trustworthy people, and we're not releasing. Right now, what I'm just doing is I'm doing the initial fundraising, and I'm just saying, listen, if you know me and you trust me, then go ahead and make a donation. If you don't and you want to wait for more information or you just want to vet that, then absolutely you should wait because we're going to be launching everything all at once coming up very, very soon. But right now it's just because this is the 2024 election. We're starting already. So we've already selected the candidates. They've all signed a pledge to, they're Palestinian American, not that they have to, but they are anyway, that they are supporting Palestine and supporting defunding Israel, and this AIPAC that is just controlling all of America. So we are super stoked, and there are big names involved in this, founding it. And it's, when this all comes out, you guys are going to be stoked. So that's the latest news right there. We're super excited about that. And we outnumber them, man. That's the thing. We outnumber these people, and all we got to do is unite, come together, and we're going to put them out of business.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, I think the happiest day in this country would be the elimination of the undue influence of those who are causing our government to do things that don't serve common sense, peace, and also the constituents themselves, which are the ones they're supposed to serve in the first place.
That's right.
So, Quinn, thanks for being here. Anything else you want to add before we let you go back to whatever fun and games in Bahrain?
I'm just jumping on to listen to you guys before I go to sleep. It's 3:30 in the morning here.
Wow. I think Nellie wanted to ask you a question before you cut out.
Yeah, fire away. I'll take a few
I'm
questions.
so sorry to interrupt you. I just knew that you were going to be going like really soon. I am actually writing a book right now, and I have a publisher for it, and it's going to be called Voices Heard Beyond the Wall. And I'm going to send all the proceeds back to Palestine. And I thought about doing a section of the book for anybody that is in Gaza or the West Bank or has lived there, if they wanted to type something up so their voices can be heard. And, whatever they type up, whatever they write up I'm going to put it in their name. Everyone's going to know who they are. And I just think it's time for, it took us so long for America basically to really know, the civilians, well, the majority of it, what is happening. And it needs to be known what is going on.
Absolutely.
They need to know the truth. So I friended you. If you friend me back, maybe we can keep in touch. I don't know if there's anybody that you know out there that would want to submit a page or two, of what they've gone through, out there living there.
I know tons of people actually, and I'm gonna so listen, are you in our Project Humanity WhatsApp groups yet?
No, I'm not.
Okay, jump in there if you will, and then and anybody's welcome to jump in there. We've got about 16 different countries in there represented. But one of the people I want to introduce you to is my friend Sasha, who is a Palestinian American. She's a professor in America, but she's here on sabbatical right now in Cairo, and she has started a project of stories of the Palestinians, and she's got tons of these and tons of connections with all the Palestinians that we're meeting here and working with, and so on and so forth. So she should be a great resource for you as far as
I'm getting chills right now.
Yep. I'll connect you with her for sure.
And real quick, before you go, just want to let people know, please follow Quinn, and you can do that by tapping his little box here he's in. I think he's Quinn the Eskimo 6 is his actual ID, but if you follow Quinn, please do one thing though. You can watch his videos. Please don't DM him. He gets hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of DMs. So, if you're not going to get a response, most likely. So anyway,
no, I don't mind. You can DM me. I try to get back to him as soon as I can. But the WhatsApp groups are the best way to stay in touch with me. And people are asking about where you can see those. All my links are in my bio. Chip does this speech all the time. Chip, do your speech. How do people find us?
If you go to our main page,
so get a hold of you through WhatsApp.
Yeah, join the WhatsApp community, and then and yeah, we've got chats in there for general chats for everybody, and then also you'll have access to my WhatsApp number too. So, yep.
Okay, thank you. I don't have one, but I'll try to join it and figure it out. So, do I just look for you under this name that you have here?
If you, you'll see me in the WhatsApp groups. But yeah, the link's in my bio. You'll see it's called Project Humanity WhatsApp groups by country.
So let me explain the link thing. This will make sense. So in both Quinn's bio, in other words, the homepage where we have all our videos, it'll say like World Traveler or whatever. Underneath that, there's a link that has a little chain next to it. If you click on that, it'll take you to another page that has all of the other stuff that we do. So it makes it easier for you to both find us or join these kinds of groups like Quinn mentioned. Mine is a link tree. His is Link Bio or something like that. Either way,
Yeah.
it's the same idea, just different company that does it. And if you follow us elsewhere, sometimes people like Quinn and I, the light gets turned off on one of these platforms. We have no ability to control it. So if you're not following Quinn and I somewhere off of this app, you're going to lose connections with us because eventually we're going to get knocked off. It just happens on TikTok for some odd reason. It's
Do
just
that.
the way things are going.
Thank you, Chip, so much.
Yeah, of course. Quinn, thanks for being here. But get some sleep, my friend.
I'm gonna hang out for a bit, and
Oh, good.
I'm
Great.
heating up some bone broth.
Any other questions
Can
from
I get
anybody on
in
the
a
panel for Quinn? Yeah, please.
I can get one in for Quinn. Quinn, how do you like in globally looking at this? How do you find the response of the people? And I know it's like 95% of the global population supports Palestine and its cause and everything else. But how do you find like governments and like higher ranking people looking at this situation, and how do you explain it beside just the Zionists giving the money? Do you have there is any other connection to all this story, or?
I get questions like this a lot, and a lot of times what I get is comments about like the countries we're working with or the countries I'm in or whatever, and I really issue the same response all the time, and that's that people are not their governments. You know, I'm in Bahrain right now, for example, and you know, Bahrain's got a relationship with the U.S., kind of with Saudi. A lot of these, you know, the U.S. dominates a lot of these relationships, and they blackmail them, and they put their bases here, they do this, they do that, but people are not their governments, and honestly, people like Chip and I are the best examples of that because our government's horrible. But that doesn't mean the American people are horrible, right? Like, but people.
I didn't mean to go that. I didn't mean to
Go
go in
ahead.
that direction. I know that people are right and the governments are wrong, and I just wanted to see your view of them. But anyway, I just wanted to see: do you think it's also like on the spiritual level that we are actually winning? Do you see it from that perspective or not?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've never seen people change their minds so quickly. More and more people are getting educated every day and are becoming appalled at what they're finding out. So absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up the spiritual component because I think it's absolutely a spiritual component, for sure. And these Palestinian people are so inspiring. And one of the reasons why is because they have such a deep spirituality that gives them such a strength and such a resilience and such a joy, even in the middle of suffering. So 100%, this is a battle between good and evil, and it is very, very connected to spirituality, 100%.
Exactly.
And
I've never seen like this number and this percentage of people joined together in one cause. And this is actually a sign that when we get together, we can actually change the world for the better.
I totally agree with you, Sam.
I've been following you for quite a while, and they've been blocking my accounts, and you know I've changed like 100 accounts so far. And the reason why you probably haven't spoken with me or talked to me is because they keep on like blocking my account because I do post pictures that are quite let's say they leave a poster on your mind and everything else. So
Sure.
they've been cutting this off. Basically, they're cutting the truth off, and it's kind of sad. I tried really hard. I spent like hours and hours and days like you did, but it all got cut down and and thrown away. And it's. But I will continue my battle just like you will.
There you go. Yep.
Hello, Quinn. How are you?
Good.
Hello?
Good.
Love your videos, man. Finally, I was able to actually see you live and able to follow you on TikTok. I heard you
Awesome.
one of your videos that you wanted to go to Gaza. How are you planning to do that? Just wondering. Because last time I went to Gaza as an American citizen, I couldn't enter Gaza from the Egyptian side because I had American citizen. I didn't have a Palestinian passport. I have I had American passport, but not a Palestinian passport. And the only way they got me because I had my aunt with me, who's a Palestinian, and had a Palestinian passport.
Otherwise, I would not have got in after a 3-day trip from Rafah
Yeah.
border all the way to Gaza. So I was just wondering how you're gonna end up entering,
Yeah, I
how they're
mean,
gonna let you
for
in.
yeah, for right now, I mean, technically speaking, that one of the things is that as an American, we, at least right now, I don't know when you went, but we can enter, and we can actually enter even without a visa, because technically it's Israel, so Israel's in charge of the border, right? So we all know that's not true, but that is the way it is. However, right now nobody can enter Gaza. In fact, from the Egyptian side, we can't even get across the Suez border military checkpoints. However, obviously, once the ceasefire comes, we will be able to do that. It's going to go in stages, and at first, you're going to have to go in through actual INGOs and NGOs. And I have several NGOs that I'm working with that I'll be going in with. And so, again, we don't know when. I've been here 3 months waiting till and there's thousands of us here in Cairo waiting to get in. So we just work from here until we can get in, and then we'll be able to go in through these international organizations. And then we'll be working with them once we get in there as well. So. And
If
that's
you
if
were
the
able to
Israelis
get in
don't
successfully,
correct.
let me know, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I will. Somebody asked a question about Quinn. Do we know an organization that's getting aid trucked in? Absolutely, we do. And we actually are getting them in ourselves. And again, there's a link in my bio. And we're working with several different organizations. One of those is TFT, which gets trucks in through the military, the Egyptian military, which is phenomenal. And then one of the other ones is Aher, which is an international organization from the UK, but their component here in Egypt is all run by Gazans, and our aid reaches inside within 3 to 4 days usually. So that's yeah, and there's other organizations that are getting aid in as well. But the ones that we're supporting are links in there. So yeah, our aid's getting in within about 3 days.
Any other questions for Quinn? Okay, that's fine. Quinn, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you checking in. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah, man. Sounds good. Well, it's good to see your face too. And yep, we'll all just keep fighting the good fight, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, every day, one day at a time.
Nice. Nice. All right, cool. Well, listen, if I'm not following any of you speakers back or whatever, message me so I can do that. That'd be great. So, and yeah, free Mansour. Absolutely. Love that comment. Let's keep fighting for Brother Mansour.
Yeah, the fact that they're rounding up random male civilians and just carting them off is very concerning.
Oh, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And they're still hunting journalists. We've been working on getting journalists out. We were getting another one out, hopefully by tomorrow. I mean, they're still hunting these people. I mean, this is the only time like journalists have been hunted like this. It's absolutely sick. So,
Yeah,
crazy.
It's not the journalists; they're after all the academics and everything else. That's
Yep.
the way you actually ethnically cleanse and destroy the nation. That's what they're doing. They went after the libraries, they went after all the municipalities and everything else. This is like planned, you know.
Yes, 100% it is. 100% it is.
And earlier,
Yep.
if you remember, we had a conversation about the age group doing the AS, which is basically BS. Because if you look at the age group, they're they're Islamic militants. Yeah, they are actually, before they go into the battle, they're actually like they make peace with death. They don't go around
Yeah.
raping people. They never did. You know, it's a crazy story. Because Islam it does not allow that. Those people don't do that. This is like crazy shit. It's bullshit, you know.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah. Yep. Well, they're just painting them as terrorists and these
They're trying.
barbarians
They're
and
trying.
savages, and
But they've
it's
been
just
successful
bullshit.
for a long time. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that they still think that the people believe in this. Like people see right through them, and like in numbers, that people are seeing more and more, and they're coming out with thinner and thinner lies, because this like this
Yeah.
whale of deceit is just lifting. You know, it's you can see everything now.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
emperor is naked, man.
Yeah, the emperor's clothes are gone. Exactly, exactly. Yep.
Completely.
Well, I think what we need to
And
do to
it's an
continue,
ugly skeleton underneath.
yeah, I think what we need to do to continue to get Americans to understand this and to start to sway them, and then they can sway their
They can save
force their
themselves then.
officials. We need to talk to them about things like Red Dawn. Like, I don't know if you guys know one of the most popular movies in America has been Red Dawn for years and years and years, right? And it's like if you want to understand Hamas, go watch Red Dawn. And you see, the first one was like Russians attacking. The second one was Chinese. It's always some kind of bad guy that's attacking America. And it's like, picture that America was occupied for 75 years. Do we not think that we would have a violent resistance group rise up? Come on. I mean, give me a break. Like we literally celebrate that in our culture. So that's what we got to get Americans to understand, that Hamas is a resistance group. Does that mean that they're perfect?
They're
Absolutely
freedom
not.
fighters. They're freedom fighters.
That's right. That's right. So that's the thing. That's the way we got to look at it. And of course, the people who are oppressing are going to call them terrorists. I mean, but the
And they're
USA is
committing
the one who
terrorist
made that
acts.
up. They're the terrorists. So
Yeah.
Cohen,
I'm
I got
right
a
with
question
you.
for you.
I'm right with you. But
Gazans
go,
right now
Gaza.
suffering from, beside all the boom boom that's happening from Israel, they're actually going through starvation. Barely any trucks actually enter Gaza to feed the people, because Israel actually controls the amount of trucks that enter Gaza, even
that's
though
exactly right.
the
Yeah.
Egyptians
Now the trucks are
have
about
the guts. I don't know. I don't want to say. I don't want to insult anybody. It's like they obey what Israel says. It's like they don't have their own say about what enter Gaza or not. They have to
Yeah.
like take
No, they
permission from
don't.
Israel what enter Gaza,
Mhm.
and nothing, barely anything go to the north, because they're trying to bring the north to go south to the Rafah border. To actually, they don't want to kick them out of Palestine completely and send them to Egypt, the Sinai Desert.
Mhm.
And those people are just settling in the Rafah border in the millions.
Right.
And you were talking about, the aid trucks. And I'm
Mhm.
thinking in my head, the aid trucks lining up in the hundreds of miles, not going in. And most likely, whatever is in there is going to get spoiled. On some eyewitness said that they actually seen some being sold in their markets.
Yeah, listen, man, I'll give you the scoop on the A trucks. Here's the truth, okay? Like, everything is so damn corrupt. Let me give you the scoop. The trucks that are getting in they're getting in because number one, they're buying the stuff for the trucks from certain companies that charge certain prices, right? And when they have that stuff, they get in quicker. It's basically a legal bribe to get in. And honestly, that's why our trucks get in. Okay? I mean, it's a system you got to work in. It is what it is. But that's why they get in. A lot of these other aid organizations, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to navigate through this, because literally, and I'm in meetings every week with all these NGOs, the ERC, everything. I'm telling you, none of these organizations have even seen anything like this ever in anything that they've worked in. And the deal is this: you got to know the system, you got to know how to work the system, and it sucks, but you got to be able to do it. And what they're doing instead is they're shopping around and trying to fill their trucks cheaper so that they can say they're sending in more trucks, right? But the reality is the trucks aren't getting in because they're not doing it right. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. It's ugly, it's disgusting, it's corrupt. But if we want to get aid in, this is the system you got to work in. It's just like the political action committee that we started. I don't like political action committees. I think lobbying should be illegal, but we fight fire with fire until we can change it. That's just the reality of the situation. And there's limited trucks getting in because the number is dictated by Israel. It's normally less than 100 a day. Sometimes it's 50 a day. Sometimes it's 0 a day. It just is what it is. This is the system we work in, so we get it in, and the Palestinians feel like there's no aid getting in there because literally there were 500 trucks a day going in before, and now there's never more than 100 a day now. That's just the truth of the matter. It is what it is. I could tell you a whole lot more, but I'm going back to live in Egypt and going into Gaza, so I can't speak too much more about this. But maybe when it's all over, I'll do a tell-all.
Yeah, I know a lot. I know all about it, and I know they're charging. They want to charge 5,000 for each truck to enter. Otherwise, no truck will enter.
That's right. Yep.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, I wasn't there, man. I was stuck. I was supposed to go there for a month, me and my mom, and we were stuck for 3 months. And for us to leave, we actually had to bribe ourselves out. Can you believe it?
Oh, I can believe it because I get hundreds of requests a day for me to help with this.
It's
And
ridiculous.
actually, we've had a lot of success getting people out legally. But and I will say something about all these GoFundMe's that you're seeing. I've got a pinned video on my page talking about these coordinators. Guys, this is an extremely dangerous thing to be involved in, and these people are taking advantage of these Palestinian people's desperation. They're treating them horribly. The horror stories we're seeing come out of that are it's just despicable. So be very careful with those things. It's highly, highly illegal and basically run by despicable people that are very, very ingrained and really criminals and powerful criminals, worse than the coyotes in the Mexican border of the United States, if you can believe it.
I do believe it.
Yeah, it's
That's
awful
something
stuff.
humanity never seen or experienced ever in their life.
Literally, the NGOs that I meet with every week, we're like literally in tears. We've never seen anything like this. It's so bad. Yep.
I don't know what's happening in this world, man. We need to solve the issue about the politician in the United States. It's like
Sure do.
it bugs the hell out of me when I feel like our government doesn't give a damn about us. Their fund is funding Israel and pleasing Israel, and the hell with us, And whatever money they give to Israel, I feel like it goes to IPAC to buy more politicians. And that's
Yeah.
why everybody's kissing IPACs, ASS, How can we solve this problem?
Democracy's completely failed in the West.
No, there's no democracy.
Capitalism's took over.
Yep.
Democracy's a hypocrisy. It's a shemocracy. It's not even real. People have the illusion that they can vote, but it's not real. Everyone's pre-elected. I don't even believe in any of the election results. All the machines, think about where do the counting machines come from? Who designed them? Then you have to look at, can you manipulate them? Of course you can. Everything can be manipulated. There's always a backdoor access by the creator of anything, whether it's an iPhone or a tablet. So unless someone's physically sitting counting every single vote made in America, the system is flawed.
Yeah,
And
it sure is.
obviously, the bottom line here is the politicians have been bought out. The politicians who are meant to be serving the people, the interest of the masses, they're representing the 1%. And the world's taught, oh, no, the 1%'s just a group of all faith elites, when realistically, it's a group of dual nationals from Israel. They're the 1%. And it's not just America. That's the worst thing about it. It's not just America. All of Britain is controlled. All of Europe is controlled. Australia's in the same boat. New Zealand's in the same boat. Then, it's the South. You can see very clearly what's going on. BRICS is starting to become very strong because the global South have realized the inequality which is perpetrated by the Judeo-Christian West and its Western values. Oh no, we stand for freedom of speech and democracy, and we give everyone right to do whatever they want. But that's all absolutely selective. It applies only if you're a certain skin color or of a certain religious denomination. But if you're a Muslim, oh no, that's fine, wipe the lot of them out. 2 million in Iraq, 2 million in Afghanistan, Syria 1.5 million, Libya 1.5 million, Yemen. This is an absolute disgrace. The only part of the Muslim world that they're happy with is the Muslims that sit and share the 150-year-old malt whiskies for Scotland. Oh yeah, you're a good guy. Oh, you absolutely, you taking the cocaine tonight? Aye, come on, let's party. Oh, you want to have 4 or 5 girls for the night? Absolutely, you're one of the boys now. It's absolutely disgusting. Saudi Arabia is accepted because the leaders of the country have bent the will of the West. And we know this is fact because they signed the petrodollar. Although Saudi Arabia is now trying to backtrack and go harder on the BRIC side because they know America is a sinking ship. America's going down. Every empire has collapsed and America's time has come. But you have to remember, it was not the people or the civilians or the nationals of that country that led to the bankruptcy and the total degradation and destruction of the nation. It was the people running the country on behalf of someone else. So what happened to Britain? The exact same. They bankrupt the country, and how they bankrupt the country is by indebting them into an amount that's completely unpayable. I've got friends that live in all over America, and when I speak with them, I'm saying, look, you guys, the American government owes the Federal Reserve $66 trillion. If they try and tax every single person in America 90% of their wage, that is 90 cents in every dollar paid in tax for the next 50 years, you would still not be able to clear that debt. In America,
Let's do this, Adam. I know you like to talk and you have a lot of interesting points, but we need a little bit of breathing room in between to let some other people jump in. Did you have a question for Quinn real quick, or did you want to let someone else take a shot?
I'll let somebody else take a shot. That's great, though, Adam. I love it.
Yeah, good stuff.
Zionists are like cancer. Wherever they go, every nation, every country, it must collapse. That's exactly why they were kicked out from Europe. Because of their corruption, because of whatever they do.
Basically, we found the problem. We found the problem, but we don't have the solution because they're running the solutions. Yeah, because they have the apparatus in their hands. They have the governments in their hands. We all know who the guilty party is and who should be punished and who shouldn't have the land. And we know how it all should work out, but we cannot do it because they have the apparatus at the moment. But we have, if in future we will have numbers. This is the only strength we have. It's the numbers and the sheer mass of people. This is the only thing that they are afraid of. They are afraid of people waking up from their dream that they put them in the little comfortable consumer social and, consumer market. And that's it. They think that people are not going to wake up, but I think that people are waking up, but it's taking a long time. I've been fighting for Palestine for 20 years. And this is the first time it's actually reached the level where it's actually everything set and it's going to be seen right there in front of your eyes. Who is the guilty one? Who's done all the atrocities? And who is delusional? So we need basically just normal people to solve this. We need like the Singapore government, what they did with the corrupt politicians. Do you know that? They I think about 130 officials were hanged in one day, corrupt politicians. And guess what? In Singapore, you don't have any corruption anymore.
That's exactly right. Yeah. My first two volunteers here in Cairo were Singaporean, and oh my gosh, I learned so much about Singapore. It's wild. You know, one of the things they're doing, and I know they're doing it everywhere else too in the Western country. One of the things they're doing is they're destroying the people's economy, right? And so what's happening is that in America we're broke and we're working all the time just to survive, and we're so fucking tired that we don't have the energy to do anything except try to survive. And that's the way they want people, because then they're compliant. And it's horrible.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they're
They
doing.
teach you how to
They're
do
doing it all
taxes.
over.
You see, guys,
They didn't
if you look at the
teach you how
countries
to
surrounding
they
Israel,
didn't teach you how to
who are
do
the countries
all
surrounding
the
Israel?
necessary stuff. Sorry, I let somebody else talk.
The countries surrounding Israel are Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, right? And if you notice that Egypt's getting bribed by the US, it's getting paycheck every year by the billions. Jordan is getting bribed by the US billions every year. And who does the US has problem with, or United States have problem with? Syria and Lebanon, correct? Because I'm not being bribed.
And Iran. Well, not on the border, but yeah.
Iran, the only issue with Iran is because they're very strong and they are kind of threat, you know, because they're strong and powerful. They can be, as long as you are a threat, they want to try to wipe you out, like they did to Iraq, pretty much. That's the whole purpose of the whole invasion of Iraq, is to actually destroy Iraq army.
And steal gold and
Oh,
oil.
they bankrupt. Yeah.
Well, and
They
you
just
have
bring
to
freedom
understand
wherever
the
they go.
insidiousness of America too, because, like, for example, I didn't know this until I moved to Egypt, but like one of the ways that America controls these countries is not just bribing them, but what they do is they control them. Like, for example, you know, Egypt is obviously scared of Israel. They've been in war with them for forever, and Egypt has a much stronger army. Okay, but the reality is this: half of their air force is American planes, F-16s, and if you know anything about American military equipment, and Chip does, I know, with the stroke of a pen, the Americans can ground half of Egypt's air force, because American planes don't fly without American parts. And if you've ever been in the military, you know that these planes go down all the time and they need spare parts. So all they got to do is say, we're not selling you any more spare parts, and boom, half of their air force is down. Jordan's the same way. They've got the old F-16s in their air force too, right? So there's a lot of things like that are the way that America controls these countries and pits them against one another. They love that the Arabs fight with each other, and the Arabs fight with each other all the time. So
But it's not just
right where they want.
it's not exactly just the American, like it's not the Americans that really want Arabs to fight and everything else. You have to look at it from a different perspective, because American people don't want it. And who's running the government at the moment? Those are the Zionists. Zionists are the ones who are actually making the people fight, and they enjoy this. Even though if their people are involved, Zionists consider Jews second-grade Jews. Because Zionists are upper-grade Jews, and the Jews are second-grade Jews, and then comes the Goy. That's their ranking.
Right. Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Zionists do control America, guys, but you have to understand also that America started this. If I highly recommend that you read up on a book about economic assassination. This guy's came out with a tell-all book about this, and it's basically the entire plan of how America got involved in Israel, in Saudi, for example. They started with Saudi with the economic assassination. I mean, this is serious shit. Like, this has been a plan of the American government for decades and decades and decades. So read up. It's insidious. I mean,
The problem is that the American government has been run by Zionists for decades and decades and decades. It's just people didn't know that. If you look at JFK murder and on all of this stuff that's been going on, it's all like signature Mossad, and it's been going on for like past 200 years, but we just didn't see it, you know.
Yeah.
And now the time
I
has
actually
come when
read
the
about
whales
it,
are falling down.
and I feel like that's what they're doing to Egypt right now.
Yep.
They're gonna destroy her
Yeah.
economically.
Absolutely. Yep. I can't remember the name of the book, guys. And everybody's asked me. Just look up economic assassination. You'll find it.
It's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman by
There
John
you
Perkins.
go. That's it.
That's right.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, but you have to understand, if you go really back in history, the war machine that runs America from the start of the America, yeah, was bought after the World War by the Jewish owners. So basically, the mechanism that propels the U.S. economy is arms sale. So this is the direction which they took after the Second World War and kind of stuck to it. Like they expanded the production, and when you have such a big production, you have to make wars. You know, so people see war as a profit, and we need to cut these people out. We need to find these people before they appear in public and make their statements, because people making profit on war should be found and charged with it. And it's a big heads. It's not like those people that are smuggling trucks for 5,000 or 10,000 getting bribes. Those are the like small birds. We're talking about the big birds, you know, and those people have to be punished, you know.
That's the job of the
There's a lot of
international
factors of finance, but if you look up the Rothschilds and you see the businesses that they owned and the history of them, like 1902, I believe it was, there's a lot of links towards them and their financial gain, especially of the lands.
Exactly. If you look at it that way, like as I was saying earlier, once you go into a military production, you produce military weapons. So you need to create wars. And this is where the planet took a wrong turn. And this is after the Second World War, basically, where everything kind of started going downhill. Well, it started going uphill after the Second World War and then reached the peak. And now it's really going down. So basically, what we need to do as a collective. Sorry?
I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead. I apologize.
As I said earlier, we just need to get together and, like, you know, we need to eliminate arms, because arms production is going to create wars, because that's the end result. So this arm race with all the nations and everything else, this is like whole top of nonsense. The amount of money spent on wars and arms and everything else can easily solve the world poverty and world hunger. So if we are aware of this, we need to spread this kind of a message that we don't want to fight, and nobody wants to fight of the people. It's just the Zionist governments or the crazy politicians that come into the power and they kind of make people crazy to go into the war. And they're using all of this for profit. This is nothing to do with like true ideas that they set out, like this is religion or this is because of that, this is because of that. No, it's just money. It's just dirty old money, nothing else.
Well, the facts are that say we give
but if we come
Israel,
together and
but we tell them where to spend it with the arms.
Why would you give money to Israel as a first thing? Why would you give money from the USA to the Israel, which has nothing to do with the United States? And you're spending so much money, like in the past 4 months, I'm sure we are talking about like $50 billion, because what they report is just a drop in the ocean. What they're reporting is crazy. And American people are basically camping on the streets. The number of poverty and the number of homeless is huge. It's never been like that. And the people are just like looking at Israel and thinking, what, we've got everything for free? Great.
It's the government's way of doing something with that money, I believe, because what it is they give the money to Israel, and also the Rothschilds did fund the United States. Now, they give the money to Israel, but their comments that they make is, yes, we'll give them the money, but we will tell them where to spend that money at. And it just basically goes back to the arms dealers in America.
Yes, basically that's the circle they want. But then again, the arms dealers in America are Zionist again. So basically you have a lot of cash transactions that these Zionists deal in, especially arms trades and everything else. Those are all like done in diamonds and gold and, you know, all this stuff that's, you know, untraceable, basically. So what I'm trying to say is that American people should not suffer this kind of consequences and this kind of labels being put on them. And they should first be to rise up, because they are at the top of this, because their government is pulling the strings. You know, American government is pulling the strings, and it's really damaging and hurting the people of the US, and it's hurting the people of the rest of the world. And at one point, enough is going to be enough. And, you know, I cannot guarantee that somebody is not going to have other ideas. And then at the end, it's going to be crazy for the rest of the world. But if the Americans keep on pushing this kind of bullshit and supporting Israel, it's gonna cost them dearly, you know, and their people are gonna pay for it. So if the
It's not
people don't
just the
rise up,
Americans.
yeah, I'm talking about the UK as well. You know, Macron
This is a
got like
planned
really slapped
thing
on the
that has
face
been
and he
going
shut up
on.
forever.
What I'm saying is this has been a planned thing that has been going on. And I noticed this when the UN couldn't get it together for a ceasefire, okay? And then I started reading on that, and it states in the information for the UN originally, when they had made that, they made that for Israel, for the protection of Israel. So a lot of these things are just for show. And it seems like the only people that are benefiting from this, which is not the civilians of any country, because we're the ones that have to go out there into war, while these world leaders and these governments profit off of this. And
Yeah,
they're
individuals.
just making this all for show, or it would have been a done deal. This G-side wouldn't have taken place, or these atrocities
Yeah.
for 75 years that no people should have to suffer.
You look at Zelensky, for example, yeah? You look at Zelensky, for example, he was an actor with nothing. And now he owns like 5 or 6 yachts. His wife is spending millions around Monaco and everything else. What is this? It's just so silly. He's an actor, and he's supposed to be the president of the country. He had a show where he was like a comedian show where he was actually selected by the people. And this actually happened, which is mind-boggling to put an actor who's begging for money from states and buying yachts around the world, which is, how can we stand this anymore? What kind of people are we? Like, you know, looking at this, seeing this and saying, all right, this is the way it goes. Until how long? Until how long we're gonna be people like that? That's what I'm wondering. You know, I'm just wondering how long
the world to do this, to think this way, to think that we can't. They've divided us all by nationality, by religion, by male or female, and this has been a plan for a very long time. And unfortunately, it's gotten so out of control because now they have all this weaponry. But I really think that the government should sit back and think. Before their soldiers were soldiers, they were civilians, and they have family out there that are civilians. So I'm hoping that, you know, the militaries around the world will see what is really happening here, what these world leaders are doing to the people. And I think it's very, very selfish for them to be doing this, because look at all the children all over the world suffering. That's what gets me. It's the children that have to witness this, hear about this, or live this. It is so selfish.
Have you seen by any chance the agenda of the World Economic Forum for 2030? Have any?
I haven't.
You haven't. This is something that you should really look up to. It's something that Klaus Schwab is promoting, and he's an unelected person in the World Economic Forum, and they hold meetings with all these presidents, all this. This is where the actual head of the Zionist is. It's in Switzerland, and this is in Davos. This is where they get all their information, and this is where they get all their tactics and all their strategies, and this is how they operate. And if you look at their agenda, it actually, if you can pull it up, if you're on a computer, I'm actually on the phone, so I cannot post it. If you look it up on a computer, you will find this agenda, which is like really, really scary. And it's like the end of the family unit. It's end of owning things. You will own nothing and you will be happy. It's an end of parenthood. It's an end. Just look it up. It's a World Economic Forum.
We're all slaves,
agenda.
if you think about it. You can't own
That's
land.
that's what
You
they
can only
basically
own your
that's what they're
house.
basically saying.
Slaves can't own.
You have a
I'm
bad
sorry,
connection
it's
now.
cutting out. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, continue, please. We didn't hear you what you said the last.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm up on top of a hill and sometimes it cuts out. I'm saying that we're basically slaves. You know, they work us to
We never
where
went
we
out as
barely make
slaves.
enough money, or maybe sometimes not even enough money at all. And we can't
We never
own
went out
land.
as
We can only own their
slaves.
houses. That's why they tax us. Yes, that's true. And most people don't know that. It was all just a facade. And, you know, I noticed this and I knew nothing of what was really happening out there, to be honest with you, until October 7th. And when I started looking at the videos of what was going on, it opened my eyes because my first reaction was poor Israel, because that's what we're made to believe. We're made to believe that that's the Holy Land. Those are God's chosen people. But to me, if something looks wrong, it's wrong. And all these negative things that are happening can only be brought on by a negative entity. I would like to say, you know, the devil. And so it made me question it. And then I ordered the Quran to find out what was going on in the Quran. I started reading it. I started reading parts of the Torah, and I got my Bible out and I started comparing. And I just know in my heart that these people are not what they try to say they are, because we catch them in so many lies. And then I started thinking it's the governments, because when 9/11 happened, the first thing they did was get America afraid of Muslims. And upon reading the Quran, why? It makes no sense. The governments lied to us. The governments are lying to the people in Israel, selling them this dream, probably telling them all these great things, and they probably get there, the majority of the people, and they just don't know what to do or what to say, and they're probably threatened by their government also. But we have to realize that it's the world leaders. It's these world leaders that are all in on this stuff together for population control, for control of the people, because there's too many of us and too little of them, and they're doing too many bad things to the world. And
that's a
we
big
have
story,
to
you know.
remember
That's like climate change and all of this. You know,
it's just so sad. It's so sad that this is happening to us, and we are the ones that suffer. And now, you know, the whole world's thinking about America is bad, but they're not realizing that the majority, 70%, that's what I've heard, at least 70% of the civilians disagree with what's happening, and they're angry with this. And we're going to be the ones to suffer, because that gives, you know, Russia an excuse to come over here and do something on the soil of the United States, when the majority of the people of the United States, the civilians, didn't even know what was going on. And now that we're woke to it because of social media and we see it and we're protesting about it, and we're trying to do everything that we can possibly think to help or make it stop, the governments have gotten so out of control that, you know, they have all these weapons that how would we even civil war here? We wouldn't even be able to do that. So it's like they've enslaved the world. These people are evil. And I rack my brain every single day trying to come up with a solution in my mind. Not that I'm thinking that I'm going to be the one to stop this myself, but I'm hoping that there's somebody out there somewhere that will hear something that I have to say, that it might ring a bell, and they have the power to do something about it.
I'm telling you guys, in States, like it's really like the end of the game. If you don't start now, the damage that they have done already is gonna accumulate, and they're just gonna pressure you more because like they jabbed you like millions of times, and you know they're pushing you to the end. Basically, they're pushing their agenda, and their agenda for 2030 it's half a billion people. So they wanna clear out the world.
Yes,
But
they
by
want to eradicate.
numbers, we can fill the whole population of the world. We can fit in New York, only on one floor. Whole population of the world can fit in New York. Yeah.
It's the
So
multiplication of
basically,
the people. So when you think about it, the earth can only withstand so much weight on it. So we're
no, it's
almost
has
to,
nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with the weight or the like natural resources that they've been lying to us, like they call it like dinosaurs leftovers or whatever. It's not, man. It's a
they want to
renewable
reset
source.
it.
It's
They
like
want to reset
water, you
world
know.
government.
Yes,
That's why
that's
they
exactly what they're doing. They're
play
creating
the part of
creating
God.
fake scarcities of food, and they're increasing prices. They just want to make hell on earth in order to reduce population.
I'm reading this book right now. It is such a good book, and it was written in 1979, and it's called World War III. And it's right here. World War III and the Destiny of America by Charles R. Taylor. And I would honestly recommend this book to anybody, especially if they're living in the United States. And it is so on point with exactly what is happening right now. It is scary. And it's so scary to read about what will happen if there was actual war on U.S. soil, what the governments or what our government will do to us. It's basically talking about there's orders that have been given by the president. If this happens, basically they put us in work camps, which sounds like a concentration camp to me. They designate areas of which we're going to be able to live after they rebuild. They take all the money from the banks, they seize it. They take all the farms and farm equipment, they seize it. They take control of the hospitals and medications, and they put us in work camps.
That's already
It's
happened.
crazy. It's like, and then they're going to segregate. Yeah,
Just to
then they're going to
surprise you,
segregate us
this has already
afterwards.
happened. This has already happened. If you look at lots of Walmarts in states, have actually been turned into type of concentration camps. And I've seen pictures, I've seen videos, and this is actually following that plan. So, you know, this is a lot of things that you mentioned have already happened in states. You know,
Oh yeah, we've had it happen here before. I mean, look at when Pearl Harbor happened. They put all the Japanese in basically these camps, and they did it in the city that I live in. They
And
were rounding
this
up
time they want
people
to
that
put
were
Americans in
Japanese,
there.
and they were putting them in. Oh yes, well
This
yes,
time they want
because
to. This
here's the
time they
thing:
want to
is
put
a lot of
Americans
people.
because Americans are the threat, and that's exactly what they're doing. They
But
want
do
to
you know
put
why?
Americans into the boxes because they're
Israel
waking
has
up.
dual citizenship. Israel has dual citizenship. Okay, they say that the enemy of the substate, because Israel is the substate, is the Palestinians. Now, if you read in the American literature, it says there that the enemy of the state is the civilians. Now, you could take that literally or you don't, okay? But to me, it just sounds a little strange, okay? Because what's happening? So you have these people that have dual citizenship for Israel and the United States. A lot of them are either in the
They've been showing up
government
in uniform
or,
in Congress.
oh yes, they buy out people in the governments also. They give them money. And so their
A lot
plan
of them in
is what they're doing
Congress.
to Gaza, because everybody else is they call them the Gentile. Is that how they say it
Or goy,
in the biblical sense?
or goy.
Gentiles.
Yes,
Or
yes.
Goy.
They say everybody else that is a non-Jew is that. And so they want to take control of the banking system, which they basically have.
They
Okay.
did
They want
already.
to take
Yeah.
control of the media, which they already have. And so this has been a plan for a very, very long time, since literally
Oh,
medieval times, if you read up on the history. And they have always had a pope that has either been related to them or somebody of the pope's family married into their family, okay,
that's exactly what they
in
do. They marry
power.
into royal families as well.
Yes, the Olympia, her name's Olympia. She's married into their family, and she is related to the Pope.
Right.
So if you read into the history of their bloodline, it is very, very interesting, and you can see that this has been a plan since literally medieval times that they've done this. And when you brought up the
I can
the
take you back
Swiss over
like
there,
I can take you back like 450,000 years, but this last 4,000 are the most important ones. And I've been studying all
oh
the
yes,
families and all the royal lines, all the way back to Kemet, through the pharaohs, and all the way back to Atlantis, and all of this stuff I've been through. I've been through all of this just to make sure that everything is like on spot and everything aligns with all these theories
yes, sir.
that you just mentioned. It's about
That's
knowledge.
what I
People say
feel.
follow the money. It's not, don't follow the money, follow the knowledge. Follow the knowledge, because the knowledge went from Atlantis, it went to Kemet, actually Egypt, it went to the pyramids. From the pyramids, it went to the Alexandria Library. Alexandria Library actually burned down, but the knowledge was taken out and it was taken to Vatican. And only 13 families have this knowledge available to them, and their kids don't go to school like normal kids. They teach them astronomy, they teach them taxes, they teach them banking systems, they teach them all the other stuff that's important in life. And the other
Yes.
education they leave to people to be workers, because even Rothschild himself, he said, we don't need thinkers, we need workers. That's why you have schools, that's why you have kindergartens, that's why you have, universities, secondary schools, jails. They all look the same.
America's money. Did you know that? The Rothschilds print our money.
Yeah, they own the Federal Reserve. They took all your gold. The gold is gone from the Fort Knox and everything else. And all of you guys, especially young guys, all of your lives, your birth certificates are given to the Federal Reserve as a guarantee for $2 million borrowed. So every single American born is
Yes, we're
born with
slaves.
$2 million debt.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Slaves. They're
Yes, and it's playing up with you guys so bad that it's crazy. I've been through lots of
what
countries in the
Israel
world,
is doing.
and this is like small group of people messing up the whole planet. And this small group of people, it's actually ready to press the button to finish it. And if we don't act now, and all of the world don't act now, this is what's going to happen. And if you look at it spiritually, I'm both. I really care about spiritualism, but I also care about this 3D Earth that I'm seeing now. Because 5D Earth is going to happen anyway, but the 3D Earth that we are seeing now, it's kind of a battleground for the 5D.
I'm going to tell you something that I thought of the other day, which it might be like way left field, but I've been in the medical field since I graduated high school, and I'm a surgical technician. And, I'm not a surgeon or anything, but, I'm 40, I'm going to be 43. And, I've had, my medical experience because I've always worked in medical. Just thinking the other day, why would these people do this? With the result of basically nuclear war. I mean, wouldn't they be afraid? Isn't this insane? I'm thinking. But, they probably all have their bunkers and whatnot. And if you are the wealthiest people, you technically hire the best of the best, no matter what it would be, like physicians, or surgeons and whatnot. And
Yeah,
it
they're
makes
very
me
much
wonder
far
what they're
ahead of
doing
us.
with that skin bank. The skin bank in
Yeah,
Israel. Food for thought.
not just skin bank. You look at some of the shots of these guys actually giving interviews live on TV. They are obvious that they are wearing masks. And if you look at some of these shots, God knows who's behind these people, And this is the actual thing. Cloning has been done since
I
1938.
was just going to
You know
say
who,
that.
and
The
who will
cloning
tell
and
you
the
that this
skin
is
banks,
Biden
and
that
they
we
can
are looking at?
technically live forever.
Yes,
Believe it
yes.
or not, Nelly,
This is something
in
that this
the
technology
Talmud,
existed 450,000 years ago. Why wouldn't it exist now? They're just hiding the technology from us. This
All
technology
right,
has been available for the past thousands of
let's
years.
do this, folks, real quick. Real quick. We've had a couple people talking at quite length. Let's let a couple other people. How about Rehana and then King of Gaza? Let's let them jump in for a sec.
I'm
Thanks for
gonna
being patient.
excuse myself.
Okay, Nelly, great having you here.
Thank you for.
Of course.
I'm gonna listen though. Thank you. Very nice talking
Sure.
to all of
the
you.
Talmud, Nelly,
Thanks, Nelly. Thanks
which
for
is
the
the
time.
Zionist
I think,
book.
yeah, no, I
Bye.
think the other person dropped off. So it's King of Gaza.
The Talmud, they believe in that for every Zionist soul is equivalent to 1,000 human that needs to be unalived. So 1,000 soul, one soul of unalived Zionist is equivalent to 1,000 soul that needs to be unalived, and that's in the Talmud. That's what they believe, if you believe it or not. And what's happening after
I
October
admit
7 is the shock of what Israel went through, that's how weak their army is. And they were afraid that when they got exposed on October 7 and how their weakness got exposed, they were trying to teach whoever thinking about doing October or something close to October 7 again, that we're gonna just destroy him all around.
They've actually created this event. Israel created October 7th. This was planned a long time ago, and even this paragliders and the way it was done, it was announced by Netanyahu like 10 years ago. It's like a screenplay. They planned this. They planned it, but they didn't count on the settlers being there and settlers opening fire and creating chaos on this rave festival. And this rave festival was huge. It was quite a huge number of people. And when they came in, they just, they didn't really care who was there. They just wanted to blame it on Palestinians. They wanted to blame it on the age group, to say, look what they did. Now we have the excuse to kill them all. And that's what they wanted. They wanted the excuse to commit genocide. They didn't get an excuse, but they still committed a genocide. And that's a fact. They cannot run away from it.
I must do
Go
pray.
ahead, King. I'm sorry, man. Go
I
ahead,
say I must
King.
do pray. Give me my I must do pray. I must pray. Must pray to Allah. Must do dua.
For sure. Okay. You coming back? See, here's the thing, Sam. I don't believe that Israel knew what's going on,
I
because
do.
there
I
was
know
about
they did.
6
I know they
hour
did.
gap here. The H group
Yeah,
could have had
exactly.
a
That's
chance
why
to
it was.
actually
That's why
go
it was.
further than the surrounding area in Gaza. They could have actually went even further, and that's something they actually regret of not doing. That they had the time and a chance to actually go deeper in Israel, but they did
This
not.
was
And
granted.
something
This
also
was
I was wondering
given to
about.
them. This is the most watched border, man. This is, that you've been there. This is the most watched border in the world. There's thousands of cameras, thousands of everything. There's no way they could have just jumped in so many people. It's this was done intentionally. This is how they create a problem and they come with solution. This is standard politics. They did this on purpose.
I
They
was
sacrificed
actually.
their own people. They hope there will be much more people on this rave, and they will be from foreign countries. This is what they wanted. They wanted a bigger death toll, and from all around the world, to show Palestinians as savages, as terrorists, as non-humans, as they call them. And this is what their excuse is. And they didn't get enough of this excuse, so they decided to go on with the plans that they had before. Kill everybody. Like that little witch from she's now in the government of Israel, the one with the scarf and everything. She's actually telling what they're thinking. They won't kill everybody.
I
They're
mean, honestly,
saying press the button in the parliament.
don't underestimate the H group. Believe it or not, they actually have hackers. Don't be
I'm not
surprised if they actually
underestimating
have
them. I'm
hacked
praising them.
their
I'm
security
praising them.
cameras, because I know for a fact that they did hack the IDF soldiers in the past, and I'm not surprised if they actually were well prepared for the invasion on October 7 by hacking their security system and hacking their cameras before they entered.
You're forgetting
That's
who brought
something what
Hamas,
was
who brought the age group to power. You're forgetting who brought them to power. Netanyahu brought them to power. So he financed them.
This is
He
all a
gave
lie.
them
This is all a lie.
Trust me.
No, this is, believe it or not, this is all
trust
a
me.
lie. That's not true. They're my people, man. I know what's going on. Trust me. And I know, and I have family members, not in the age group, but in the that works for the government.
One sec. Okay, so just to let you know, the evidence that we have is that Netanyahu has said publicly, and most likely well before he said this, that the number one way to divide the Palestinian people and to guarantee there'll be no two-state solution is to fund and to make H groups survive. That's what happened. They formed because of several massacres that occurred as Israeli troops moved back through the Sinai, through Gaza, and the children of the people who were massacred formed the group. That's what happened.
But all the funding actually has been coming from Qatar, not from Israel themselves. And Israel themselves were like against the funding in the first place because of them fearing that they're going to use that money to build their army, the H group, to build weapons or buy this or buy that. So it makes no sense for them that Israel themselves will actually fund Hamas. And that's why Qatar was actually responsible of, I believe it was 400 or I'm not sure the exact number, but every year that Qatar was, every month, Qatar was responsible for aiding Gaza, not Israel. And I don't believe it in the first place.
The name of the game is you need to create a problem, yeah. And this is what they did in the First World War, in the Second World War. This is how you do it, and you finance both sides. You finance the occupier and you finance the defender, and you always come out as the winner. And they try to do this with Palestine as well. They try to do this with the age group, you know. So they try to finance one, and then, you know, when you cut the finance, they will work for you. They will create you a scenario that will allow you to eliminate them. And this was the actual idea of Netanyahu, and he presented this a long time ago, you know. And age group, of course, accepted, because they would accept any money to do their code. It's not that they're playing with him. They're not playing with him. They just played him for money, and it's not the first time it happened.
But why would they aid the age group with money, yet withheld food and life necessity from going to Gaza in the first place? So why just give you money, but you only can buy limited food supply? Like
It's not just a matter of food supply. It's a matter of weapons
diet,
and all this. It's a matter of other supplies also. Ammunition, guns, and everything else. What you need for resistance, you need finance for resistance. So you look how you find it. If you go back to the Second World War, if you look at Tito, for example, he robbed USA, he robbed UK, and he robbed Russians because he promised that Yugoslavia would be communist to the Russians. He promised to the English, he promised that it would be a kingdom, and to the US, he promised it would be democracy. But everybody gave them money, and they gave him army power and everything else. But at the end, he turned out with not to join anybody, and he joined the social group with Nasser, Nehru, and these guys from the Arab world. So politics is politics, but the end result is what counts. Age group is a people's resistance, and it's the only thing that's keeping Palestinian people alive, basically, at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's why if you look at the 1967 map between Gaza and Western, the West Bank, you'll see the West Bank shrinking, yet Gaza is still the same, has not shrunk since 1967, and wonder why.
Exactly.
The map
Exactly,
of
because
Gaza
of
has not
settler violence, and this is where SA actually happens a lot. This is where the raping and all this other stuff happens in such a great numbers, but nobody reports on this, because once like the Zionists come to the house, it's usually followed by the army, who kicks the other people out. And you know what they've been using lately as well, which is really, really bad tactics. They've been using Saudis to buy the land of the Palestinians that have fled the country or left there, or even even Arabs like Palestinians are easier to sell their land to the Arabs, and then the Arabs just give the deeds to the Israelis, and this has been recorded as well.
Hi everyone. Great to be on here
Hi,
again.
Nanda.
Yeah, so I guess we all know where we're at right now, with the current events going on. It's not going to get any better. It's just going to get worse. It's going to drag on for probably another 4 or 5 years, perhaps less if things get escalated to the point where multiple nations have to get involved more aggressively. So my question is, just looking back at history and the patterns that we've seen, and with the trends that we've been observing with current events and economies and currencies and whatnot, where are we headed? We have a lot of people talking about there being World War III, and I mean, we've even before October 7th, we've been in World War III, in my opinion. It's just been at a different scale and at a different level. We've been in a sort of a quote unquote Cold War, if you will. It's always been the East versus the West. So this is not something that any of us that are educated should be surprised about. I think the details are what is different in terms of just like getting to know the situation a bit better. But I mean, this is old news. So just going back to my earlier question, like going off of what we've been observing for the past 30 years and even before that, and with the current events in the world, where are we headed, and how can we be productive in terms of bettering our futures and making the right moves?
Great question. And I think this has been solved before in civilizations like Tataria, for example, where actually creative mind was let loose and people were let to create and contribute to the society by doing stuff that they like. And it was actually one of the greatest societies, but it got destroyed by the Russians. And if you look at the Russian flag, not the actual Russian flag now, but of the Russian kingdom, it's with a horseman slaying a dragon, black dragon, on the floor. And the actual dragon was on Tataria flag. And this was like really, really creative society. And the reason why it got destroyed is just because of that. Because people had free electricity, they had like moving sidewalks, they had no work time from 9 to 5, work whenever you want to, and it functioned. But people who came from the side, and I'm talking about Khazaris because they were part of the actual Tataria, and they wanted to exploit this. They didn't want people to have free electricity. They didn't want them to have free water. They didn't want them to have free gasoline. They didn't want them to have these kind of luxuries for free. They wanted to charge it. And this is where the whole problem of the world starts. They destroy the civilization in order to charge you for the goods that they don't own. They don't own water. They don't own forests. They don't own any of this stuff. These are natural resources, and they are yours. They belong to the people of the world. They don't belong to the small minority of money grabbing people. They belong to all of us, and they are ours. They are ours, and they're charging us for that. And they want to charge us now for our carbon footprint. Carbon footprint. Carbon is a gas of life. Without carbon, there will be no plants. There will be no oceans. There will be nothing. Even human beings are made of carbon. We are carbon beings. We even have the mark of 666, which is the carbon. It's crazy.
Yeah, I totally agree with the points you've raised. I mean, we shouldn't be paying for the natural resources on Earth. Like, this is our right. Even like
This is why they killed Gaddafi, for example. Gaddafi was giving everything for free for their people. You know, they were giving them gas for free, electricity for free, and all of this stuff they were getting for free. Even getting married, they would get $10,000 for the first child. They would get like, I don't know, $5,000. They would get a flat. They would, even kids that wanted to go and study abroad, the government would pay for it. So they killed him. They didn't kill him because just wanted to change from the gold standard to change from dollar to gold standard. They killed him because he was an example of the country that was living good. If you look at Palestine, before the Zionists came in, it was one of the most progressed nations at that time because the World War didn't actually affect it so much, the Second World War. They had cars, they had everything, you know, people coming from all these places. Palestine was paradise, and it was great. But wherever the Zionists come through the American war machine, they are actually looking for profit. And this is what creates the world problem, because they suck out oil, they suck out natural resources, they suck out everything. And this is where the issue starts to get complicated. But if we can go back to creative society, this is the answer to your question.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess I just want to follow up with what I was saying earlier about how we've seen throughout history the peoples of nations have always protested against war. For the most part, we don't want war. I mean, you know, like we could look with the Vietnam War, like we could look at just different circumstances where the majority of the people did not want to go to war, but at the end of the day, we don't call the shots, and that's just what it is. And I guess I don't know if I want to have like a negative, like I don't want to sound negative, you know, because that's the last thing we really need to be dealing with right now. But I do want to be realistic as well.
Look at it this way: for every atrocity, somebody's making money. Believe it or not, everything has to do with money. For some reason, everything traces to the money. Somebody is making money somewhere, somehow. And for us,
Yes,
as
it's money,
people, as
money and
public,
knowledge. Money and knowledge, it's always been the currency of the world.
as long we have the knowledge and education, and constantly educating ourselves, and stop being programmed, we should be okay. As long we have the awareness of what's going on around
Yes,
us
but
and our
awareness
surrounding,
without
we should
the
be okay.
backup. Awareness without the backup, it's a problem because like knowledge is hidden. The knowledge is hidden, and I'll tell you places where it's hidden. It's one of the biggest places where the knowledge of the world is hidden is the Catholic Church of Rome. It's in Vatican. And Vatican has like 150 floors underneath it. And the whole knowledge of the world is basically there. And, you know, all these past civilizations and all this stuff, going back to Emerald tablets and the original ones, they're there. They're
We don't
there in
need
Vatican. All the knowledge.
we don't need the Vatican to
Sorry?
teach us what's going on around us. All we
Right.
Oh,
need
you
is
do.
just
Oh, you,
to clear our
oh,
mind, to free ourselves and clear our mind and just think outside the box and see the real
as long as they
colors
have the knowledge, they
of
have
the world
control.
around us.
I guess this is where religion kind of comes into play for me because it's like you can only do so much, and you can't change the will of God and what's already written, what's gonna happen. So I think the best thing to do in a situation like we are in right now is to just do the best we can and focus on what matters. And I know it sounds repetitive, but like that's really all we can do.
No, you
I
did
do
mention an
think
important
though at the
point.
same time, like we as a people, we do have a lot more power than we like give ourselves credit for. It's just the problem is these systems are so deeply entrenched in our societies and throughout the world. It's gonna take like a major change. And
You're
perhaps that's
absolutely
what the
right.
New
You're
World
absolutely
Order
right.
is.
Once we
Yeah.
There is
believe, I'm
nothing
sorry,
without
I didn't mean to
global
cut you off. I'm
revolution.
so sorry.
Oh no, you're
As
good.
long as we believe inside that we have the power to change, believe me, nobody can stand in front of us.
Yeah.
But we actually have to really
Only if we
believe it,
only
not
if we
actually
reach a
like
global revolution.
Yeah, I think
Only if we reach a global revolution, we will have a success. And this global revolution requires a collective mindset. and it's really difficult to get people on board on certain subject. This is actually just happened now with Palestine, where I think like 95% of the world actually agrees on the point. And this is the tipping point of the collective conscience that this world needs in order to defeat the people that are actually creating the problems for the rest of the 99%.
Right, right. And so I think we should speak on the New World Order. I mean, this is something that has been explicitly explained and talked about for so long now. And a lot of us aren't really talking about it, which is interesting. I mean, these people already have all the steps laid out. They have a New World 2030 vision. A lot of countries already have it in place. Like I know Saudi does. So it just reminds me also of COVID, of, before the pandemic went down, they had the actual like simulation of a pandemic. It's insane.
It's all planned. This was,
Yeah,
COVID
it's all
was just a test
planned.
of how we're going to
Yeah.
react.
So
It's all
let's talk
planned.
about that.
It's all
Let's talk
planned.
about the New
We're
World
just like
Order.
sheep going along. I've seen people like here, like running to different countries to get vaccinated before, and I don't know how they got the people into this trap, but they did. The people believed them. And you look at the top officials of Pfizer, they never got vaccinated. The top official of Pfizer got banned to go into Israel because he wasn't vaccinated. The CEO of Pfizer. So you're telling
Yeah, I mean, I'm
me
not going to sit here and say COVID is not real, because
vaccine and you
COVID
don't
is
want to get it.
definitely real. But sorry, I spoke over you.
I'm saying whether it's real or not. It's been planned. It's been
Yeah,
planned, and it's
yeah.
been placed where they wanted it. Where they wanted to scare the people the most. That's where it was planned. Like Spanish flu, they call it Spanish flu, but it wasn't actually, had nothing to do with Spain. It came with the American soldiers who got vaccinated with a certain jab to make them more, let's say, fight ready.
Mm.
So it was nothing to do with Spain. It actually came from States. If you go into this really really deep, Rothschilds patented the COVID-19 in 1967, as I remember. So COVID is not a new thing. They just released it for some reason. It was planned to scare people. They need
Yeah, I think
crisis
it
in
was.
order to control you.
Yeah, I think it was it was put into place to get people more controlled, for sure, because after COVID, I don't know if any of you have noticed, society hasn't been the same. Something has been different. Something's been off, even just socially, with people, it's very different.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're coming
yeah,
back to spirituality because they divided us. They split us. Why was it 6 feet difference between people? Because that's how big your aura is. Yeah, your aura around you,
interesting.
it's your signature, and it's around you about 6 feet. So why they do this? When people join together, their auras actually multiply. So when you have big protests, the reason why you feel like that on the protest is because your auras are multiplying and they're expanding. The reason why they wanted to divide people is because once the people are united, their auras are united, and they get to a point where they have a joint opinion on a topic, and they don't
Yeah,
want that. They want people separated, segregated, and away from each other, ordering food from their phone, playing games on their phone,
right.
watching the news that they serve to them, and that's what they want. Basically, they want
Yeah,
everything for themselves, because once you have billion, what can you do? You buy a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a yacht or this or that. You get bored quite
right.
quickly, don't you?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then you start
exactly.
playing these kind of stupid games.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like
And
we've been apart for so long, we got used to it, being apart.
yeah,
Yeah,
humans,
yeah.
we're social beings. We're not meant to be separated. This is not natural for our innermost being. And I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say?
We are actually fungi if you look at it. You know that we are fungi. The closest relative to us is actually a mushroom. A mushroom is oldest organism on the planet after the amoebas. Yeah. So the
Interesting.
oldest fossils are found by the mushrooms, and the mycelia of mushroom actually covers 3/4 of the earth. Mycelia covers the 3/4 of the earth's surface of the earth itself, not the waters. So if the aliens would come here, they wouldn't talk to us, they would talk to the mushrooms. Probably they have a much bigger intelligence, a much bigger consciousness of togetherness, like a joint consciousness. They wouldn't actually talk to us because for them we are stupid, you know. Anybody that has technology to travel, for them we're just like ants in the jungle somewhere.
Yeah, I think like we were saying earlier, when you're in a large gathering with a lot of people, like let's say for example, wait, do you guys hear that tapping sound?
Yeah, Chip is cooking dinner.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I was the screen too.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine, Chip. I thought it was my phone. So my phone's been giving me
I'm tapping
issues.
on the like button.
So, I was gonna say, when it comes to like large gatherings, like you do really feel a difference, like, and it does depend on like what the gathering is for, like if it's a low vibrational or high vibration frequency. Like if you're in a group,
You see, we are Earth beings. We are Earth beings. We are all connected. We are not grounded anymore. People used to walk barefoot for like 1,000 years. And like going past about 80 years ago, they invented the rubber soles. They disconnected us from the earth. They disconnected us from the earth consciousness. And by spraying our skies with the toxic and then this metal sprays and everything else, they're disconnecting us from the sun. And this is what they are actually doing. And this is their plan. We need sun and we need the earth in order to be human. Everything else, we are not human because we do not resonate. We don't have frequency. We only resonate when we wear natural stuff, not synthetics or rubber. When we walk barefoot, when we are grounded, when we are sleeping well, this is when we are in connection, and this is when we can connect with people, and we can tap into this collective consciousness of goodness, of the harmony, of good living, and you know. But there is people that constantly try to stop us with every single possible thing, going from pharmaceuticals through education, through everything. People are trying to enslave us mentally, and they have been successful at this for a very long time. Because if you look at our DNA, actually our DNA differs from any other DNA by one gene, and this gene is very specific. We have a worship gene. Do you know that? We have a worship gene. This has actually been implanted into us. This is an outside gene. It's not part of our gene. Yeah. And the actual percentage of our DNA that's not function, they call it junk DNA. It's not junk DNA. It's just not activated DNA. This is the DNA that would allow us to communicate telepathically and all the other ways that we could do it, you know. And they are actually blocking this. So this whole thing that you're seeing now on the planet, it's the actual really big battle that's been going on in a spiritual world. Because they do not want us to connect with each other. And you can see this happening. They do not want us to communicate. They do not want us to know what we are. Because humans are not meant to live like that. Humans are not meant to work 9 to 5, watch TV all day, and then go to sleep. This is not our purpose, and this is not our main being here. We are completely different beings. We knew this long time ago, but these people made us forget it. We are part of the earth as much as we are part of the whole universe.
Yeah.
And these people want to enslave us because they need us, but they don't need us this many. When it's this too many of us, they become endangered because there's some people that wake up and they make other people wake up. And when you have a critical mass that's been woken, this 0.1% is going to fall down, and it's going to fall really hard. Because we are talking about like 0.1% of the people can actually solve every single problem in the world, going from hunger to any other. And they don't want to do it. Why? 0.1% of people can actually solve every single problem in the planet, and they don't want to do it. Because they have something against us.
It's very obvious
they have
what's
something
going
against
on.
humanity.
And I think
they have something
also,
against humanity because they are not human. They're not
You're
human.
right. Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
I
I
mean, it's a
have
bit
heard
deep.
I've heard of this, yeah. And even religiously speaking, I'm Muslim, and in our religion we have a concept of there being humans that are more influenced by a type of creation called jinn, which is a it's like a how do I call it's not like a ghost, but it's like a
I
spirit.
haven't seen
It's a
one.
very, very powerful, very, very strong, fast spirit. And I do believe that this is a war against evil. It's good versus evil, essentially, is what it comes down to. I mean, when you look back all the way in the beginning of history, you see the same thing. There's always a tug and a pull of some sort. And you see this in archaeology and in different stories that have been transmitted by different societies. There's always this good versus evil battle. And I came to this realization a couple of years ago, and that really opened up my eyes to the reality of the world and just
You
how
got to wait.
things work. And I want to touch on the fact that our brains, you guys, we are so much more powerful than we think. There's something in our brain called the pituitary gland, and that pituitary gland is the access to, I guess, how do I say this without sounding like a complete hippie? But like, you guys do
Don't
your
worry, don't
research
worry,
on
don't worry. You're
do
in the
your
right
research
crowd.
on the pituitary gland and just see how to calcify it. So the way you can decalcify your pineal gland, make sure you drink purified water, like have filtered water. Try to be in the sun as much as you can. Like for me, the best thing that helps me feel better is just sitting outside in the sun. Like that's it. Just go, take a
Try
blanket,
grounding. Try grounding.
and
It's
sit
great.
on the ground and just close your eyes and look towards the sun and do that for like 5-10 minutes. It'll be addicting. Like you won't want to leave. Like the sunshine has so many benefits besides vitamin D. It's been proven to improve your long-term emotional and mental health. It will stabilize your blood pressure, increase levels of serotonin and dopamine. I mean, the sun and nature is the key, and I think Chip can attest to this, as he is a nature lover himself. I am too. I've been for a long time, and I currently reside in Chicago, so we get a taste of all four seasons. But when I was living in California, you guys, like I'll tell you, my experience in my like just happiness was a lot higher than it is in Chicago, because we get like 6 months of cold, and when you're in California, you have 24/7 sunshine. It's just a totally different environment, and I think environment also plays a major role in your overall well-being. So if you can, try to change up your environment. It doesn't mean you have to move, but like inside your
I
home,
love
you
Ken.
know, yeah, make sure your windows are always open, you're getting fresh air, you're getting sunshine. Like it's so important to your health, and try to share this with like your friends and family too, because it is a collective effort that we need to do, and each person needs to try and strengthen themselves as much as they can from the core.
That's exactly.
So
That's exactly
yeah.
what we need to do. And concerning the pineal gland, you're absolutely right. And this is another side that they are actually trying to block us from. They're putting this fluoride into your toothpaste, into the water, and in the medications, you will find all the substances that will actually calcify your pineal gland. And this is where your intuition comes from. This is where your humanity comes from. This is where your empathy comes from, because from the third eye you can read other people, and if it's calcified, you cannot have empathy, because you do not understand or see the pain of other people. And this is what they have been doing. They've been calcifying people's pineal glands. They've been basically brainwashing people with this kind of stuff, because human beings are using 5% of the brain for calculations and all the other stuff, and only 5% for like functions of the body and everything else. The 90% is not being used. So this is being activated by this junk DNA that they call it. This is not actually junk DNA. You can put on the top of a finger like a drop of a DNA, and you can fit in like 1,000 terabytes of memory in just a one drop of DNA, just like a hair top. Yeah. So we have stored in our bodies 14.5 million years of history of universe, but we cannot tap into it because we are being blocked constantly. And this is something that they know. And this is how we are meant to be. We are meant to be all together. And it all kind of starts from long time ago, but this is a story for another time. Anyway, I wanted to mention like really interesting thing that was found in Grand Canyon, and those are Egyptian sarcophagus with the hieroglyphs on the wall, and even the ambient was all Egyptian and everything else. And this is now in Smithsonian Institute in the States, and they just covered this up completely. They didn't want you to know that the Egyptians were in the States during the time of Egypt. If you look at the pyramids around the world, they have a similar, not exactly the same creator or the designer, because the bases on most of them are exactly the same. You have pyramids popping up all around the world with exactly same blueprints built. Why is that?
Yeah.
Because same people built it. History has been hidden from us for so long, and these years, we are lucky to be living in these years because all the veils of deceit and cheat are coming down, and you will not be able to lie anymore. And these times are coming, and we are lucky to be living in them, because it kicked off completely with the Palestine question. It kind of shook the world. It shook the people to their core. It made them realize that they're living a lie. They made them question things. And this is how the veil becomes thinner and thinner and thinner. And then even like the people that didn't want to have this much interest into this, they have interest, and they're investigating, they're finding the truth. And the whole story is about the truth coming out. So once the truth comes out, everything will be clear, because once the truth comes out, you can divide people only on good and bad. You cannot divide them by color. You cannot divide them by nation. You cannot divide them by religion. You can only divide them by good or bad. And that's how it works. Yin and yang.
Exactly. And to touch on an earlier point of what you're saying about the pattern, like, I don't know if you're actually talking about this. I think somebody else mentioned it on here. But we have the fingerprint of God, so to speak, seen throughout nature and seen throughout the world. If you look at the Fibonacci sequence, for example, there's literally no chance that this can occur out of spontaneity. It's down to like just like flowers or a snowflake. The fact that each snowflake is different is unique to any other snowflake is fascinating. And also sacred geometry is also something that's fascinating that I remember I looked into it, with how different shapes are formed with different frequencies. And that ties into a major change that a lot of people are not aware about. This happened in, I believe, the 1950s. There was a change in the international frequency for music that was protected. This was like an international thing. Yeah. It went from like 440 to 430. No, opposite. Yeah, it was 400 excuse me. Yeah, it was 432 hertz, which is a natural frequency found throughout nature. And I believe it wasn't the Rothschilds, but it was one of these evil families that they were behind it. And this is not a conspiracy. This is all seen, if you want to do your own research, you can find it yourself. So they changed it from 440 hertz from 432 hertz, which is the natural frequency of nature in your body, to 440 hertz, which causes dysfunction and disunity and just complete chaos, like on a molecular level. And you can see scientific studies of this, like in labs where they have like I forgot what the instrument itself is called, but it's basically a metal plate and it has sand on it, and they'll put 440 hertz as the frequency, and the patterns are completely chaotic. Then when you change it to 432 hertz, it changes into a uniformed pattern, like a geometrically symmetrical pattern. So it's really interesting to see how I think throughout history we've been having these subtle changes that a lot of people are not aware about, including myself. I didn't know about this until some years ago. And I think we've been on a large scale kind of shut down throughout the food, throughout the water, we have so many distractions in this world, like as it is, but to think that we're working against so many different fronts. From a biological level, from a psychological level, from a physiological level, like it's just. And a lot of people are not aware of these things, and that's where I have sympathy for people. And I work as a health coach, and I work with a lot of different people from different backgrounds, and I think we just need to unite, like we've been saying earlier, and what's funny though, like, we're talking about this whole being united, and we're like on TikTok. Like, a lot of people are they live their lives through their phones, and I'm not gonna I'm not trying to throw shade or anything of that sort, but like we've forgotten the importance of in-person communication and in-person unity. Like, it's not the same, like, and it's a little bit disappointing that like this whole thing is like I guess a lot of people have been coining this Palestine issue as a digital revolution of some sort, and to me that's a bit unsettling. I would rather it be where we can function as human beings naturally in person. Like, we don't have to do all this work like behind a phone or behind a laptop. I think we really need to just get back in touch with our roots and ground ourselves and break ourselves free out of this slumber.
They don't want you to do
deep
that. They
slumber.
don't want you to do that because they don't want you to do that because then they lose. They don't want you to have a family. They don't want you to have friends. They want you to be stuck on your phone, to not read people's emotions, to not feel other people's energies, because you can tell a lot by just meeting a person instead of speaking through the phone or talking through any of the applications. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to break the family unit. They even in this agenda of 2030, they're saying that the kids are going to be raised by the government, so there will be no family unit. This is what they want. They want the total breakdown of the society so they can control it. And this agenda it's not a joke, and it's happening. And it started happening a long time ago through the vaccination process. But now they've just really taken they're speeding it up, and they're speeding it up for two reasons. One is physical, and the other one is spiritual. Because if they let it go for a longer period, too many people will awake and they will lose. And this is why they need wars, in order to keep you scared and keep you on your toes. Why they want you in debt? Because you then don't worry about what they're doing. You worry about your life. Yeah, they want you. They don't want you to. Because politicians have lost their compass long time ago. Politicians are supposed to serve people. People are not supposed to serve the politicians. They're the servants of the people.
and they got it completely wrong. And they've actually got people to play along, which is the worst thing. Instead of us dictating to them what to do, they're dictating to us what to do, and we are paying them for it. You know, it's everything's been twisted.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And there's
mean,
nothing we can do apart from a global revolution, and global revolution needs to be started from somewhere. Like there's protests in Paris, in UK, all the way around Europe, and you don't get any news coverage of this. No coverage whatsoever. On the mainstream media, there's nothing on it, you know, and that's why people turn to TikTok or some other sources of information. But what we need to do is something that Eskimo was saying, you know, we need to join together. We need to make these groups in countries. We need to make, you know, people's group, human group. And this is where we
I
need
just
to
want my
work
tax
on.
money back from Israel.
Me
Somebody give
too.
it to me. So I need it. Somebody return it to me.
Me too.
I'm not paying for this war.
It's not
I'm
just
not
the
paying
tax. If you look
for
at the big
unaliving anybody.
companies, the food you're eating, you're probably financing genocide anyway. You know, even the food that you're eating, because it's owned by these people. It's owned by the Zionists. Everything leads back to BlackRock or other companies,
Yeah.
and it's all connected to the Zionists. So basically, once you step out of the house, you're their consumer. We are now consuming what they're giving to us. It's the phones. It's everything.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, when you
if you
look
want to
at the
like
large
get out of the matrix, you
sectors
would
of
have to
the
build a
economy,
lodge somewhere in the woods with some water and stuff like that to get out of the matrix completely. But then you're isolated. So for them, it's fine.
Let's
yeah,
start
like
fasting then for a whole
you
year.
just look at like right, like the major parts of society, right? If we look at agriculture, if we look at the medical field, if we look at the pharmaceutical field, don't get me started on that. You know, if we look at all these major fields, like there's always there's investors, right?
You'll
And
never find a
there's
cure. You'll never find
yeah,
a cure in the
they
pharmaceutical,
have
and
they
it's intended to. It's intentional too.
Yeah,
I believe
they're
that.
just curing symptoms. They don't want to cure you. They're just curing
they
symptoms because
create
you're a
like
returning customer.
There's no money in cure.
more side
Yeah.
effects,
There's
and those
money
side
in
effects
there's
need
more
more
money in
medication,
sickness.
and then it's like
But then again, if you
it's
look at these industries, they're actually throwing business to each other, you know? Because if you look at the food industry that's poisoning you, and they're just kicking it back to the
GMOs.
health industry or the pharmaceutical industry, and they're owned by the same people. You go into it, you will find that they are owned by the same people. So basically, what they want to do, they want to limit our lifespan. Lifespan is one of the things that really bothers them, because once you reach the pension age, you become a burden, and they don't want that. So what they're doing is just reducing the lifespan of the humans at the moment. And if you look at like these royals and everything, and the people you don't see behind the scenes, they live well over. I don't want to say how many years because I don't want to say it in public, but I know some people. I know some. I lived in various capitals around the world, and I met people that are way older than the people are mentioning that our lifespan is, and they look very young. And if we go into this medical industry, you will find that there is also synthetic adrenochrome, but the natural one, it's probably much better. I don't want to go. I'm not sure we should go into this kind of stories, but this existed since the Mayans. This kind of drug existed since the Mayans, and it's been used also in Egypt. It's been used all around the world, and Hollywood using it. If you look at some of the pictures of the actors now, and like 2 or 3, 5 months ago, obviously the supply is getting short because of all this pressure on these suppliers, and we know who the suppliers are. So if you look at, for example, J-Lo, just look at her now. She just aged 40 years in 4 months. How can you do that? Yeah. So these people are ruthless.
What
These
do you?
people are ruthless, but the people who
Let's think.
actually,
What was the cause of that?
what's the cause of that?
You said J Lo just aged. Repeat the statement.
wait, J-Lo, what?
Repeat what
40
you
years
said
in
about J
4
Lo. What was
months.
that?
She aged
I don't think
40
you said
years in
J-Lo.
4 months. I said J-Lo,
That's
yeah, I
makeup,
did.
man. That's what it is.
Oh,
It's makeup
That's
and
not
filter.
makeup. That's not makeup. That's not makeup.
no,
Trust
no.
me.
What it is
Why
that
do
she has a private
why don't you
chef
see
that
any
cooks for
Hollywood
her and a
actors showing
private
up lately? You
trainer
don't see any
and
of them.
unlimited
There's no
funds
Hollywood. Hollywood
to.
fell apart. Hollywood fell
Yeah.
apart because it was based on a lie. It was based on this deception and human trafficking and all this stuff that they did to the people and children and Jeff Epstein and all this stuff. It's all connected. It's all connected, but it's all connected to this small percentage of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they use all kind of blackmails and all this stuff that just to stay in power and control the world. This is like and for a reason I do call them sick people, because they are sick. They're not people at all. They're not humans. They cannot be humans to do these things to children
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
you
no,
cannot be
this is
human.
like pure evil.
Exactly. This is what we are dealing with.
If the shoe were
And
on
this is
the other
this
foot,
is
if the shoe were on the other foot, Sam, and it was happening to them, I guarantee you, no Palestinian would be okay with that. We would probably even be coming to their rescue, to their aid. I mean, I don't know of any human being in the world who could ever justify the bombing is in itself, and the being and the unaliving of children is horrific. But the people who are gone and departed, we like to think that they're in a better place. But it's the people who are still with us who are starving to death. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I can't wrap my mind around. Like, how could anybody be okay with that? How can that be allowed to continue when we have a population of over 2 million people that are now starting to eat animal feed? And
they already finished the animal feed, which is the
and you're still not allowing the aid in. I mean, it's unfathomable. Like, I really can't, I don't understand it. So when we talk about this can't be
the time
human,
has come to divide us on humans and animals, and this is not animals. This would be an insult to animals. Animals are
Yeah,
a
exactly.
great thing
I'm
because they would never kill without reason and anything like that. And these are non-humans. These are like humans and non-humans. This is where the world has to come to: humans and non-humans. Because to do these kind of things, you have to be a non-human. Yeah, to bomb people, to press the button and knowingly and know that you're gonna kill, I don't know, 100 people, because the bombs they kind of using, you know the damage and destruction they're gonna cause.
Of course, yeah.
And the people are actually laughing. If you look at their command center when they're actually sending these kind of bombs and everything else, they're laughing at it. Those people are laughing at it.
Oh, it's tickling
And
them
other
to
people
death.
are losing their lives. Yeah. And they are laughing at it. They find
There's
it
a lot.
funny.
There's a lot of supplies and food waiting just outside Gaza, not inside, just being blocked by the Egyptian corrupt government and
Not just Egyptians. There's
Israeli
also settlers
too.
that are on the border. There's Israeli settlers are standing there looking at people that are dying of starvation, and just looking at it. And these people are from Poland and from Australia and from God knows where. It's crazy.
You can see how powerful are the Zionists, how they have control over
Yeah.
the world.
They're doing this with the money and to the people that sold their souls. Like half the Hollywood and this music industry, they're talking about it openly. They sold their soul to the devil.
I'm very disappointed with the countries that start withdraw funding from UNRWA regarding. This is what Palestinians used to live on. Pretty much is UNRWA, and now we're trying to.
But you saw what they did to Yemen as well. The Yemen was
Very
like one of the worst situations in the world as well. They cut the funding as well. So it's unbalanced world, and it's either gonna go into the balance or it's gonna go into a complete chaos. This is two roads that we can take, and
What do
it's
you
up
think
to
is
us
going
basically.
to happen? Here's a question. Yemen has been threatening to cut that cable that links pretty much all of Europe and the rest of the world together, like that fiber optics cable that's under the water there. What
You
what
can
are
do it, Jimmy.
going to be?
You can
What
do
are
it.
going? They can do it.
That's frightening
But
because once that
that's
happens, I
what my
mean,
question
it's
is.
not going to happen. They're not going to let that happen.
I hope it
I don't
happens
think.
so we can back to our normal lives and see
I
each
hope
other.
so
But
too.
I'm saying, what who knows what effect is that going to happen?
We're saying that, but once it happens, I think we're all going to freak
What
out.
effect will that
So
have? I'm
Can you
saying,
just
Believe
can
me,
you
at
just
the
let the
beginning,
man ask
maybe.
the question, please?
no, yeah. What effect? What direct and immediate effect and impact is that going to have on the world? I mean, if the communication is, I mean, I think that they would have backup and what have you. I don't know, but if that's the only source of communication and the Yemenis are successful in carrying through that operation and following through on their promise to do that, then what happens? That's my question.
We got Elon Musk
then total
satellites.
chaos.
That's
I don't think the whole world is gonna go dark. It's not. It doesn't actually
I,
work like that. It's not, nobody's gonna leave like one point where you can actually cut off the world. It's not. It doesn't work like that.
the economy's
There's other ways of communication and everything else, but this is we would lose the fast connection. Let's call it like that.
The stock market is going to come down crashing. Forget it. That's
good.
The stock market will be affected definitely, but that's good for it. That's good for it.
Chaos. Let's
You
have
guys,
chaos
and I
worldwide.
do want to mention one thing. We're talking about how you were waiting for this like catastrophic event to happen. I mean, it's already been
I hope it
happening.
happens.
Like as we
I hope
speak
it
right
happens.
now, Iran and Iraq, I mean, and Syria, like the U.S. has launched strikes against these countries. We're in an active war, guys.
that's
Like
not
this is not.
that's not catastrophic.
It's not.
Catastrophic is when the people who live inside the neighboring countries all decide that they've had enough and they all just bum rush, so to speak, and just come
They had
crashing
no
across the
reason to.
borders.
They had no reason to bombard Yemen, though. Yemen didn't do anything except blockade the ships for the cause of starving Gaza. They didn't unalive anyone.
Yeah.
They have no absolutely
to
no.
us,
Yeah, didn't fire.
the reason, of course, yes. I mean, to the people on our side, obviously, that was just, and that was good cause. But the way they see it, with
It's not like it's not going to be any retaliation from those
how dare
countries.
they have the audacity to stick up for or stand up for 2 million starving people, or for people who are being relentlessly attacked by air and beat and unalived in the masses. What are you guys' thoughts on that Ben Gurion Canal? Do you think that was there? I mean, there's a lot of speculation and a lot of talk about different narratives as to why this actually did happen, and one of the reasons was that Ben Gurion Canal, and just them really wanting that land, whether it's the resources or the whatever gas is there, or oil, or I don't know what it is, but I guess
Yeah, I
The
mean,
world is in still shock after on October 7th on how a small group like the H group put Israel on its knees, and the side effect worldwide
it shows
that
you if
happened.
that in fact did happen. It shows you how vulnerable they really are. I mean, and that was the small H group. Imagine if the big H group from Lebanon decided that they were going to breach that wall and carry through a bigger operation like that in the northern part.
I mean,
I
when
mean,
you
And
look
nobody
at,
thought. I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when you look at like the Zionist playbook, they already have in the plan is to not just take over
The Greater
Palestine,
Israel plan.
but the Greater Israel, right? So this
Mhm.
is all going in accordance into plan, and the U.S. is not backing up. They're literally like their foot is on the gas, and they're up for it. And this is what I'm saying. This is what like boils my blood, is the fact that this just shows how like enslaved we are. We have no choice against like this insanity. At a local level, yeah, we might, but Um, yeah, it's just insane. And then you look at the oil reserves that were found off the shore in Gaza, they're like trillions.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like trillions of feet deep and it's worth like billions. I mean, come on. It always comes down to the oil. Same thing in Iraq. Weapons of mass destruction, right? And then they come in and they say, "Oh, no, we didn't find anything." And then, sorry guys, I don't know what's going on outside. And then you see this with
But then where was the accountability for anybody because of that? So we go in, we
exactly.
destroy a country, we lie to the people and say here's the reason that we're going in, and then later on it turns out to all be just one big lie so we could go there and steal resources.
There's none. They get away with it. And what happens now is you look at Iraq, and it's a country that it's full of these gas giants with multi-million-dollar contracts. Like it's a country that had such a rich history and such a rich culture, and it's so sad. It's so sad what colonialism and imperialism has done to the world, and these vermin need to be stopped, for lack of a better word, because it's disgusting.
That's how the
It's
West. That's why always the West had their eyes on the East by creating issues and problems, especially using Muslims being T groups,
right.
and that we need to fight the T groups. And actually, the truth is, no, we trying to find an excuse to go in the Middle East to steal the resources. But how can we do that? By making up some excuse that we can sell to the American public or to the world that give us that the public themselves are
You
okay with
create a
it.
problem and you offer a solution. That's the politics. You create a problem by financing proxy groups against the current government, and then you overthrow the government, and then you get your guy in control, and this guy grants you permits to dig oil or whatever else you want, whether it's lithium or whatever. And this is how it works. And it's been done through South America, it's been done through Africa, it's been done through Asia, it's been done through Middle East. So it's been done everywhere. And this is
I've
a
heard that
cliche.
they've already executed a contract with ExxonMobil for the
And
gas
BP
that's
Petrol.
there in Gaza, or BP
And
was
BP
it?
Petrol, which is Sunak's
Yeah.
wife's.
hmm
Which is Sunak's wife's company invested 1.5 billion in this state, and they signed the contract with Israel, which is the worst. They signed the contract with a country that's occupying their Palestinian resources, which is crazy.
Yep, it's all about power and
Agreed.
influence, folks. That's all
Like
it
Hannah
comes down
mentioned
to.
It's a lot
regarding
to do
Iraq
with
and Afghanistan.
with the spiritual side as well, because if you look what they did in Iraq and Iran and in places like this, they went after artifacts. Like when the ISIS went into Iraq and everything else, they went after artifacts. They went into Syria, they went after artifacts, and they want the knowledge that they have to stay hidden, and the knowledge is the key to it,
Used to be
because
allies. They used to be Afghanistan and Iraq used to be allies of the United States. When the United
I
States
know.
used them to defeat
Yep.
Iran in the war, and also used the Afghans to defeat Russia, and that's why Russia got split and became the Soviet Union. And after they used them, they're like, okay, bye bye. They became
Yep.
somehow they become the bad guys after they were actually fund the wars and give
Yep.
them tons of weapons and monies, and now out of a sudden, oh, you're the bad guys.
Yep, just
That's
exactly
ridiculous.
like we've seen with the group.
But
I
the
think they were called the
Afghanistan was
The group was
Afghanistan
called
was
in.
targeted
I think it
politically
was a
directly.
war in. Excuse me. It was a war in Afghanistan or somewhere.
Good.
And the U.S. was funding the Mujahideen. Like the Mujahideen were fighting alongside the U.S. troops, and
Against Russia, yes.
and now they're a T group. It's so ironic. What is going on, Chicago?
That's a dog parking. That's what it is.
Oh my
Maybe they're
god.
filming an episode of Chicago PD there.
God.
Behind you.
These people.
Seriously, why are you surprised?
I'm not. It's just like when you hear birds chirping, like for me, that's
Isn't that everyday life in Chicago?
no, that's a stereotype. That's really a stereotype. Any major city has its problems, and it depends where you're at, and don't believe the propaganda that they spit about Chicago, because it's not like that. I was born and raised from here, and you're gonna hear sirens in any major city. Like if you go to New York, you're gonna hear sirens. If you go to LA, you're gonna hear sirens. Like
Yeah, of
it's
course.
not, yeah.
I'm
Chicago's
just messing with
amazing.
you.
I love Chicago. It was ranked like the best city like 6 times in a row for a reason. Just
And
saying.
I noticed that when the next plan they wanna go invade the country, they wanna go invade. You start slowly coming up in the news media. You hear the country's name slowly, like, and then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden, oh, we're going to invade this country.
They're
That's
prepping
how
you.
they're trying to set. Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah,
Prepare your
they've been
mind.
getting us ready on multiple fronts, right? They've been getting us ready for I mean they've been working to get us, not unified. Like they've been causing disarray within, the groups of people in society, amongst race, amongst religion, amongst color, amongst ethnicity, background. All of this has already been and has been successfully employed, unfortunately. Like they've been using politics to divide people, whether it's gender, race, religion, all these things. It's just like it's insanity and it's madness and it's complete delusion to see otherwise.
Well, that's the divide and conquer tactic.
Exactly. Divide and
Always use.
conquer. That's on the dollar bill or like on the US like currency somewhere. I forgot. But it's in Latin or yeah, it's in Latin. Or order out of chaos, something like that. It's on the
Pluribus
US
unum.
currency. Yeah.
I'm not. I forgot what that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up or
That
Google it
means
right now.
from many we are one.
From many we are one.
Oh.
So that's the
Yeah.
opposite of divide and conquer, then.
No.
Shep, I have a question for you if you're listening to us. When Israel, one of the Israeli Knesset, when he said
Yeah.
that mentioned that they want to nuke Gaza. And the world knows that Israel actually have nukes, but they did not admit it. How come they didn't go after Israel saying that, oh, whoa, what are you talking about? They can nuke us. You have nukes? How come the United Nations or the world start questioning Israel about their nukes? And they want to go after Iran.
Well, first of all, the guy who made the statement was a jackass, so they didn't pay much attention to that. Second of all, they're not a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but they have not formally been inspected or declared that they have weapons, so there's no legal basis for going after them yet.
But why are we going through Iran?
Well, because that they fear them as a mortal enemy, and they should.
But what have Iran did to the U.S. or did to Israel? I mean.
Well, they see that the Houthis as well as as Hezbollah. That's why they hate Iran, because they're funding and backing the groups that actually do get in conflict with Israel.
But this issue was brought up a long time ago, like over 10 years ago.
Well, they've been
Until
funding
today.
Hezbollah for longer than 10 years.
You know, they're
Yeah, but
using
Hezbollah is
people.
occupied by a part of Hezbollah has been occupied by Israel too, so they have the right to
Of
also
course.
defend themselves.
Oh, no, like if you remember what happened in Ukraine, the Ukrainians who were living in the eastern part in the Donbass were being shelled relentlessly by the Ukrainian central military with the Yahoos, and so the Russians provided them weapons, but did not go in there and actually get involved with troops or actually stuff like that. So this happens all the time, where different governments get involved in funding causes for alliances against their enemy, but they don't do it directly with their own soldiers.
That's what the United States is doing with Israel too. They're funding them, and nobody's saying anything.
Yep. Exactly. You got the idea.
because they haven't confirmed that they have nukes, or admitted rather that they have it.
Yep. You got it 100%.
But what about the depleted uranium that they've introduced into Gaza there? I mean, what's going to be the effects of that? If let's say Gaza is rebuilt, and in like our perfect world, of course, that there's the ceasefire and then there's peace and then there's a rebuilding of Gaza. What short-term, long-term effects is that depleted uranium that they've been using they're going to have on the environment?
You talking about white phosphorus or depleted uranium?
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what you
White
think about.
phosphorus or
I think that's what they use
No,
for
there's
the
both.
bunker
Depleted
busting
uranium they use even on
bombs.
bullets. They even use it on
Because
bullets.
it's so dense.
And I'll tell you from the horse's mouth, because they use it in Bosnia here, and the cancer rate after the
Very
war
toxic. Very
has
toxic.
shot up like crazy. Yeah, it's like 3,000% higher than it was before the war. Yeah, and they used it even in the small caliber ammunition up to the top shelves, because this is one of the way of distributing waste. Yeah.
It was like
And then
originally it
around
was
the
an
world.
anti-tank, I think, for anti-tank shells, but they didn't use it for it because H group, they don't have tanks. So why even use it there?
Because of long-term effect, because you get like poison land, you get cancerous land, buildings, everything, whatever is affected, and
I wonder
basically
why
there
that wasn't
everything is
brought
affected.
to the ICJ as well.
This is unfortunate. This is aftermath. Yeah, this is aftermath, and nobody mentioned this even in any of the hearings in the courts before on genocide or this ammunition being used. Nobody mentioned it ever. It's like a hush hush kind of thing. Yeah. All of the
Now they
governments
have
are
like
involved.
high levels of radiation there. Jesus, man.
I guess
All of the
something
governments
like
are
the
involved
Gaza's
in
went
this
to
because
Rafah,
there isn't
away
a
from
single
the radiation.
government that doesn't produce weapons.
But I do believe that possibly they were in the bunker busting missiles to penetrate the concrete or any solid surface on the ground, but mostly concrete. That's what I think. I don't know, because depleted uranium is very dense metal, so something
They did that.
that
It's
could
also
be
very
used.
poisonous. That's why they're spreading it around. Yeah, it's a waste. It would have to be stored somewhere for thousands of years in order to eliminate radiation from it, or bad effects of
You
it.
don't. Israel don't care
That's why
about
you put it in
Palestinian
bullets
lives.
and you spread it around the world. And then you get your
They don't
brothers
give a
from your
crap.
pharmaceutical industry to get more business. This is how it works. They just throw business to each other. Basically, it comes down to your life expectancy. They want you to live shorter because they want you to be productive as fast as possible, and they want you to die as soon as possible when you're finished. So they don't want you to go to pension. And that's unfortunately that's how the system works. A few years back, they even said this openly. In Europe, they even said this openly because, like, it was a big discussion in Germany for raising the pension age from 65 to 67, and people were against it, but nothing happened. It still went along because the governments are for it.
So listen,
Yeah,
how they wanna unalive all the Palestinians so badly that they just poison the land, poison the water, and now poison the whole Gaza, for God's sake. Unbelievable.
Same thing happened to Boston.
They succeeded.
Same thing happened in Boston.
yeah, it was really nice speaking with all of you guys today and with you, Chip, as well. Thank you so much for having me on again. I gotta go do something. I might be back on later, so I'll just request at another time. But
Hey, Noah.
stay safe. Make sure you get that vitamin D, sunshine, and go outside. Get off your phones.
I need vitamin D.
Nola
Good
just
point.
wants
God
to
bless
be
you
in an
all.
episode of Chicago 5 or
Thanks a lot.
something,
Great
man.
talking to you.
Go ahead. Okay,
See
we'll
ya.
send you a shout out if we see you. Good night.
Bye. Good night.
I know.
Bye.
Thank
Hey,
you,
hey,
Nola.
Chip, a
Bye-bye.
penny
You
for
too.
your thoughts, by the way, man. You've been in deep thought the past few minutes.
Oh, I'm focusing on the markets. I'm doing my weekly scam where I map out all my trades.
Okay. We're going to have to collaborate on that one day.
How's Bitcoin going for you?
Hey, guys, I'm gonna turn in as well. Here is like
All right.
3:30 in the morning, so
Same here, man. I'm going
get some
to head
sleep.
on in, you guys. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, let's
Chip,
go ahead and close it down. I just want to say thanks to everybody for listening. I'll be on tomorrow night at 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Chip, I
Thank you,
want to
Chip, for
finish
having
that
us.
conversation from
It's been a
earlier
pleasure.
sometime, man. I'm going to shoot you an email.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Is it
Everybody,
the Chip
Thanks a lot.
Barnes? What was
Maybe
it, Chip?
maybe we can like
I have it written.
maybe we can like
Take
bring
care,
up like
guys.
like
Good
really
night,
far
everyone.
history. If you would
say
like to
again?
have a show on that, maybe like far
Which
history, like going back
which subject?
like
What history?
far back history. We're talking guessing mainly, but like fact guessing, let's say, going back to Anunnaki and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I find those very tiresome. Although you all can certainly do one with somebody else. I can't. Those just give me a headache because everyone claims that their starting point is the. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have
Alright,
it.
You know
just
who,
wondering.
you know who Liam O'Mara is? Are
Uh,
you following
I
Liam?
actually, I
Let me
didn't
just ask you this.
actually. I'll have a look at it. I'll have a look at it.
Hold on, Sam. Hold on. Are you following?
I follow Billy Carson. I follow.
Hold on. Let me just ask you. I need to ask a question to the audience. If you're following a guy named Liam O'Mara, he's a historian. He's got a PhD in world history and a specialization in Middle Eastern studies. So he's the guy to talk to, not me. So if you want to talk to somebody, if you want to do a live, maybe send him a DM and talk about history. I don't know enough about it. I really don't care enough about it, quite frankly. I'll shut things down, everybody. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I have a link in my bio. One sec. I have a link in my bio that tells you my email, Tony. So if you go to the very bottom through that link, you'll see it says email me.
Okay, got you.
Okay, everybody.
Okay, good night.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Have a great day. Bye.